flexibility with him and Rowan as well, because we've seen a lot of Jeremy's goals this year. A lot of them are actually sort of from the ground or a crash of the pack, and he's a pretty good ground level player.
How do you negate, I suppose, one, the influence of Gawn, but also Petrarca and Oliver in there? I think you mentioned you might go head-to-head. Have you got a plan for Gawn?
Oh, I mean, he's going to have times during the game where he's going to get his hands to the ball. That's what great players do. So we're looking to negate him. And, Reece and Asava, will go at him. And Reece rucked really well for the majority of the time last time against Max. But we understand he's going to get his hands on it. He's a great ruckman, probably the best in the league. So our midfielders have got to really help out as well. So, we're not after total dominance from Reece. We're after a big contest and hopefully halve it. And
just the last one from us. Paddy's probably been a little bit down on form. We don't know how much that hand is hurting him throughout the finals campaign, but expect him to bounce back?
Yeah, we do. I mean, like I've mentioned a couple of times, it's about the contest, and when Pat Dangerfield's at his best, he's competition, getting after the ball, and loose ball gets as well. So we're looking forward to him to hunt the ball and also hunting the Melbourne players when they've got the ball. So we're looking for a big contested game from him for sure, Geordie.
So last time you played, round 23, Selwood went to Oliver, I think, for 43 minutes, and his numbers were better than Oliver's numbers. Does he go to him for an extended period of time this week?
He's got the option too, for sure. With the midfield rotations, it's quite hard to get the match up the whole time. So, Joel will command that midfield in there today with Cam Guthrie and Danger. And, we've seen Max Holmes come along with his footwork and pace, which adds another dimension to us as well. So hopefully we can do the job in the contest and those guys can get off and hurt the Melbourne mids too.
Could Max Holmes be a surprise move onto Oliver, given he's got the speed?
He does, and he's pretty big too, Holmesy. So at times he'll get his go on him for sure.
Okay.
And we're confident that if he matches up on Clayton, he'll be able to do the job and help us out and create a contest, and then use his running power and speed and get off and help us attack or defend.
Sean, good to catch up. Good luck for the night.
No worries, thank you.
Sean Grigg, part of the coaching staff at Geelong. He'll be the runner tonight.
I think that's what good sides do. They go in and I like it. You back yourself in, so they'll back their midfield in, and then you've got things to go to. So if your midfield don't get the job done, or your defence or whatever it may be, then you've got things to go to. I just don't like when you see sides start a game and they already bring up a number from the half-forward line, which gives the opposition a spare. Just see how the game unfolds for the first 5 to 10 to the first quarter, and then if you need to...
What about a specific tag, though? Like if it's a midfield tag, is that different? Are you better than
that is a little bit different, yeah. No doubt. But in terms of...
Because often we hear, we've got someone, if someone's a bit hot, we'll calm
Well, there
down.
might have been a little bit in that
cooler.
In that question that Jared asked about Holmes, and he might be that player that can physically match an Oliver, but then
why wait?
Work off.
As someone who was tagged a lot, you loved getting away to a good start.
Yeah, I think they've got supreme confidence in their own midfield, and that's where their A graders sit. So I think the days of starting with a tagger are becoming less, clearly. But if you've got a tagger that can get their own ball, they're the ones that you would send, to an opposition midfielder straight away. I just don't think there's enough of them in the competition.
You can get involved on AFL Nation across the weekend on the open line thanks to Southern Phone. Simplify your life with Southern Phone mobile plans. Switch to Southern Phone. Part of the beauty of this weekend is we had the rehearsals in round 23. They were both thrillers. The Friday night game saw Port Adelaide prevail over the Western Bulldogs, and we know the ramifications of that. And Melbourne claimed the minor premiership down at GMHBA in front of nobody. It'll be a full house in Perth tonight. There are so many conclusions that have been drawn from the way that it transpired, and as we set the scene for what's about to unfold in this preliminary final on AFL Nation, we take you back to those closing stages.
So Guthrie is going to be forced up the line.
It's kicked out of bounds on the full.
So Melbourne have got one last
chance. It's 50 against close for punching the ball. Once it was already over the line, it's gone into the crowd.
So Lever has got ball in hand.
Nick Del Santo is out of his seat.
So Lever, with 25 seconds remaining to put it to the top of the square. He keeps it low. Goal! And he's got it! Big Max has got it! He's going to kick after the siren.
Set play.
Gone on a dramatic Saturday. Can you believe it?
Come on, Big Max.
Max gone. And after the siren kick to win the game for Melbourne and to finish top of the table, it's a slow build-up. Now the little skip, Max to win it. He's done it! Melbourne have come off the canvas. It's one of the great comebacks. 32 points down at three-quarter time, and Melbourne have won it after the siren.
You're listening to AFL Nation for the Beaumont Tiles Trade Club.
Things are moving fairly smoothly around Melbourne's majors on your Friday. No delays on the Westgate. A great run on the Princes up and down from Geelong, and looking good on the Calder and the Hume as well. A crash though to watch out for in Lynbrook on the South Gippsland Highway outbound before Lynbrook Boulevard. The right-hand lane and right-hand tram lane are both blocked. Big delays right back to the South Gippsland Freeway at the moment. At Freedom's Style Saver event, get up to 25% off selected homewares with free Metro delivery online. Hurry, sale ends Monday, only at Freedom. That's the latest SEN Sky Traffic.
Hi, I'm Daniel from Team Tank Logistics. We rely on Renault Traffic to deliver freight safely. It's easy to get in and out of loading bays. When you need a van to deliver, it's top notch. There's loads of room for bulky items and plenty of anchor points to secure it. The cabin's full of great technology and it's very comfortable to drive. They're really fuel efficient and we get plenty of Ks out of a tank.
Renault Traffic, now available with a 5-year easy life ownership.
It's my business. It's my van.
Bet Deluxe, the new home for online punting. And this week, it's our crazy lockdown specials. It's money back up to $50 if you run second, third, fourth or fifth on selected races. That's right, money back up to $50 if you run second, third, fourth or fifth on selected races this week. And it's money back up to $50 if you run second or third for all races at selected tracks this week. So download the brand new Bet Deluxe app today. Bet Deluxe, serious betting for serious punters. Gamble responsibly.
You adapt to the changes in your life, so why shouldn't your home? A Duncan Thompson Home Extension will make it happen.
Duncan Thompson Extensions takes care of everything from the design to the permits to the build. And they're a family business that's been extending homes for over 40 years, so they know what's most important. From concept to completion, they'll plan, design and extend your slice of the world outwards or upwards. It's good to be home.
DuncanThompson.com.au.
Sexyland stores are still open for click and collect and 2-hour delivery. Head to sexyland.com.au to browse Australia's largest range of adult toys, from new season vibes to fun games for grown-ups. Sexyland, always open for you online 24/7 at sexyland.com.au and taking phone orders on 1800 885 239.
Take me now, I'm coming. Take me now, Sexyland.
The 2021 Toyota AFL Premiership season will arguably be the hardest fought in the history of our game. Our players, clubs, members and fans have united to overcome the uncertainty of another rollercoaster season. The harder the fight, the bigger the prize.
I want you to make me the proudest coach in league history.
This is the 2021 Toyota AFL Final Series. This is the best of us. For all the latest info, go to finals.afl.
7:30 Monday, it's back.
Welcome to the Masked Singer! That's not my name.
In an epic 3-week event, can you guess who's behind the mask? The Masked Singer is back. 7:30 Monday on 10.
Want to win a ute? Tickets to the 2022 AFL Grand Final? Or how about a year of beer? Carlton Draft's got you covered with Match to Win. Just grab a Carlton Draft from any specially marked case and match 3 bottle caps for your chance to win.
In partnership with VB, T's and C's apply. Over 18s only. Drink responsibly. Permit TP 00044GF AFL 21/26.
Werribee Isuzu Ute is Victoria's #1 selling Isuzu Ute dealership. They make buying cars easy. All new MUX has arrived from $51,990 and this changes everything. And it's selling fast. There's also over 200 used cars and utes in stock with their biggest clearance sale ever on all makes and models. Plus, they pay top dollar for trade-ins, any make and model. Werribee Isuzu. With Click and Buy, they can deliver to your door. WerribeeIsuzuUte.com.au.
LMCT 114.
You're listening to AFL Nation for the Beaumont Tiles Trade Club.
Long, we're 50 minutes away from the opening bounce. On AFL Nation, win 1 year's supply of one classic lager, the beer you can count on. Visit iCanWin.com.au. We are shortly going to touch base with the Melbourne camp with the GM of Football Performance, Alan Richardson, as the D's look to progress to the grand final for the first time in 21 years.
I know we probably do this more in grand final week, but just some of the individuals, you look at their stories, particularly with Melbourne, with them trying to make it. Is there a teammate that you played with there, that you particularly would love to get that ultimate glory, Geordie, for example?
Yeah, and he hasn't been selected. So
we'll come back to this and pick that conversation up, because Alan Richardson is with us now from Optus Stadium. Richo, welcome.
Jared, how are you?
I'm well. How are you?
Yeah, very good, very excited. Boys are ready to go. Both teams are out in the ground now, just doing their bit, getting ready for the game. No, it's bloody exciting.
Have you plotted your way through the fortnight to have everything exactly as you wanted it by the time you arrived on the bus tonight?
Yeah, we had a couple of hiccups with Smithy. Smithy obviously was a part of the plan in terms of playing the night, but he did his hamstring at training, and so Hibbo comes in, which is, we're blessed to have someone like Hibbo able to come in and play, given his experience and given the influence that he's had in our back six all year. So that's great. But no, everything's been good. The last week was backed off a bit for obvious reasons. Once we found out who we were playing, we could plan training around us and to some extent around the Cats. So that's been really positive.
Richo, as you look around, I imagine you're out on the ground. Is there much blue and red?
Yeah, there is, Louis. In fact, the big Go Doomans signs are going around the outside, of the tiers, if you like, and there is a fair bit of blue and red. Yeah, no, I imagine I'm probably just looking for the blue and red, to be honest, and dismissing some of the blue and the white. But I reckon there'll be at least 50-50. We hope there's a bit more for us, but it's just great for our players, for both clubs, to be able to play in front of crowds. We haven't really done it in front of our own crowds anyway for a while. So, that's going to be brilliant.
A player that we've seen come into the side, I was fortunate enough to see him when he arrived at the club, in Jack Bowie. How have you seen his progression? He just looked unfazed at the level, and, finally in his first year coming up against the Geelong football side in a prelim final.
Yeah, no, he's been a bit of a surprise. I mean, his VFL form was terrific. But we all acknowledge there's a real jump from that level of footy to the next, and he's in a part of the ground, Louis, where all these finals teams are massively focused on. Once you get it in there, lock it in there, and that means putting defenders, particularly those with the footy, under enormous pressure so you can get it back as quickly as possible. But Bowser's his cleanliness, his ability to be one touch and execute under pressure has probably been the standout feature. He's really composed with the ball. We probably haven't seen as much of that, to be frank, at the minute. His creativity with the footy, it's more been how clean and how quickly he gets the ball off to Asylum, etc. His defence has been strong, and it's been important given Hunty has gone out of the team because of injury. So, no, he's been a real bonus for us in the short term, and he's going to be a ripper for us long term.
So going from the young to the old, how hard has it been to, I suppose, keep Nathan Jones out of the side? No doubt you would have gone through multiple conversations and scenarios, and do we fit him in, do we not fit him in? How hard's that been?
Oh, yeah, it's tough. There's probably no one more decorated in terms of service to our footy club through really challenging times. So, there's a real emotional want to do what you can to reward someone like that. But, we've picked the team, Louis, based on what we think is best to win the game of footy. And synergy and connection is really important. Our defence in particular relies on 18 blokes that are really strongly connected and that have played a bit of footy together. And if we do need to change, a bit like what we've said with Hunty and Bowser, then we change like for like, as opposed to trying to conjure something up. Even if it is that someone might have been performing better in a different role at VFL level, we haven't gone that way. We've gone with like for like to make sure we maintain that connection so that our system works. And that's been tough for Jonesy, but he's been brilliant with his form at VFL level, and he's probably been even more impressive with the way that he's conducted himself. I mean, you know him well. We'd expect nothing less. He's just a genuinely outstanding fella. He loves the Demons. He's proud of where his group's at. He's had an enormous influence on the journey to date, and he's keen to do whatever he can for our players.
There was a question mark, Richo, during the week over Alex Neil-Bullen. Clearly he's got his spot in the side, and he's right. Who would have come in if he had have missed out, if you're doing like for like?
Oh, no, Jonesy would have been in that. He would have definitely been in that conversation, Jared. Yeah, Jonesy has predominantly played midfield at VFL level, and even that system has been compromised the last months because there's been no VFL competition. They've been, for example, our last game was a 14v14 against the Cats down there. Jonesy had 43, kicked a couple, mainly playing midfield, but certainly playing forward. And when he's played senior footy for us this year, he's been that. There is a role in our team that's a bit of everything. It's a bit of half forward, it's a bit of wing, and it's a bit of midfield, inside mid, and he does that. He does that pretty often. So he definitely would have been in that, strongly in that conversation.
Can I ask you about your defence? They've got Hawkins, Radaglia, and Cameron. Have you given specific players specific matchups, or is May going to take the deepest, which you expect's going to be Hawkins, Radaglia and Petty, Cameron and Rivers, or have you got Lever coming over onto Cameron?
No, you're right, Jared. It's much more about where they are, and how that evolves, and how high players play. We certainly like Maisie because of his speed and his ability to read the play. It doesn't influence his ability to mark the footy even if he's deep. So we're okay with that. We're okay with him being high too. To be honest, he's quite versatile. But no, it's a little bit about where they play. We think we've got pretty good matchups. We've got pretty good matchups there. We think that Hibbo can do a job on a tall. He can do a job on a player that leads, and he can do a pretty good job on someone at the fall of the ball. So, no, we've got pretty good coverage there.
And do you expect Clayton Oliver to be hard tagged or even soft tagged around stoppages?
Well, Scotty's the Cats have done a bit of both, haven't they? Certainly when O'Connor was in the team, it was probably more in the forward half of the year. He certainly was experimenting with the dead set lockdown. There's been periods where it's been a bit more of a cooler, where if someone is having an influence on the game and that is also having an impact on the scoreboard, he's done a bit there too. So, they've got some genuine superstars in that part of the ground that we'll have to be mindful of and have the same sort of approach too, to be honest.
Richo, good luck for tonight. Thanks for your time.
Good on you, Jared. Thanks, guys.
Alan Richardson, the General Manager of Football Performance at Melbourne. So we'll come back and do our full preview shortly when the two teams run out on the ground. So let's just stray a little. What did you think, Jared, when you heard that Kane Little had been given his marching orders at Carlton today?
Well, it was only a question of time, I would have thought, Jared. We sat here a couple of weeks ago, and after the review came out, it looked as if his papers had been stamped. And then when the story about Brian Cook came out, it was really only a question of does he resign or do they move on him? I'm not actually sure what happened.
So it seems that he, for his own dignity, went to the president and said, well, which is it? Am I in or out?
Yeah.
And you're out.
Yeah, well, I think that's what he needed to do. As a professional, he's got his professional reputation to protect, and from the outside, he's done a really good job at getting rid of the debt and building up the finances of the club. Ultimately, he's also responsible for what happens on the ground, and footy clubs, in my view, are there to win flags. They're there to win games of footy. They're not there to have this really impressive balance sheet. That helps, but you ask any member, do you want a really impressive balance sheet or do you want to win a flag? And often winning flags actually helps your balance sheet. So when he was put on the coach selection panel, the whole thing just reeked of convenience. He was there, so he's on, and yet he was probably not going to be there when the coach actually started coaching in January next year.
Yeah, so he was there at the press conference when they announced the results of the report and the sacking of the coach, and he couldn't have looked less comfortable sitting there, and then put onto the coaching panel. Luke Sayers might end up being a genius in all of this and land Brian Cook and Alistair Clarkson, but the missteps along the way have been breathtaking.
Yeah, I don't think you're a genius just by landing Clarko and Brian Cook. I think you're a genius if you land those two and you've treated your people with the respect they deserve. And that's the step that I think he has missed. And I'd like to know how he justifies it in his own, because to me, there's been too many people left hanging on the coat hanger whilst he makes up his mind as to whether or not he's going to buy another coat.
Is your sense...
How'd you like that?
Fantastic. I'm just working through it.
Is your sense that Brian Cook will take it?
I don't have any intel on that, to be honest. I mean, Brian Cook's 65. Does he really want to commit, was it 2 years, 4 years, to rebuild this footy club? Because they need some direction, clearly. They need some direction as to how to run a footy club.
They also need some culture change, don't they? And that's where Cookie's strength would lie. But like you say, it would be a surprise on a number of other areas.
Do you think the Clarkson scenario is still alive?
I don't know. I mean,
neither do I.
I do not know. Jordan, you know him better than most. I live in the same suburb. I'm desperate to walk past him and run into him and have a look at him.
Well, all I think is if he's got 12 months sitting at home, Karen will have a say in whether he coaches or not, because knowing the way that he works and how active his mind is, and if he can't get down to his little property and he's sitting at home on the couch, there's every bit that Karen will push him out the door.
What, back into coaching?
Oh, yes.
My last conversation with Clarko was by text about 3 weeks ago, and it seemed to me that he was ready to have 12 months off.
Yeah.
It seemed strong. But, I mean, things happen. People change their minds.
It makes it very hard for a potential coach to engage with their process when they've just bulleted the chief executive, who was one of the key figures on it. And you know that if Clarko winks from across the room, she's all over.
Yeah. Yeah, and I think they need to address that to everybody who's a potential suitor, whether it's Chris Scott, Brad Scott, Don Pike. I mean, those gentlemen aren't going to go through an extended process. They're going to be required to address the board, but, this process that's just lost a key member. I'm not even sure that we know what the process is, and it probably depends on who's entering the building. But why would you bother until Clarko and they actually say Clarko is no longer part of our future? I think everything else has got a bit of a handbrake on it.
There's a bit happening in the trade space as well, which we'll run you through, and we will cross to England, where the fifth test between England and India has been cancelled on the morning that it was to take place. There's all sorts of negotiations going on.
Now the real test starts.
Yes, as the BCCI doesn't lose too many negotiations. The ECB's first step was to declare forfeit, but that's been walked back, I think, is the corporate language. That's been walked back rather rapidly. So we'll touch base there before we settle right in and preview what's about to transpire at Optus Stadium over in the West. Experience the convenience of buying your new Hyundai online with Hyundai's Click to Buy. It's easy to compare models, configure your Hyundai and make a deposit online through the secure Click to Buy process. Search Hyundai Click to Buy for details. You're listening to AFL Nation.
You're listening to AFL Nation for the Beaumont Tiles Trade Club.
Imagine the convenience of buying your new car from the comfort of your own home. With Hyundai's Click to Buy, you can shop online. We've made it easy to compare models, configure your Hyundai, and make a deposit online through our secure Click to Buy process. So, whether you're after the remarkable i30, the impressive 8-seat Palisade, or the seriously fun Kona, you can shop online with Hyundai. Search Hyundai Click to Buy for details. T's and C's apply, subject to stock availability. Speak to your Hyundai dealer for details.
For all of us who love less distractions, love putting the feet up, getting away from it all, camping, caravanning and casting a line along the way. There's a lot to enjoy with Dometic, especially camp chair exercise, aka the act of reaching into your Dometic Patrol icebox and grabbing a cold one while sitting in your camp chair. Are you with me? Dometic, everything you need for adventures, big or small.
Serious outdoor work requires serious outdoor tools. And this season, Makita is helping you rule the outdoors. Right now, you can land yourself a free Makita brushless blower when you buy any selected Makita LXT 18-volt ×2 brushless wine trimmer kit. Hurry. Limited time only. Offer via online redemption. Visit makita.com.au for details. Makita. Rule the outdoors.
The Henley Everyday Advantage with up to $90,000 of premium inclusions, plus up to $25,000 in free upgrades and existing zone discounts. Visit Henley World of Homes and get more of what you want.
It's the players you can count on during footy finals, thanks to one classic lager.
And the Western Bulldogs can count on Marcus Bontempelli. When it gets tough and the Bulldogs need to lift, keep the cameras on Bontempelli, a key member of the Dogs AFL Grand Final glory in 2016. He'll be leading their charge again this year as captain.
For the beer you can count on during footy finals, try one classic lager. It's one standard drink in a big 500ml can at BWS and Dan Murphy's.
Real estate's changing. More and more, it feels like a lot of the advice my dad gave me is irrelevant now. You know, stuff like fix the kitchen, paint covers all problems, pay good commission for a great agent. Sorry, Dad. We went with My Auction instead, Melbourne's first DIY auction agency. For a modest fixed fee, they coordinate marketing for your property, attract buyers, and auction your home. For zero commission, visit myauctionmelbourne.com.au.
At Harley Heaven, the front doors are closed, but in lockdown, the roar of Harley-Davidson is louder than ever. Contactless, virtual, new and used motorcycle inquiries and appointments are all available on Zoom, Teams and FaceTime. Bike buying with free pickup and same-day payment. Call and collect parts, accessories, merch, essential servicing, workshop repairs and finance options. Harley Heaven is weaving through lockdown. Your home of Harley-Davidson. harleyheaven.com.au.
Invoices.
Hooray.
But sent instantly.
Hooray.
Keeping track of payments.
What?
But managing them online instead.
What?
With Xero, it's business but better. Start your free 30-day trial at xero.com.
Oh, we've been there for everything.
Footy isn't footy without a hot 4 and 20. Enjoy our classic meat pie in rich, delicious gravy or our king-size sausage rolls wrapped in golden flaky pastry. And for a real game changer, try our new meat-free range with mouth-watering plant-based fillings. This final season, 4 and 20 has something for every fan. Find your favourite 4 and 20 in your local supermarket freezer aisle or convenience store pie warmer.
Oh, what a lovely pie, me mates, a 4 and 20 pie.
You're listening to AFL Nation for the Beaumont Tiles Trade Club.
But that's a real privilege for us. You know, we think we've worked our way to create an opportunity to put our best on show, and that's the way we're looking at it. We want to embrace that past. We want to make sure that we really respect what the opportunity that's in front of us and go after it. And that's what the players have been brilliant about all year.
Their situation is for them to concern themselves about. I'm not going to speculate on how they might handle it or how they might be feeling. But I prefer to have a bit more experience than less, like from our side of things. Yeah, I think it helps a tiny little bit at the margin.
The view of the two coaches around experience heading into this preliminary final tonight. AFL Nation, the pre-game show for the Beaumont Tiles Trade Club. We will explore that and touch on the trade scenarios that have revealed themselves throughout the day as well. But we would have been going around the grounds for Chemist Warehouse tonight to Old Trafford and checking in on the fifth test between England and India. Adam Collins would have led our call team on SEN, would have had a nice drive home listening to him, but that's not to be. Colo, welcome.
G'day, Jared. Yeah, what a dramatic and deflating morning.
What's happened? How did it unfold?
Well, at about 7:15, I think it was, a text came through giving us the tip that the test might be off. Or maybe not the test off, but at least today was off. Then there was speculation that they might get on Saturday or Sunday, and within 90 minutes, the whole thing was called off. So that's the end of the series. India win 2-1, and even that's a point of some debate, because the first statement we got from the ECB said that India had forfeited the test match, which you would assume therefore meaning England get the test and a 2-2 series draw. But that was later updated and forfeit was removed. So predictably, when it comes to cricket administration, as you know well, it's never straightforward.
So I imagine the argy-bargy behind the scenes there. So it was the last day at the Oval that Ravi Shastri had tested positive and wasn't around the team, and so they've had new cases. Is that how it's to be understood?
Yeah, it was the penultimate day at the Oval, a day where India were in a fantastic position, 3 wickets down when they were starting, building a healthy lead. And look, to be perfectly honest with you, when there's been cases of COVID inside camps in England this year and last year, the game's simply been called off, but that wasn't the case. The show did go on. However, since that India win, famous win, stirring win, there's been a subsequent case that's been tested positive, a physio with the team who's worked with a number of the senior players, and the concern from the Indian camp is that with the incubation period with COVID, it could be the case that in the next couple of days that players could fall victim to it, and in turn the whole test would then be called off, and also the players would need to stay in the UK for a couple of weeks in order to meet the guidelines from Public Health England.
Adam, can I ask you, what would happen if half a dozen players got the flu, serious flu, and then were bedridden for 3 days? What would the result be there?
Well, it wouldn't be like this because the public health guidelines wouldn't require players to quarantine and isolate in that scenario. So I don't think there'd be the same stipulations when it comes to international travel. The Indian Premier League starts in 10 days. You could say, what a coincidence that they're going home now. The old Muriel's wedding, Deirdre Chambers, what a coincidence. But however, I do caveat that by saying that England did pull out of a series in South Africa late last year on what turned out to be a couple of false positive tests in the South African camp and other support staff. So it isn't without precedent for this to happen. You could argue that it's England's comeuppance for what happened in South Africa late last year, early this year. So look, obviously, there's been a lot of Test cricket played in England over the last 2 years. In some respects, we've been fortunate that we haven't had one cancelled yet. It just feels like a cruel blow, because what a great series it's been. What a celebration of Test cricket it's been. It's such a crying shame that they won't get to take it to its natural conclusion at Manchester this week.
So, Colo, what do you think the result of the series will be? What is it provisionally, do you think? Is it 2-1?
I would be flabbergasted if the BCCI accept anything other than 2-1. And as we know, what they say will ultimately prevail. So, look, I feel desperately sorry for the club up at Lancashire. All they've endured, the cricket community up in the north of England through COVID, to miss out on this test match, for all of the industry, I suppose, around a test match, for the fans. 21,000 people were set to be there today. It's not just about the players in a test match. There's the whole circus, I suppose. So, yeah, it's a crying shame. I'm sure it'll be 2-1, and I'm sure they'll all go off to the IPL, and all will be fine in the UAE, because that's the necessity from here. It's to get everyone out of the country and not having any further positive cases. So, yeah, I'm sure that will be the first priority once they've got the argy-bargy in the boardroom out of the way today. Yeah,
it shows how fraught it all is. Good on you, Colo. It's been terrific listening, and I'm sorry I won't be there for the next 5 nights.
Thanks, Jared. Have a good call tonight.
Good on you. Adam Collins from Old Trafford with dramatic events. As dramatic as there's been in world sport, there's been a couple of moments, but the morning of the deciding test match will be at the top of the list.
Probably more amazing that it hasn't happened more often than it has, really.
Which brings us back to the bye.
Yes, it really does.
It does. It's a very strange decision from Gill, but he obviously has his reasons. He's had a hell of a 18 months leading the game. But this one, it just doesn't seem to sit in the logic corner.
No, imagine if we came unstuck on September 21, having sat idly by. Anyway.
I'm glad Nicola's not in the state.
Yes, although...
They might end up with it.
You
wouldn't be able to train if you did.
We put ourselves in the hands of Smirk, so who's to say how it will unfold. But so your point on the flu, Jared, is...
Well, if it is the flu, I know Adam didn't sort of give it any great respect, that question, I must admit. But if 6 blokes have the flu and you can't put a team in, what's the result?
I would assume it's a forfeit.
That's right.
Yep.
So why is this different?
Yeah, because India says so.
Well, I think there is a provision in the ICC, I was reading it today, that COVID is a legitimate reason to forfeit to pull out of a match and it not be deemed a forfeit.
Well, then why did the ECB?
Well, that's, I'm not sure exactly what but I read that in an article somewhere.
Okay.
So.
That's the politics around it are going to be absolutely fascinating. Okay, we'll set ourselves up for Optus Stadium, Melbourne and Geelong. The first of these preliminary finals tomorrow night, Adelaide Oval. It'll be Port Adelaide and the Western Bulldogs. Tonight is a sellout in Perth, so it'll give us a great taste for what a grand final is going to look like in a couple of weeks' time. The warm-ups to begin shortly for Ream. Install a Ream, Australia's favourite in hot water. And we will touch on these trade scenarios and retirements from the day as well before we delve into the full preview. Experience the convenience of buying your new Hyundai online with Hyundai's Click to Buy. It's easy to compare models, configure your Hyundai and make a deposit online through the secure Click to Buy process. Search Hyundai Click to Buy for details.
You're listening to AFL Nation for the Beaumont Tiles Trade Club.
Kick off the footy finals and score a great deal at Dan Murphy's. Pick up a winner with a mixed 10-pack of Vodka Cruiser 275ml bottles for only $33.90. Shop unbeatable prices in-store or online at danmurphys.com.au. Choose to drink wise. Conditions apply. Offer ends Wednesday, September 15.
For over 100 years, Trojan Tools have been helping tradies and DIYers get the job done. And since then, Trojan has added heaps of tools to its range. Everything from screwdrivers, pliers and hammers to tape measures, hand saws and paint scrapers. Trojan tools are tried and tested and come with a lifetime warranty. And we mean it. You break it, we'll replace it. No questions asked. With Trojan tools, there's no substitute for quality. Whatever the job, Trojan tools are up to the task. Trojan, tools built tough. Available at Bunnings Warehouse.
The Kogan Money credit card is full of value with no annual fees, amazing rewards and a complimentary Kogan First membership giving you cheaper deals and free shipping at Kogan.com. And right now, you can earn up to $400 Kogan.com credit when you meet the spend requirements. Plus, earn up to 2 cents worth of Kogan.com credit for every dollar of eligible spend. So make the switch to a better value credit card today at koganmoney.com.au/footy.
Offer ends September 30th, 2021. T's and C's credit criteria apply.
Product issuer and credit provider Citigroup Pty Ltd.
Imagine the convenience of buying your new car from the comfort of your own home. With Hyundai's Click to Buy, you can shop online. We've made it easy to compare models, configure your Hyundai and make a deposit online through our secure Click to Buy process. So, whether you're after the remarkable i30, the impressive 8-seat Palisade or the seriously fun Kona, you can shop online with Hyundai. Search Hyundai Click to Buy for details. T's and C's apply, subject to stock availability. Speak to your Hyundai dealer for details.
You know the easiest choice in the world? The choice after work between beer or admin.
Exactly.
Or having to do a quote.
Exactly. So do both.
What?
I reckon you need Build Exact. It's the easy-to-use estimating and job management software. It handles everything from takeoff to complete a job.
Yeah?
Yeah, using Build Exact takes 80% less time to do an estimate online, and it means when I get home...
It's beer o'clock.
Exactly. Head to buildexact.com.au to book your free demo.
Choose an internet and mobile provider you can trust like a mate. Get internet from just $59 a month. Bundle your mobile plan and save a further $10 a month on your internet. No contracts and award-winning Aussie service. Mate's got your back. Visit letsbemates.com.au.
Sustained performance in footy is more than just one great game. It's about playing consistently, game after game, season after season. It's the same with your super. Because if you're with Host Plus, you're with a super fund with a history of long-term top performance. Host Plus, we go with you.
This is general advice only. Consider the relevant Host Plus PDS available at hostplus.com.au before deciding if Host Plus is appropriate for you. Past performance is not a reliable indicator of future performance.
The 2021 Toyota AFL Premiership season will arguably be the hardest fought in the history of our game. Our players, clubs, members and fans have united to overcome the uncertainty of another rollercoaster season. The harder the fight, the bigger the prize.
I want you to make me the proudest coach in league history.
This is the 2021 Toyota AFL Final Series. This is the best of us. For all the latest info, go to finals.afl.
Your next home makeover could be on the house with the Monopoly game at Macca's. Peel and scan your way to a Philips audio and visual package, a Makita 18-volt LXT cooler warmer, or an ultimate barcode toolkit. Peel and scan to win at Macca's today. End October 19. Full terms at mcdonalds.com.au.
Want to win a ute? Tickets to the 2022 AFL Grand Final? Or how about a year of beer? Carlton Draft's got you covered with Match to Win. Just grab a Carlton Draft from any specially marked case and match 3 bottle caps for your chance to win.
In partnership with VB, T's and C's apply. Over 18s only. Drink responsibly. Permit TP 00044 GF AFL 21/26.
You're listening to AFL Nation for the Beaumont Tiles Trade Club.
Stadium on a gorgeous night in Perth, Melbourne and Geelong preparing to do battle for a place in the 2021 Grand Final. Before Jared Healy and Jordan Lewis take you through it, let's get the latest from the PointsBet update, followed by the latest in news.
A PointsBet update. It's shacking easy to bet anytime. Download the PointsBet app today. Gamble responsibly. Call 1-800-858-858.
G'day punters, Elliot from PointsBet previewing the game tonight, Melbourne versus Geelong. The big prelim final and the D's, they head into this game favourites. $1.46 with us at PointsBet head-to-head. Geelong outsiders at $2.80, just over a 2-goal start on the line. They are plus 12.5. Total match points over or under 148.5. So pretty low scoring affair here. Expecting this one to go under. Both sides have been pretty good in defence all year. First goal scorer markets, always popular. Bailey Fritsch on your first line of betting, along with Tom Hawkins, both at $9. Jeremy Cameron, $9.50. And Ben Brown, $10 to kick the first goal at PointsBet. Plus, we've got the same game multi refund offer. So place a 3 or more leg same game multi on the footy tonight. And if it loses, you get your money back in bonus up to $25. T's and C's do apply, so head to pointsbet.com.au, download the app, and as always, please gamble responsibly.
A sports news update for Fuchs Lubricants, Australian made with German technology that pays back.
G'day, Sam Fantasia with the latest in sport. Lions coach Chris Fagan has backed in Lachie Neale, saying he'd have considered a move back to WA2 if he was in the Brownlow medalist's shoes. The comments come after it was revealed the 28-year-old and his pregnant wife were considering heading back to Perth for family reasons. Western Bulldogs coach Luke Beveridge has played down concerns over Marcus Bontempelli's knee. The 25-year-old landed awkwardly in the win over the Lions last week, putting his place in the side tomorrow in doubt. However, Beveridge says the club's not taking any risks around their skipper's long-term future by playing him against Port Adelaide. That's sport. It's all thanks to Fuchs Lubricants, Australian made with German technology that pays back.
The Cats are first out in Perth, the Demons to follow shortly. Just before the preview, Jordan Dawson has requested a trade from the Swans to one of the South Australian teams. Jared Healy, what did you think when that landed in front of us?
Well, I sort of had a whisper about that last week, and it shocked me to a large degree because the Swans have come a long way, and one of the reasons they've come a long way is because Jordan Dawson's turned himself into nearly an A-grade wingman stroke half-back. His kicking is incredible. His consistency this year was superb. So to lose a player like that, and I'm told it's for personal reasons, is a savage blow. They won't let him go easily. He's got 2 clubs to pick from, but, it's hard to replace somebody who plays the role that he's playing.
He'd be a good asset for Port while they're in the window, or Adelaide while they're trying to put it all back together.
It's a great asset. That's the one thing that we do know. Swans are losing a great asset. Somebody's going to pick somebody up. The question is, what do you pay for it?
Jake Kelly's going to move from Adelaide to Essendon as an unrestricted free agent, Jordan.
I just don't think that he's nominated Essendon, but it's not really a need that Essendon have. I mean, their defence is really solid with the defence that they've put together. So clearly he'll add to that. But there would have been a few other Victorian sides that would have liked to have known that he was interested in coming home and put their offer forward to see if he wanted to join them. But Essendon will just strengthen their back line, and they will be a side, I think, that play finals next year.
He's in good form, Adrian Dodoro. He's had the chest out for a little bit.
And a former teammate of yours has retired. Grant Birchall is calling it a day in Brisbane.
Yeah, it's the last of the crew, I suppose, that the players that played in all 4, and he extended his career up in Brisbane, and I think it's a decision that he got the absolute most out of himself. I mean, he was one of the premium halfbacks there for, I think, a good 5 to 10 years. He was a solid player from defence to being that attacking halfback, 2012 All-Australian 4-time premiership player. Fantastic career.
And Durham very relieved at that too, because he doesn't want any more 5-timers.
All right, the Demons are about to leave their room and head out onto Optus Stadium for this preliminary final tonight. So let's go in the garage with both sides tonight for Autobarn. Autobarn has your top automotive gear at low prices. Jared Healy and Jordan Lewis.
Jordan, I look at this side and I worry about the defence of Geelong. Henderson's a bit slow. I'm not sure who he's going to play on. Brown's actually really quick. We know that. McDonald's super quick. We know that. Jackson's pretty quick for a big bloke. So I'm not sure where he plays. It may not even be as a man-on-man role. It might be just he's the back defender and he looks after that area. Fritz, I'll be interested to see if Fritz actually plays without getting his hair out of place again. He is just an extraordinary
You
player.
should see it right now. It is on point.
I did see it in the last build-up, but let's see if Henry can ruffle his feathers a little bit. Spargo and Neil Bullen and Pickett, they've got some really difficult players to match up on at ground level, and then they can go super tall. They can play full tours with Jackson, McDonald, Brown and Fritz, let's call it 3.5 tall. So Melbourne's flexibility in the forward half, I think, will trouble Geelong. I'm not sure who Koladashny goes to. Blitzars is a really important player for them. They looked so much better last week when he was a key defender. But that mix there, I think, is where Melbourne may get a big advantage.
Yeah, I think if you look at the game against Port Adelaide, it was the Port Adelaide Smalls that had some real damage. You think of Fantasia, Pau Pepper comes on, kicks a couple of goals. Robbie Gray looked dangerous. So it is the ability for the Melbourne forwards to bring it to ground, because that is their biggest vulnerability. I think the Geelong defence, they don't cope well with ground balls, and it is also the challenge, I suppose, from a midfield point of view, understanding that you've got some really good height in the forward 50, but not only thinking that's your only way to go forward.
So we've got a couple of question marks. Where is Guthrie going to play and where is Tui going to play?
Yeah, I mean, if it was me, I'd be playing Tui at halfback. I just think that, with the loss of Stewart, Tui is that architect back there. He defends like his life depends on it, but he is such a good ball user, which they lack in their back half. When you look through their defenders, they're not attacking defenders. So you need, Smith gets back as that winger, but you need someone that's stationed there to cope with the pressure, set the defenders up when the ball isn't in the area, but also to be able to use that player as the relief kick. I just don't think Guthrie's that player. He panics when the pressure is really high. He's not a good distributor. For me, it's put him up on the wing where you can limit the mistakes that he could potentially make and have Tui down at the half-back line.
The other issue is, and I hear it all the time, it's all about the contest, and I agree, it's all about the contest, but it's also all about hitting targets when you win the contest. No point winning the contest, giving it back. Richmond lost the contest at centre bounces for 3 premierships because they set up behind the ball. Yep. They set up to go 100% at stoppage. If they lost the stoppage, they set up to rebound when they got the ball back because everybody just bombed it into their forward line. So as much as they've got Ratugolea, I don't want to see, if I'm a Geelong supporter and I'm a Geelong coach, I don't want to see bombs into that forward line. I want to see directed kicking. I mean, they have got some super players in their side, Dangerfield, Selwood, Guthrie, Duncan. I mean, Duncan's the best distributor of the lot. Guthrie is probably the next best, and then you've got Selwood and Dangerfield are the 2 biggest names, but can bomb the ball to a degree, and they need to hit some targets.
Yeah, so that's their greatest challenge, I think, is one from a stoppage point of view, and let's talk centre bounce, is Melbourne will have a more defensive structure, I would imagine, to stop them coming out the front, because that's when they can be quite dangerous, exploding and causing some issues. And then, for me, it's around the ground. If they do play that slower type of ball movement and don't access the open side of the ground, don't challenge Melbourne defensively, it will become a bombing game because Melbourne's set up so well defensively. They've got good spatial awareness. They understand how far away they are from the ball. They don't allow sides to switch the ball. So that's what, for me, Geelong have got a challenge. If they're in a contest all night, I think it suits the defence of Melbourne. If they use the ball skinny all night, that allows Melbourne to use the open side of the ground to switch and run and invite those wingers into the play. And centre bounce is a huge one. When Geelong were on top, they were coming out the front. They were very good. They piled on 7-8 goals in a row. When Melbourne forced them back, that's when they had issues going forward.
The one thing that's always important in finals, and the bigger the final, the more important it is kicking for goal.
Yep.
I thought one thing that got lost in the Melbourne win over Brisbane is that they're kicking for goal. I thought they stuffed a few of their lines. I mean, they kicked 13-15. Petrarca, no one was the one individual culprit. It spread for a while, didn't it?
I think for me, I looked at that game and it was like they were trying too hard. There was no composure going inside forward 50. So I think both sides have dealt with this issue. I mean, Geelong have started games really well, yet the last 2 weeks they've been 2 goals 5 at quarter time. Yeah. So they have to make the most of their opportunities because they're clearly getting them. So that's what finals it does. It sometimes you can have great intentions and you can want it too much. You've still got to have composure. You've got to make good decisions, whether it be the first quarter, the last quarter. You've got to have an aggressive type of mindset when the opposition have got the ball. But when you get the ball and you get the ability to use it, you've got to slow yourself down.
And it was noticeable last week Tom Hawkins slowed himself down when he had shots for goal.
And it was also noticeable last week that if you don't convert, you lose.
Yep.
Brisbane expected score was an 18-point win, and yet they lose by a point. So your point's well made. You can be the best side and still lose if your forwards and your mids don't put it through the big sticks.
The weather report for Fujitsu, Australia's favourite air. It's 15 degrees in Perth tonight, off a top of 19. When the temperature hits you, just get a Fujitsu. And both teams are working through their warm-ups for Ream. Installer Ream, Australia's favourite in hot water.
Salem has been one, I think, that has been the architect all year. First half better than the second half, but has played a fantastic role across half-back. Is tonight the night that he gets hard tagged? Does Myers go to Salem and say, hey, there's no distribution from you tonight. I'm the bloke who's going to be piggybacking or going around piggybacking on your shoulders?
I mean, he's clearly so important. The half-back plays that under pressure off 2 steps can find an outlet and just relieve all the pressure. So do they challenge him defensively? I think Bowie coming in relieves a little bit of the pressure on Salem because you've got another young, inexperienced defender down there, but he's composed, he makes good decisions with the ball. So a lot isn't reliant on Salem. And he can defend. He's a really good one-on-one defender, really strong in the contest. So I think they're well suited to their half-backs. Understanding the language that comes out of Geelong and Chris Scott, I don't think they look at those types of matchups and go, oh, let's worry about them. How about they worry about us? Why not say they should be worried about Hawkins, Cameron, Rowan, Dangerfield, Selwood. We've got firepower too, yet all the questions that would be coming his way. What are you going to do with this play? What are you going to do with that play? Now and even from Sean Grigg, let's see how the first quarter unfolds. Both teams have things they can go to, but it's a prelim final. I think they'll back themselves in and see how they go.
The medical subs for Illuminate Garden Lighting, the tradies' choice. So James Jordan for Melbourne and Sean Higgins for Geelong. The two teams are as selected, which means Lockie Henderson got through his fitness test and he is part of the game. Illuminate Garden Lighting in a league of their own.
So the Cats had to add a bit more experience to their team, didn't they?
Well, if anything, you've got to say that Chris is loyal to the people he brings to the club. I mean, it's now time for that loyalty to be repaid, and he has had so many opportunities. It's time that he put on one of his best performances.
Unmissable moments for Drinkwise. Choose to Drinkwise. You won't miss a moment if you drink wise. Is round 23 is sharp in everybody's memory. The scenes after the siren when Melbourne claimed the minor premiership on Max Gawn's winner, and it has been analysed thoroughly throughout the week as to what hints are there for us as we gather tonight. These warm-ups for Ream. Warm-up, Ream steady, hot and strong.
All the texts are coming through already. I wish we were bad again. This is too much. I'm nervous. I can't handle the wish we were bad again. That's great. So it's the emotional ride you are on as a supporter. I love it. Yeah, and we're seeing on screen Cozzy Pickett. We haven't made mention of Cozzy all that much, but he's a danger down forward. I mean, thinking of when they played in round 23, he was in the top half a dozen rated players on the ground. He's probably going to get Buse. You would think Buse would be the perfect matchup to be able to play on Cozzy Pickett, but he doesn't need many touches to have a serious impact on this game.
Buse is actually a pretty important player for Geelong, going the other way too, isn't he? So if he's watching worried about Pickett all the time. That takes that
It
away.
may deter from your aggressive mindset when coming out of half-back. So this could be the making of Cozzy. Big final over in the West, backing up when you played the same side in round 23. We've seen glimpses, but this might be a Cyril Rioli of 2008 in the grand final where people go, wow.
Well, in the first 7 weeks, Champion Data had him rated as the number 1 small forward in the game. Next 7 weeks dropped off. After the bye, he started to find his form again, but could be the coming out moment where he is regarded as the superstar that I think he's clearly going to become. He may even go through the middle of the ground just to get himself going if he has a slow start.
And then the other one's Jeremy Cameron. Just love to see him light it up and bounce back and get this side going, especially forward of the ball. He looks much better when he's up a bit higher from.
So you got Jeremy Cameron, who needs a big game for all sorts of reasons that are pretty obvious. I think Paddy Dangerfield needs a big game just because he needs a big game.
We'll come back to this. This is all for Autobarn Top Gear low prices.
The AFL acknowledges the Noongar people of Western Australia, the traditional owners of the land on which we gather today, and we pay our respects to elders past, present and emerging. We acknowledge we play our great game on this land and respect the cultures of all First Peoples, their contribution to our nation and contribution to the game of Australian rules football. The AFL invites you now to direct your attention to the big screens for the Welcome to Country.
Welcome to the 2021 Toyota AFL Finals. The preliminary final here at Optus Stadium. Kaya, nunak jenengan wajak boja, ngala mot boja, wen boja, kobrak boja. Maman jeneng nunak jenengan balangan wabani. Perawan nunak mot, kau nunak kalak nunak boja nunak mot. Maman jeneng nunak kayawa. You're looking at Wajak country. This is the land of our people, spiritual country. It's a place where we've been gathering and creating stories for thousands of years. We ask the good spirit to watch over us and keep us safe, and at the end of the game, take each and every one of you back home safely to your families. Bola nyonga, bola, bola, bola nyonga, bola, bola, manor boja, boja, boja.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, please join with the coaches, players and umpires for the Australian National Anthem.
It's a stirring scene in Perth. Melbourne and Geelong about to go at it in the first preliminary final. The final word ahead of the match with our experts here for car sales. Sell your car the hassle-free way with car sales instant offer. Jordan Lewis and Jared Healy. What else do you want to put out there?
Well, I suppose what you're loving when you tune in to watch preliminary finals is the intensity in which it's played at. And then on the back of that, I always like to watch which side settles the most and the quickest. So it's fascinating. You're on neutral territory. There looks like there's a lot of red and blue over there, Jared, as the camera pans around to the crowd. But this is what you play for. You play for a chance to get yourself into a grand final. So, and this moment and minute to go before the opening bounce, that's what you want. You just want the ball to be bounced and then you get straight into it, because it's been in Melbourne's case, a long 2 weeks to be able to think about this.
It is, it has, and it's been the exact opposite for Geelong, who went home with their tail between their legs after a flogging by Port Adelaide. Had a really bad loss against Melbourne in round 23, and then they resurrected their season to a small degree last week. But this is what it's all about. They are here to rectify the loss last year against Richmond, and the only way to do that is to win tonight and get into another grand final. They've had a fantastic run under Chris Scott, but Max Gawn and Stanley may well be the pivotal matchup. A couple of weeks ago, Stanley was near BOG till three-quarter time, and then Max became the match winner. And so they look incredibly bonded. They look as if they're right behind their team leader right now, Max. There's this certain element of and a feel of it's Melbourne's destiny, and I think that's going to carry them a long way. But there's no feeling like that in the Geelong camp. And Chris Scott, he's got his own destiny. He wants that second flag, and he's desperate for it. And so too is Paddy Dangerfield. He wants his first flag. So there's lots and lots of storylines running through that. Probably the Dangerfield first flag is as strong as any for an individual, but Melbourne's first flag since 64 from a team perspective is extraordinarily motivating, I'm sure, for this group.
Melbourne's won the toss. They'll kick to the right of screen in this opening term. The opening bounce is pending for Tyre Power awarded CanStar Blues most satisfied customers again. Jordan, who are you tipping?
I think the D's just, Jared.
Jared?
I'm going for the D's. I reckon that they may win comfortably by 4 or 5 goals.
What do you two think?
Objectively, if they played 10 times, I think Melbourne wins 7.
It seems like a pretty fair measure. Anthony Hudson on AFL Nation to get this preliminary final underway.
We know the history. The moment has arrived. We start the present preliminary final in Perth. Melbourne versus Geelong.
And Selwood putting a lot of time into Oliver in the push and shove department.
Max Gawn, Reece Stanley will be the first to go at it. They'll be split by the perfect bounce. And up rises Stanley. Didn't make connection. It hits the ground. First onto a Dangerfield. Slick hands were good to Stanley, and then an upended Selwood kicked Geelong forward. But it's marked by Salem straight away, and he can send Melbourne forward with a careful kick to Viney.
Yeah, Salem picked up Gary Rowan early. He's already into his second possession.
Not the best-looking kick for up to the wing from Salem, but it comes off Zach Guthrie to Pickett, who's dynamic already, and he delivered beautifully to Ben Brown.
How good was that? I mean, just such a smart play. Zach Guthrie's entitled to go for the ball in the air, but just didn't get a big enough spoil on it. Then Cozzy Pickett stayed on the ground, little sidestep, beautiful delivery to Ben Brown.
Yeah, little things. We don't think about the defensive punches. That ball just had to go over the boundary line. It could cost them their first goal.
Instead, the footy is with Ben Brown, playing his 12th game as a Demon. What a journey it's been for him in the last 18 months. He gets the chance to kick the first of the preliminary final. 50 metres out. It's tight. It looks good until the very last moment. It clips the post. And the first shot of the match is a behind. A tough one, over 50 metres from a 45-degree angle. But we talked about how crucial those shots for goal are going to be.
Yeah, and Cozzy already making his mark.
Tui darted in, gave it to Isaac Smith, who clears from the defensive 50. Gawn closes from the side. He went to spoil when he arrived. It's to be one underfoot. Bowie is onto it, sidesteps his way, almost smothered, but he measured the pass off well. Pickett takes the mark. He guides Melbourne inside 50, and McDonald's on the lead, claims the mark.
I don't know what Zach Guthrie was trying to do there. McDonald was in front of him. You've got to come up and body him. He looked like he was retreating to the goal square where there was no Melbourne player, but great start from Melbourne. Great start from Bowie as well.
Yep.
Just nice composure.
Both key forwards have got to look at it in the first couple of minutes. Tom McDonald on the opposite side of goal. He's 10 metres in from the boundary and 50 metres from the target, and he kicks it into the man on the mark, Zach Guthrie, and then he's tackled out of bounds.
Well, he made up for his first error there, Zach Guthrie, by producing a really good spoil. He jumped, and he could have gone and walked straight around him, big McDonald, but that's 2 Blues from Melbourne's 2 key forwards, but their ball use through the middle has been first class to date.
Boundary throw-in just outside the 50 for Melbourne. Little hip and shoulder from Isaac Smith is met by a shove from Brayshaw back at you, and the ball off Smith's hands and returns over the line.
So Selwood putting a lot of time into Clayton Oliver at these stoppages, as he did in round 23.
Ball on its way back into play. Gorn with prime position, won the tap. Duncan's hands were good. Released Dangerfield. Off half back, he has a bounce with a left hand. A lunge from Neil Bullen impeded the kick, but it lands safely with Hawkins. He uses his left boot. It's wobbly. It almost then with Tui, who's playing against Langdon. Langdon was able just to jump on for the ride, and the umpire was able to keep the whistle away as they slide over the boundary line and out of bounds.
Well, that was Geelong's best passage of play. Dangerfield was released, ran a little bit too far, didn't have time to steady.
But they get a throw in inside their forward 50. Hawkins doing the ruck work. He was able to manoeuvre Gorn expertly away. A hand pass in haste to Atkins. He has to chase it outside the 50. Gave it to Zach Guthrie. Best he could do was just bang it on the boot. And Clayton Oliver playing in front of Selwood takes the mark. And then looks indignant as Selwood was just not so quick to get back off the mark. The driving kick out to the wing, one hand from Ben Brown, didn't mark but did guide it to McDonald. There was a free and advantage paid. Viney can leverage that, and he's delivered well to half forward.
And the forwards are all coming up at the ball for Melbourne.
Fritsch with ball in hand. He's pulled the kick over the top of McDonald at the moment. Pass. Guthrie's onto it for the Cats. Off to Selwood. Pumps the hand pass wide to Duncan. And now he links it up with Isaac Smith. Bouncing through halfback. Back to Duncan. Kick forward to the middle for Selwood. So some of the prime movers involved for the Cats. He measures off the pass to Guthrie at half forward.
And then one defender down.
Yeah, for a while they were.
They didn't pick it up. It was Hawkins because he went into the ruck and Max didn't come down and pick him up.
So no direct kick into the 50. Instead, it sags around for Duncan. Still a long way from home. Wheels out onto the right, kicks into the pocket. Hawkins against Gorn. Gorn made the spoil and knocks it out of play.
Well, to me, Jordan, they got the option right in the end, but it was about 5 minutes too late. I mean, he was there, Hawkins. Max was still huffing and puffing, getting down. And in the end, it was a 0-0 draw.
Well, you got to get more bang for buck. When Melbourne go inside their own 50 in a shallow turnover, you've got to rebound and catch them out. There's just far too many decisions that were too slow.
Melbourne with the only behind so far, but from the throw, and it's knocked down towards Duncan. His kick was smothered. Came back to Harms, dueling it out. The Cats with the heavy work around the footy. McDonald had some access and he used it well to Bowie and then to all over to Salem. He was close against the line. Taken over, allowed to be taken over by Dangerfield in the tackle. It's one behind Melbourne. Geelong yet to score. Tyre Power, your trusted tyre experts.
Jordan, if I'm looking at the Cats, and I've thought this for a while, they don't get the ball on the outside far enough. It was a problem for Melbourne last year and the year before, but the Cats do kick inside under pressure a hell of a lot.
Viney underneath, caught in the tackle of Selwood, taken around a few times too. Now releases it loosely to half back. Pickett's onto it. Zach Guthrie's onto him. Myers had it for a moment, drew plenty of company. Ball it up.
There's a lot of numbers around the ball, both sides sending up players to the contest just to make it a bit of a dogfight early on, which is giving both teams a bit of a spare behind the ball.
Tossed up half forward for the Cats. Stanley swatted it toward the 50. They dispute it. It falls to Selwood, who squeezes a kick into the pocket. May tumbles in, doesn't take the mark, but he does have it fed to him by Hibbard. Hand pass loose on the way out, though, and Duncan disrupts the play, knocks it over the boundary. It'll be thrown in for Spitwater. That's what it does.
I think under pressure, sometimes Geelong, well, they go forward every time. Sometimes you've got to look laterally to see another out, which then enables you to go forward with a little bit of composure. I just feel like the pressure's so great now. Kick it a little bit offline. Off the line where Melbourne defenders set up.
Thrown again on the 50. Tapped down by Gorn. Dangerfield versus Salem. First win for Salem. Got onto the footy. A fumble from Petrarca. Allowed Dangerfield to pounce. It's a rush kick inside 50. Tui jewels it out with Langdon. Great tackle. Langdon stuck to the task. In goes May. Got a clearing kick for Melbourne. Going to be rounded up by Zach Guthrie. Confronted straight away by Neil Bullen. Heaves it back inside 50. Bowie playing in front of Myers. Takes another reliever.
He started the game well. Doesn't look overawed by the situation, made some good decisions with the ball, good positioning when the ball's not in his area.
Now he sends it back towards the wing from behind. Jackson didn't take the mark. Nice work from Menegola until the hand pass, which was wide of the mark. Stanley weaves his way through the oncoming traffic. It's a high ball. There's even numbers at the front. Petty at the back. Jeremy Cameron with the opening goal. It was a roller from 35 metres out and it rolled true. And the Geelong fans erupt around Optus Stadium. It's Geelong 1 straight 6. It's Melbourne 1 behind. And that is on the Tyre Power, your trusted tyre expert scoreboard.
Well, Menegola came through a bit of congestion with the ball and was the originator of this thrust forward, which finished with a goal. And it does look as if he's tracking Petrarca. which is an unusual role for him. I won't commit to that call at the present time, but he looks like he's in his area a lot.
Yeah, and I think it was when Stanley got the ball as well. Everyone expected him to give the handball receive to Selwood, who was running the other way. And he grabbed the ball and came back against the traffic, delivered the ball inside forward 50. So that's what you're talking about. Don't be predictable further up the field. Melbourne, all the defenders went as if he was going to give the ball to Selwood, but he came back against the grain and found a defensive error in Harrison Petty.
Jordan Lewis and Jared Healy for car sales. Everything you ought to know. Cats with the first goal. Stanley wins the tap in the middle. Oliver harried by Selwood every step of the way. Menegola gets in, wrapped up by Oliver. Ball it up.
Yeah, so Menegola is going with Petrarca at this stage. Something had to change because if Tui was going to a wing, Smith had the other one covered. They had to find a role for him.
Jackson's come on into the ruck. It's won away by Neil Bullen, who gives it to Petrarca. He's out the front and he kicks deep, very deep. Brown got rid of Blitzarves and takes the mark at the top of the square.
And that's what you find around the contest. If you do have someone that's getting tagged, so in this case it's Oliver, you've got to able to manipulate the stoppage. So make a 2v1, get Menegola out of the dangerous area where you want to use as a hit zone.
So that was interesting because Menegola went to Oliver and Selwood then should have gone to Petrarca, and yet it was the reverse earlier. So it's probably a softer tag, but they butchered that one there, the Cats, and Melbourne split them open.
Ben Brown hit the post with his first shot. This is close in, on the move and straight through the middle. Petrarca sets up Brown and Melbourne answer. 1-1-7 to the Cats, one straight on the Tyre Power, your trusted tyre expert scoreboard. There's 13:28 left on the Makita Rule the Outdoors clock.
So I think the initial setup around the stoppage was really good, but Oliver's getting a run with Menegola, so he starts in the hit zone and then gets out of there. So he takes Menegola out of the hit zone, then Petrarca comes in and finds that space vacated by Oliver, and then you just get the ability from a stoppage to drive your legs, and a really nice kick to Ben Brown. Both Ben Brown and Blitzarves were running back towards goal, so it needed to be a kick to the advantage of the forward with a little bit of height. It gave Ben Brown time to work off his opponent in Blitzarves and complete the mark.
Really good positioning there by Ben Brown. He could have gone forward, but he was far enough away from goals to have some paddock behind him, and Blitzarves got turned around badly.
So the D's back in front. They lead by one. Jackson takes his turn in the ruck. Really, Stanley wasn't allowed a fair contest there. The umpire wasn't too hard on himself. Play on the call. He worked it out to Langdon. Kicks towards Gawn, who's gone forward. Challenged by Henderson. And then Blitzarves tackled really well by Ben Brown. Kick just stayed in barely for the Cats. And then Harms wears about three tacklers and forces a ball up.
Interesting the role that Max Holmes is playing. He's notionally in the centre bounce. He sort of looks like he's minding someone. Then he goes ball watching.
Restart, and they don't go too far. Sparrow dragged down that time. Another ball up just outside the 50. Melbourne lead by one. Jackson manhandled by Stanley, who got the tap down, but Langdon collected. A blind handball to Holmes, who's quickly the subject of a Harms tackle, so it's Harms on Holmes, and it results in a ball up.
There's not much space around this contest.
Melbourne +2 in the contested possessions so far. They try again. Jackson taps to the outside. That was close to the line again. Langdon, a hopeful handball. Harms almost ran onto it. Sparrow almost ran onto it. In the end, Harms was dragged down by Buse this time. They've got inside the 50, but it's the same result.
Jeez, we're getting some ball ups and stoppage, aren't we? Not a lot of free kicks being paid.
So toss it up. Gawn taps it down to Oliver. Two-man tackle to dispossess him, and Menegola stepped his way through. Brings the Cats out to half-back. Bouncing ball toward the boundary. Insufficient intent is paid. And Lever gets it right back. He wheels into the field of play, and he's going to set Melbourne up to full forward. Gawn at the front. Couldn't hang on to the mark. Ball loose at the back. Atkins dispossessed. Holmes has to see it the rest of the way to the boundary. And that will be a throw-in for Spitwater. That's what it does. It's the D's by a point.
Max Gawn forward is always dangerous. Henderson, he moved him under the ball, to use the modern-day language. Didn't push him out, he just moved him under the ball.
He's back rucking now. Gawn got the tap. Henderson is tackled by both Gawn and Petrarca. Did he do enough to convince the umpire? He did.
I'll tell you what, Cozzy Pickett had a lot of space at that stoppage. You'd hope you'd hope that they're tighter on him in this one.
Well, they're not at the moment. He's buzzing around. Both ruckmen topple over. The ball goes to the front rather than the back. Harms flicks the handball straight to Henderson, who just blasts it out of there. Let's see if it's going to be replied. Almost the mark to Myers. He and Close didn't really work out who was doing what. An important prod by Smith, but it went back to May, and they insert again to 30 out. Brown, was he interfered with? Petrarca, gone. Ball, haphazard. Look at Pickett. He busts through. In the end, he had the handball. Go to Spargo. Immediately tackled by Henry. And the whole thing grinds to a halt again. Tension already. It's 1-1-7 Melbourne. They're testing this Cats defence, who are holding up so far.
Quickly thrown up. Harms got hold of it. He was loose. The stoppage. He wheels around and kicks the goal. Utterly unmarked. And he makes the Cats pay. Harms with Melbourne second. 2-1-13 to Geelong, 1 straight on the Tyre Power Scoreboard awarded CanStar Blues most satisfied customers again.
I reckon he's one of their most dangerous players, and he's dangerous because he's a goal-kicking midfielder. He's a goal-kicking midfielder that goes to opposition stars, and he hurts because the stars don't pick him up, and he's got great goal sense. He nails a lot of opportunities, and I reckon he's worth investing in 2 weeks' time as a potential medalist, because he does kick goals if they get there, the Demons.
There was just no one near him.
No one ever goes to him, because he's always going to someone else.
I mean, Cozzy Pickett was the dangerous forward that took, I think it was Buse out of that area, and then Harms had a lot of space to steady himself and have a shot at goal.
So the Cats are winning the stoppages from a numbers perspective, but the Demons are getting the score from them.
Radigalia in the ruck got the tap onto it. Petrarca basically threw that out. The umpire didn't see it that way. Gets a second chance. He's tackled again. The tackle slit. Play on at all costs. Set the umpire close. Runs headlong into Brayshaw. And again, we're going to have a ball up.
Well, Kane's had his way. No whistles tonight.
Yeah, you put the whistle away. How that works, I'm not sure.
Umpire Corns throws it up, and the ball comes away from Viney. Brayshaw couldn't quite. Has Viney had the legs taken out? Yes, he has.
Yeah, it's a tough one because it was minimal contact. I thought Dangerfield did everything right. I know he left the ground, but the ball was there to be disputed.
Viney's going to kick the ball to 50 again, and Ben Brown is a prominent target and a prominent feature of this game so far. He takes the mark. 60 out from goal. McDonald running back to the square. He's got options short. He tucks the kick towards the front. Up goes Sparrow. Knocked down. Neil Bullen has shaped the kick, which has gone through. Off the outside of the boot. And the Demons getting some reward now. They have 3-1-19 on the board. And Geelong are 1 straight 6. Tyre Power awarded CanStar Blues most satisfied customers again.
Well, it's that back line that's really getting hurt at the present time. They just aren't able to go with the ground ball players. Ben Brown's making a nuisance of himself at this stage up the ground, taking some marks. He's exposed Blitzarves a couple of times, and he started particularly well. Could have kicked a couple. But it's on the deck that they look so dangerous to me.
There's no physical pressure. When the ball comes in, there's just no body checking. Ben Brown's allowed to jump at the ball. There's a metre gap between he and his opponent. And then Neil Bullen, he's able to get the ball inside the forward 50 without any pressure. Yes, it was a good finish, but all the Geelong defenders are just spectating.
There's a lot to study on the replay for Self-Wealth Trade Shares. Smarter. Melbourne by 13. Selwood took the ball in the middle and he breaks away. Hand passes to Guthrie. Curls the ball up to half forward. Holmes was behind. He brought it to ground. Gave it back to Selwood. Caught by Lever. Play on is... No, play on is the call.
The whole stadium stopped because the free kick was there.
Neil Bullen out to Lever and off to Spargo as Melbourne built the ball off half-back. Pressure came at Bowie, smothered. Coming through is Atkins. Hand pass a bit haphazard. Close gets a hold of it, releases it to Holmes, who runs out of space. It'll be thrown in.
Jared, it wasn't even the typical Cell one hit the arm and it flicks up. He got him in the head straight away.
I've never heard more nonsense than throw the whistle away and keep the whistle away in finals. It just beggars belief. If the free kick's there, unpay it.
Yeah, that was missed.
Halfway through the opening term, Geelong in attack, down by 13. Hawkins taps it out near Dangerfield and Cameron and Myers, and Isaac Smith dropped the footy when Rivers got hold of him. Sparrow takes it and he's wrapped up.
It's 1-1. 1-1.
1-1, yeah, that one was the free kick against Smith for sure. He poked it and he had the ball knocked out. Bottom line, though, Melbourne's applying better pressure for mine and handling the pressure a little bit better.
Canes in their heads. Throw up. Grabbed by Hawkins. He got knocked down. Coming through Oliver. Got it on the left boot. Got Melbourne out of the immediate danger. Although Blitzarves had his arm chopped in a fight. Play on is the call. Sparrow, it could almost be holding the ball against Zach Guthrie there, who fell on the football, but that's not the way the umpire sees it. It's a ball up.
No free kicks tonight, Hutto.
Yeah, it seems that way. Jackson does the ruck work against Radagalier. Guthrie, we haven't seen a lot of yet. Piling on is Vine. He came out with footy in hand and gave it to Oliver. He had a bit of space and a bit of time about to think where to go next. Diving effort to mark by Henderson. Wasn't enough to take it. Batted away, though, by Blitzarves. He got it safely to Menegola. The hands had to be quick and they were good enough. From Holmes to Dangerfield. He could have given the handball to Selwood. He wanted to get it in there towards Hawkins. And in the end, it was a good decision. Hawkins takes the mark. It was right on that fine line. Umpire Healy would have given the free, but they're not paying too many so far.
I mean, it was a great effort by Tom Hawkins, but Dangerfield, you've got to think about where your numbers are and the advantage you've got further up the field. I mean, he had 3 Geelong players around him. They could have run and carried, and that's just a blatant push in the back from Tom Hawkins. But I think we've seen early on this game, they're not playing free kicks.
So now he has to convert for Geelong. The momentum is all with Melbourne. Cats have got a couple of minutes at it here. He needs to kick it all of 50 metres. And he kicks it way into the crowd and a mile to the left. What will be the psychological impact of that? Time will tell.
He's so often the barometer for this side with his goal kicking. And that one, he just said shanked that. But that was the footy gods. So I think they've arrived in Perth.
Long kick on the way at the restart. In the Gorn direction. He knocked it down to Brayshaw. Squeezed a kick against the boundary. Kept it alive and Pickett is onto it. Hand pass to Harms. Brushed his way clear of the tackle. And kicks in the Brown direction. He's got 2 against. Blitzarves went up and knocked it down to Zach Guthrie, who is able to guide the Cats down the wing. Close has to present it. Cleared him. Taken by Henderson. He works it forward of the play to reasonable effect. Buse trickled it around the boundary. Gorn stood against the flow. Missed the hand pass to Salem. Close was brave. Knocked it up to Hawkins onto 2. He stood in the tackle. Back to Hawkins. The pressure almost overwhelming. Guthrie to Atkins. It went nowhere. Tui and Close both have a go. They just can't get through the Cats. Now Tui threw it onto the boot. Took a bit of territory. Viney tackled by Holmes up at the 50. And that is where it's going to be balled up. Or Mays on the bench for Spitwater. That's what it does, talking to the medical staff.
Well, as long as he doesn't grab the back of his leg, I think he'd be okay. But, gee,
he's going down.
It looks weird, doesn't it?
So that was a free kick for incorrect tackle from the Cats on Viney. And Melbourne have possession. But hearts are pounding a little stronger now as May goes down for medical attention. Great mark by Gorn on the wing. Front of Dangerfield and he's off. Keeps it low. He guides to Brown again. It slipped through the fingertips that time. Blitzarves had Henderson and the boundary line close. He used the handball to Buse, a bounce handball to Myers. He hesitates because he knew that the man he was going to handball to, Atkins, was going to be under immediate pressure. Clever play by Oliver not to overcommit, but the Cats find the target, which was the boundary line, and a bit of relief.
I think the Cats just need to find a mark. The pressure is so great from Melbourne. They keep flicking the ball around, so it's either... What do you see there, Jared?
Hammy grabbed at the hammy when Tom Hawkins pushed him out. He landed, then he went back for the left. Maybe this is why there's a week off, so May's hammy can get better.
Viney to Salem to Neil Bullen. Inside 50 from the stoppage, but it's rounded up by Blitzarves off to Zach Guthrie under pressure from Pickett. High on the way out. Petrarca works Selwood underneath, but couldn't make anything of it as the boundary wins out. Around the grounds for Chemist Warehouse, great savings every day. Qualifying final in the NRL, Melbourne Storm 16, Manly 0 halfway through.
It's fair to say that there's a growing quorum of people that want the into-the-back rule changed. They're all on the same wavelength.
Melbourne by 13. Time power scoreboard. Dangerfield got it at the stoppage at half-back. Close couldn't quite gather an awkward ball on the wing. Leave tackle, but able to release it. Bowie away to Harms, who's been busy, and on now to Sparrow. Has a look for the D's inside 50 and gives them a look deep. It's both targets are there. Blitzarves knocks it away from Brown and McDonald and out of play in the right forward pockets.
I think the last maybe 3 inside 50s for Melbourne have just been that long bomb. I think they can maybe use the numbers further up the field to try and create some time to get the forwards some separation. But They're peppering. Geelong are defending well.
Pickett's loose here. The tap down almost went to him from Radical. That's just madness from Geelong. Stolen by Petrarca. He should go. He does. They are just so dangerous at the moment. The Geelong defence do not have the answers to the weapons that Melbourne are displaying. 4-1-25 to 1 straight 6. The strength of Petrarca on display there. But how is Pickett allowed to be free at the stoppage?
So that's the flow-on effect. If you allow one dangerous forward to be free and he's on the move, it catches the attention of the other defenders. So then they try and mop up what hasn't been done already. Then Petrarca gets some time and space. And then once he got that ball and busted through the stoppage, you could see there was a Geelong spare defender, a couple of spare defenders guarding the goal square. You need to be up on top of these players. You can't give them time and space. Blixarves, Henry, Henderson, far too much room for these dangerous small forwards in the forward 50.
All 4 goals from clearance so far for Safety Steel Sheds. 4-1 to 1 straight on the Tyre Power, your trusted tyre expert scoreboards.
Blixarves into the ruck.
Free kick against Gawn. Selwood claimed the advantage but had his kick smothered. Viney swoops on the loose footy off to Salem. Kept his hands free and worked it to Gawn, who glides through the middle. Gives it back to Viney, dashing on the wing. Sets Melbourne to half forward. Pickett was behind Zach Guthrie and he chopped the arms or went over the shoulder. Take your pick. And it'll be Zach Guthrie's ball.
Well, we've got a injury sub in Jordan. He's warming up, so it would appear as if May's day is done.
So that's a story for tonight and for the couple of weeks to come. Zach Guthrie kicks along the wing. Mark dropped by Radigalia. Kick was no good from Lever. It fell straight to Duncan. Out the back he goes to Tui, trying to find a way forward for the Cats. He does a loop, has a bounce, kicks horrible. A flat ball straight to Lever. Who's better with it this time? Up to Oliver, who breaks down the wing. Has a look in the Pickett direction. He missed him with the kick, but he's got it anyway, all momentarily. Slipped from his grasp. He toes it forward to try to give them a look further down the field. Socket off the ground by Blitzav. Straight to Salem, though. They're loose men are everywhere. Spargo takes the mark in the channel.
They are getting slaughtered on the deck. And Melbourne's only problem is injuries to their key defenders. Levers looks like it might just be a corky, but he's got some concern with his thigh.
When he went to kick the ball, he might have kicked.
Oh, yeah, okay. Well, that could be all manner of things there. Hyperextension of the knee, that's not a great look either. But on ground level, Cozzy and Bullen and Spargo are just chopping them.
All eyes to Charlie Spargo, who puts up a 5th for the D's. When last they were here in a preliminary final, they conceded the first 10. Tonight they have the flyer. 5-1-31 to Geelong 1 straight. Tyre Power, your trusted tyre expert scoreboard. There's 4 minutes left in the opening term on the Makita Rule the Outdoors clock.
I mean, that kick from Salem, so you initially go inside forward 50, then the ball comes back out. The pressure has been immense in this first quarter, so we just see here Stephen May warming up on the sidelines, but the vision and the composure of Christian Salem to go back inside forward 50 and find Charlie Spargo, but they are just working too hard forward of the ball. They're creating space for themselves, they're remaining on the move. Geelong are just not hungry enough in defence. Henry started on Spargo, gave him far too much space. They end up starting together when the ball goes out to Salem, yet there's a 15-metre gap when the ball hits Spargo.
4 minutes remaining on the Makita clock. Out of the middle, trying to bulldoze his way through. Petrarca socketed to the outside. And on the wing, Harms eventually got the ball to go his way. His hand pass really set up his teammate Rivers under all sorts of stress and strain. They managed to win possession back, though. Bowie had an outstanding opening term. And under all sorts of pressure, he finds Spargo on the wing, who just chips it up along the line. And the leading McDonald gets in on the act. Doubling back up to Lee. Well, the Cats saw that coming, was Bailey French. Mark taken by Henderson. Full flow through the middle. Adrenaline pumping. He kicked it to centre half forward. Very un-Geelong-like play. And it comes unstuck, although Hibbert can't break away from a headlock from Hawkins. It'll be a baller.
I think Lockie Henderson was just thrilled that the ball was in his hands and he didn't fumble. He's had a nervous start, you said. And he whacked that ball forward. But the story is Stephen May's on the bench with tape around his hammy.
Melbourne by 25. It'll be another ball up in the middle.
Which is unusual because normally they go to ice. But The roll of ice is under the microscope at this stage.
Tap from Stanley to centre half forward. Bowie's there again, and he places the ball out onto the wing. Good spoil from Henry. Got the better of McDonald that time. He followed it up. He decided to keep it in. Oh, no, he must have just walked over the boundary line as he was releasing the handball. Isaac Smith had a different view to the boundary umpire and very reluctantly hands it back to him. 5-1-31 to 1 straight 6.
So the flow-on effect defensively, Lever goes to Radaglia, Hibberd takes Cameron, and Petty goes to Hawkins.
Melbourne running hot for Ream, steady, hot and strong. Gawn twice out of the ruck. The second was the spike forward, cleverly knocked on by McDonald to Sparrow to Petrarca. It was devilish stuff from the knees, off to Neil Bullen and onto the chest of Bailey Fritsch.
Well, there's a huge difference between the skill level under pressure from Melbourne and that of Geelong. They are in totally different leagues, and it's just showing. It's amazing you get to this pivotal point of the season and Melbourne are continuing to improve and the flaws of Geelong are being exposed badly.
He's kicked 51 goals, 21 this season, Bailey Fritsch. He does have one hair only out of place as he makes his approach to goal. Fritsch from 51 out. It's out to the left. It's not going to carry. It's helped through for a rush behind by the defence. 26-point lead. It did. He just should have taken the time to groom himself on the way in. Tyre Power, your trusted tyre expert.
So finals pressure will do to you.
Well, the inside 50s, Melbourne absolutely dominating. They've had 8 of the last 10.
As Tui wanders in, an undefined plan. He kicks to the wing in the end. Dangerfield was the target. Offhand's good reflex grab by Zach Guthrie. Kicked it along the wing. It pitched in front of Hawkins. Took a cruel bounce. It favoured Gawn. A hand pass to Salem. He kept his composure until he kicked it. And it went out on the full.
Gary Rowan yet to have any influence on the game whatsoever.
Haven't seen him, Jared.
You just get the feeling they're going to have to roll the dice here, whether it's to put Cameron up onto the ball, Louis. They're almost out of this game now, and it's not even quarter time.
Off to Isaac Smith. He bangs it up. Stanley from behind Gawn. Gawn wasn't going to be dislodged easily. Sparrow, the ball spews out of his hands. Salem Rowan put a good tackle on. Close forwards the path through to Duncan. He was trying desperately to get it to Cameron. All he could do was break even and get the ball over the line away from Hibberd. So we'll have a throw in.
So the plus for Geelong is that Hawkins hasn't got his normal adversary. He's off the ground. That's the big plus. But through the middle of the ground, they're getting a lesson. And across the half-back line, Salem and Bowie are just distributing the ball without pressure.
Margin 26. Just outside the 50 for Geelong. The throw in, the tap from Stanley. Charging through, trying to will himself onto the foot. He was first Dangerfield and then Selwood. But as has been the way, Melbourne win possession until he was a bit too cute. Pickett. Advantage paid. Yes, Isaac Smith didn't realise it has. It's a long kick. There's Radaglia. There's Hawkins. Radaglia almost Petty. Tackled immediately by Hawkins. And Bowie happy to bundle it all over the line and out of bounds. So a telling minute 4 to go. They're working still on Stephen May. They're not giving up yet.
That's all for Spitwater. High pressure cleaners, tools, not toys. Aussie tough. 1 minute and 4 seconds left in this opening term. Geelong have it in the forward pocket at the throw in. Gawn holds his ground against Hawkins. Hawkins ended up with it. Hand pass to Guthrie. Released it out near Dangerfield. Petrarca wears him close. Dangerfield's hand pass inboard is taken by Duncan, but then he's taken by Brayshaw.
Dangerfield does look like the dangerous type around stoppages. He is on the move. He is charging forward. That would be the one player around this Geelong forward line that you would watch.
Inside the final minute now. Hawkins taps it down. Petrarca tried to forge a path. Hand pass to Harms. Out the back to Oliver. Pokes it back to Petrarca. Flings it onto the boot. It's not his greatest kick. Henry almost pinched it. Melbourne have got great numbers around it though. Spargo off to Jackson. Links it up to Salem. They've got runners on the outer side. Langdon takes the mark. He's got Spargo and Hibberd. If he wants to use them shallow, he'll use Hibberd. He hung it up and it allowed Cameron to arrive and just tip it away and out of play.
Yeah, really good defence from Cameron. I think he needs to come up the ground a fair bit more. I think they need some more skill through the middle of the ground, and he's their best kick.
21 seconds to go in this opening term. It's belonged to Melbourne. 5-2-32 to 1 straight 6. One last thrust. Which way? Oliver tried to make it Melbourne. He squirted the hand pass up under intense pressure. Hibberd tackled by Dangerfield, but cutting the other way, Salem. 10 seconds remaining. Pivotal clash in the air. It's knocked away by Jackson. They'll get the last shot. Fritsch from the boundary. Zach Guthrie was on the line and played goalkeeper. And unlike soccer, he was happy to knock it straight into the net. What a quarter. The Melbourne fans who have partially filled up the stadium and are spread right around the country. Couldn't have asked for much better, apart from the injury to Stephen May, who's still trying to convince the medicos, his coach, himself, that he's all right. It's 5-3, 33 to 1 straight 6.
Goal kickers Harms, Petrakis, Spargo, Neil Bullen and Brown for the Ds. Well, Jeremy Cameron kicked the opener of the game. Melbourne by 27 points on the Tyre Power, your trusted tyre expert scoreboard.
That quarter on AFL Nation was for Tyre Power. Always win with the free 5-minute tyre safety check.
Oh, hell, car 6 has got steering issues. Okay, he's coming into the pits. We're running some pretty serious car stuff. Probably a hydraulic pressure failure in the pump. Yep, reckon it's that. We'll get him out again in a lap if we're quick.
Hey guys, it's the power steering pump!
When every second counts, Tickford Racing turns to Chicane. Trade quality steel hand tools with a lifetime warranty. Chicane. Available at Burson Auto Parts, Autobarn, Auto Pro and Truckline.
At Specsavers, we're all about seeing. In fact, we often like to see into the future. Seriously. Our experienced optometrists use advanced OCT 3D eye scanners that can help detect future eye problems, often before they get too serious. Yep, our modern tech is a sight for sore eyes, especially for more than 3 million Australians we care for each year. At Specsavers, our only focus is yours, so book an eye test with a free OCT scan today. Should have gone to Specsavers.
Sustained performance in footy is more than just one great game. It's about playing consistently, game after game, season after season. It's the same with your super. Because if you're with Host Plus, you're with a super fund with a history of long-term top performance. Host Plus, we go with you.
This is general advice only. Consider the relevant Host Plus PDS available at hostplus.com.au before deciding if Host Plus is appropriate for you. Past performance is not a reliable indicator of future performance.
At Underworks, we're experts in socks. We test our all-day socks so they don't dig in, so there's no irritation or ugly red marks. Test Underworks all-day socks for yourself. We're number one down under for socks.
Kick off the footy finals and score a great deal at Dan Murphy's. Pick up a winner with a mixed 10-pack of Vodka Cruiser 275ml bottles for only $32.90. Shop unbeatable prices in-store or online at danmurphys.com.au. Choose to drink wise. Conditions apply. Offer ends Wednesday, September 15.
Aussies are winning epic prizes with the Monopoly game at Macca's, like Zara and Lucas and even Karen.
Can I speak to the manager? I didn't win.
Have you tried scanning?
I won!
Peel and scan to win at Macca's today. Ends October 19. Full terms at mcdonalds.com.au.
Better solar, better batteries, better energy. With B Solar, you never have to pay another expensive electricity bill. Only B Solar have trusted guaranteed savings and free yearly checkups. Talk with a B Solar advisor, search for B Solar or visit b.solar to learn more.
For almost 40 years, the legendary Splitwater pressure cleaner has been hard at work every single day across Australia. In mines, on farms, in workshops, in floods, droughts and fires. It's been as tough and as ready and as ruggedly reliable as you've been all those years. But we were ready for a makeover, so we've got a new look. We're still the same brand and the same people you've relied on for decades. Want to see the new Splitwater? Call 1-800-SPLITWATER now or go to splitwater.com.au.
Bingley have been bringing you the best brands and best advice since 1957. Ready to kick some goals with some of the best deals too? Check out the AFL Record Digital Edition now for Bingley's exclusive online deals. Also, the AFL Record Digital Edition includes feature articles, team lists, footy trivia, kids section and plenty more. Bingley and the AFL Record Digital Edition. All things Aussie rules and amazing online deals. Available now at sen.com.au and on the SEN app.
How are you coping with the uncertainty of life and getting back to normal?
Talking with friends or family helps me remember I'm not alone, that everybody is facing this. Sharing it gets it out of my head, which makes it feel less overwhelming and less scary.
You're not alone. Sharing your worries with a trusted friend is a good start and can give you hope. I'm Richard Fox from messagesofhope.org.au. To help you cope with uncertain times, there are free PDFs, videos and podcasts at messagesofhope.org.au.
You're listening to AFL Nation for the Beaumont Tiles Trade Club. This is back. Game on.
It's a high ball. There's even numbers at the front. Penny at the back. Jeremy Cameron with the opening goal.
Ben Brown hit the post with his first shot. This is close in, on the move and straight through the middle. Quickly thrown up. Harms got hold of it. He was loose. The stoppage. He wheels around and kicks the goal.
Up goes Sparrow. Knocked down. Neil Bullen has shaped the kick which has gone through. Pickett's loose here. The tap down almost went to him from Radical. Stolen by Petrarca. He should go. He does.
Melbourne by 27 points at quarter time. Safety Steel Shed stat sheet: 101 disposals to 79, 17 inside 50s to 12. Salem 9, Viney 9, Petrarca 8 doing the damage. Jordan Lewis, Jared Healy.
Yeah, they were dangerous, and I'll talk specifically about contest. The explosiveness of Petrarca and Oliver and even Jackson to a certain point. The way they were able to clear the ball and get the ball forward of the stoppage has been off the back of some good manipulation around stoppages, a lack of defence from Geelong, but some really good system and some cleanliness. Their skills have been far better. Geelong just haven't dealt with the pressure that Melbourne have been able to put on in this first quarter. A lot of their possessions have just been dump kicks or missed handballs or missed tackles around the contest, and it's really hurt them.
Yeah, it's all coming down to stoppages. The amount of goals from clearances is a record number, I reckon, to quarter time. But the biggest story is that Stephen May is back on the ground. He's got his leg taped. Now, whether or not this is a risk, we'll never know.
It feels like a risk. It feels like an unnecessary risk.
Definitely does.
Opening bounce to the second term for Tyre Power. 3 votes. Big footy final sale now on. Guthrie wins the first touch out of the middle for the Cats. It was a high ball to half forward, and Duncan got met with in an illegal manner. His kick sideways is hopeless though, and it pitches up into Neil Bullen. He's going to work the interception eventually, but he's sort of coughed it up as Guthrie slides in. It's back in dispute. Fritsch used the body to clear the way and then got taken high by Stanley. So a bit of a mess to start the term.
It was just a bizarre decision by Duncan to go across the face of goal. So maybe that gives you an insight. They want to try and change the angles further up the field to make Melbourne defend.
Fritsch out the near side for Gawn. Links the hand pass up to Salem, who's running free up the wing. He has a look for the D's up to the 50. Brown across the front. McDonald in the mix. It falls the way of Spargo. Hand pass to open space. Oliver's got hold of it. He's tackled by Henderson. He released it to McDonald, who's rounded up by Stanley. Ball up.
Still look dangerous, Melbourne. I mean, they probably missed an opportunity to handball it to Petrarca.
Whacked forward by McDonald at the bounce. It came Duncan's way. Just hacked it back Geelong's area into the middle of the ground. Radicalier was good. He was strong through the core. He was able to release himself from leave. A crazy kick from Myers, as only Graham Myers can do. It went super short and across the ground. Dangerfield got involved a couple of times to affect the full switch. Now Isaac Smith has a big long look forward, but such is their mindset at the moment. He refused to go and played it back to Dangerfield. They weren't able to do this at all in the first quarter, so clearly they're trying to get into their mode here.
Yep. A lot of numbers weren't forward of the ball, though, so they had to go sideways to get some numbers, but now Melbourne get all the numbers.
And Selwood just softened the kick ever so slightly, top of the square, and Stanley reaches up to the heavens and takes the mark.
Well, he's been pretty good, Stanley. Geelong haven't had a lot of good players. He's been one of them. He was on Stephen May. Whether or not May wanted to go as hard as he perhaps could, I think was probably irrelevant, because this was a really good jump.
Yeah, they got a bit lost there.
Yeah, no, it was a
defense.
mismatch there.
So it's simply must for Geelong. 25 metres out. Reece Stanley delivers Geelong's second goal early in the second term. And on the Repco authorised service scoreboard, Geelong go to 2 straight 12. Melbourne 5-3, 33. And if this game's not to be over, it really is Geelong getting reorganised at quarter time, and we're seeing the result of it early.
Yeah, and I think you've got to understand it. There's still 3 quarters to go, so it's a 21-point margin. Don't think you're going to get there in a quarter, so just slowly grind them down. Melbourne clearly want more intensity in the game. Geelong want to slow it down and really maintain the ball, but that was just a good kick in the end. Max Gawn got caught further up the field. He got Tom Hawkins, so there was a mismatch already. Then Stanley slips in behind, and he's got Spargo. So the kick in their direction clearly would have favoured Stanley is the forward. That's just a complete mismatch. Max Gawn got taken out of where the dangerous spot was in the forward 50.
In the end, you had Spargo on Reece Stanley and Brayshaw on Ratugolea. I mean, they were a mess then, Melbourne, and they'll want to know why they were a mess so they can sort that out.
The replay for Self-Wealth. Trade shares smarter. Melbourne will win it out of the middle as Viney spreads it off to Oliver. A clean break. He goes deep and he wastes it. Henderson had front position. Brown jarred it loose. Underneath Spargo. Burrowed through and snapped the goal. An instant reply. Spargo with his seconds. Melbourne reset it at 27 points for Repco authorised service.
Well, last week it was Port Adelaide with big King Charlie bringing the ball to ground and dominating at ground level. And tonight it's Melbourne. This time it was brought to ground. Henderson either fumbled it or he had his arm chopped. The replay will reveal. But again, it's just another ground ball won by Melbourne and Spargo having an impact.
And you speak about critical contests. The one in the middle of the ground, Dangerfield looked like he was through, yet it was a last-ditch effort from the Melbourne midfield to turn the ball over. Some really nice hands from Viney to get it over to Oliver that then was able to take ground. But you're right, Ben Brown just brought it to ground. He was caught out of position. He just knew the role of his spot at that point in time, and the small forwards of Melbourne looked dangerous.
Yeah, Zach Guthrie went ball watching and his man kicked the goal.
Stanley tapped it down to Viney. He's such a determined player. He threw it, according to the umpire this time. He's saying, well, I got clobbered. The umpire saw it a different way. Free kick goes to Dangerfield, who darts off, takes off and kicks as long as he can. There's some interference, and it might be a Geelong free to Myers against Rivers.
Yeah, well, you'd like to get a look at this. I think out of the corner of the screen, you saw Myers go to ground. And Rivers is trying to plead his case, but Dangerfield just wanted to get it in there quickly, so he didn't allow the defenders to roll back and have an influence. It's a pretty soft free kick.
So Myers stands 35 metres out from goal, a little off to the right. And he's put it through. It was one of his less complicated looking kicks, Brian Myers.
Yeah.
Much better than the one in the middle of the ground we saw. Most importantly, though, he converts. And Geelong showed that they are up for the fight. 6-3, 39 to 3 straight 18.
Well, it's been a good start by Geelong. A couple of goals give them a little bit of breathing space. They've been exposed at the other end of the ground. I'm not sure how they're going to address that. Zach Guthrie is being really well beaten by his man at ground levels. Pickett's started the game really well, but at the other end of the ground this time they get the job done. Free kick seemed to me to be there. What's your thoughts on replay, Geordie? Well, he's hard to move. He is hard to move. I think he can take over the umpire's coaching role. No free kicks.
The way the umpires have started the game, you would expect that to be let go.
Maybe they got a little rev up at quarter time as well. Your access past a safe and secure share trading the replay there. The Cats are down by 21 on that goal. Gawn wins a tap in the middle. Selwood dispossessed. Stanley has a go. Holmes, he pulled it clear, but his kick went straight into Petrarca. The ricochet is up for grabs. Selwood determined to win it. Off to Menegola, got right under it. High ball to half forward. Lever closes, makes the spoil on Rowan. Back into the centre square. Holmes tracks it. Petrarca was clever as he towed it out towards the wing, and he's on the follow-up. He's the most likely to gather, and he does one-handed. Steps back inside and rifles the pass to Pickett. Zach Guthrie made the spoil. Oh, Melbourne had all the numbers at the drop, but it cruelly eluded them. Close comes through to Selwood. No favours the hand pass to Rowan, who was in the tackle. Released it to Holmes. Menegola has a go. Melbourne unrelenting around the ball. It's tied up on the wing.
Yeah, their pressure really is impacting on Geelong's release. They just really are hitting and hoping. At the moment, the turnovers are costing them.
It's tough stuff. It's good stuff. It's preliminary final stuff. It's on the wing. Gawn the tap. Rowan tried to force his way through, and Atkins was there as well around the footy, and we'll have a ball up again. 39 Melbourne, 18 Geelong. Umpire wastes no time, flicks it up. Stanley the tap, Oliver the clearance. You heard it was touched, interfered with, bounces back Sparrow. Spargo, he pushed off well, kicked inside 50, doubling back is Henry. Under pressure, panels. Oh, he was claimed. He was taken over the line. It would have been holding the ball, but the boundary line saved him despite the pleas from Tom McDonald.
So let's see at quarter time whether the small forward and the distance they've been able to get inside forward 50 has been addressed.
Pickett's still on his own. He's got no man.
It's bizarre. From the throw-in, Radically the tap down to Holmes. He's able to control it well enough. Gave it to Duncan. He hesitated. He had no one to kick to. In the end, Cameron's close enough to the boundary line and decided to keep it in, which was a little unusual. Oh, Salem headlong into Myers and the ball jarred out over the line.
I think what they're doing is that it's almost like this sweeper roll. Zach Guthrie was at one side of the pack and Pickett's at the other, but Pickett's running straight at his goal. He's 40 metres away. That seems bizarre to me.
Melbourne 21-point leaders for Repco authorised service. And at half forward, Gawn pats it down to Brayshaw, prods it inside the 50. It landed short of the targets. McDonald trying to release it. He stepped out of the tackle. He works at the Sparrow, who went over as he tried to change direction.
It's unlucky for Holmes. You're right, Sparrow slipped over and Holmes just fell into his back. There's not much else you can do there.
So Sparrow falls over right in front of him and Holmes ends up kneeing him in the side of the head.
So it's bad luck, but you probably have to pay it, don't you?
Yeah, I think the free kick's there, but there's nothing else.
Otherwise,
could have done.
It was almost taking his legs out if he hadn't have kneed him in the head. Bizarrely.
Tom Sparrow with a shot at goal as a result. He's out to the left, but there's plenty of daylight between the posts. Sparrow takes his chances.
Kick.
And that's a goal too. The Demons turning everything up. Winners at the moment, 7-3-45 to Geelong. 3 straights on the Repco authorised service scoreboard for expert car service you can rely on. Visit repcoservice.com.
So right now Melbourne have got 2 goals to Spargo, 1 to Ben Brown, who could have kicked 2. Harms has kicked a goal. Petrarca's kicked a goal. Neil Bullen's kicked a goal. And that wraps it up. And Sparrow has now kicked a goal ahead of the stat sheet. So they have got so many options up in the forward line. I reckon Holmes, that's easily a free kick. He wouldn't have wanted to have created any more damage here because he's just come in with the knee drop.
I think the other thing that is working in Melbourne's favour is around clearances. Max Gawn starting to get real connection through his mids. Oliver, Petrarca, Viney, really nice clearances.
Centre bounce, tried to spike it forward, Gawn, but it bounced back towards Menegola, curls the left foot, kick deep. Rowan back with the flight, did well. Then he lost his footing at the critical moment. Close as latched onto Rivers' ball, they cry. Play on, the umpire said. It was a big non-call.
Gee, I thought the umpire had a great vantage point there too.
Ray would have paid that.
That's why he was dropped.
And the game's the poorer for it.
The sheer squad's flying.
There they are. Gawn got the tap down to the goal square. Levers jumped on it. He has to get rid of it or he's cooked. It just came out to Gawn, who kicks it through for a behind.
That was a drop. That was a drop kick.
In which case, it's holding the ball. If it is a genuine drop kick, but the umpire maybe didn't see that, and it's a rush behind.
They maybe haven't seen a lot of free kicks. That's a drop kick. That's a free kick.
It is.
May into the back pocket for Hibberd with the margin at 26 points. Long went Hibberd and flying the pack was Jackson. That is a stylish mark.
Yeah, I think the Geelong defenders, if you're a tall defender, you've got to fly. We've seen Ben Brown impact. We're now seeing Jackson impact.
The rising star from half back to half forward. Brown brings it down underfoot. He was hoping that Pickett might be able to get a hold of it. It ends up being swooped up by Gawn. Loose hand pass. Blitzarves bounds onto it for the Cats. Hand pass to Myers. Dinky kicks straight into Harms and the moment passed. He works it away to Hibberd. Melbourne have got runners on the wing. Kick finds Viney. He's floored by Close as he kicks it. It has to be downfield.
Yeah.
So a straight turnover to Tui is instead going to be Petrarca's free kick on the undisciplined work of Brad Close.
It's costly because Geelong were away.
Pickett alone again.
Petrarca has a look deep and then goes shallow and plonks it to Gawn. It was touched on the way. The big ruckman swings and goes! Slapsy Maxi, that's magnificent! Max Gawn has his way, and it's a 32-point lead. It'll be the goal of the game for instant windscreens. 1-3-2-4-4. Melbourne 8-3-51, Geelong 3-1-19 for Repco authorised service.
I mean, this is not being disrespectful for Max, but it just tells you the defence is off when you look inside forward 50. Cozzy Pickett is standing
on his own,
all by himself.
How?
There's a touch ball going inside forward 50. Max Gawn can gather it and run around 3 Geelong defenders and snap it across his body.
Well, you just follow Lockie Henderson there, and he is in jog mode. He's in corralling mode. Max just sprinted away from him. He's gathered the football. He's turned around, and he looked like Peter Dacos there for a minute.
51 plays 19. A contender for the instant windscreens goal of the day. 1-3-2-4-4. Centre bounce. Radaglia got the better of Jackson, but he followed it up and basically hurled it away. Jackson to Oliver to Viney. The next hand pass should release Jackson. It does. He decides to kick the ball back to Salem, and he's got a clear path forward. He places it wide for Brayshaw, just forward of the wing, onto the left boot. He trusts it implicitly. It wasn't the best kick in the end. Petrarca couldn't handle it. It was above his head. And Viney happy just to wear the contact, knowing that he won't get a free kick played against him.
They're running on top of the ground, Melbourne.
Yep.
They're spreading from the contest far greater than what Geelong are, and that just maybe the benefit of having that week off.
Radaglia the tap. Oliver was threatening. Now Dangerfield on all fours. Got it out to Radaglia, desperate to find a teammate. Gave it to Isaac Smith, who was running the wrong way. Guthrie got tackled but kicked it well enough. Up to the wing to Close. He looks forward. He's got Jeremy Cameron just forward of the 50. Hawkins is a mile up the ground as well, and he doesn't like either of those options, so he makes it Cam Guthrie's choice instead from further back.
You'd still like to see them go forward in that instance. I mean, there was 1v1s forward of the ball. Back your forwards in.
Guthrie kicks super wide to Hawkins, and Petty was able to get a fist in. Hawkins can't believe he hasn't got a free kick for that.
Yeah, this is where you just worry that Tom Hawkins might give away a free kick, so you've got to get over to him and calm him down.
Well, he felt like he had his jumper tugged, and no free kick.
Boundary throw in for Spitwater, that's what it does. Gawn has front position, down to Viney. He had a fly hack at it and it was effective. Zach Guthrie ended up with it for a moment on the wing and then coughed it up. Petrarca to Sparrow, battered down by Dangerfield. It falls over to Neil Bullen and he carved a path. Spreads the ball out to Viney, trying to knock it on, and he does. He'll get a free kick as well as he was taken high by Henry.
Yeah, he slipped there, Jack Viney. Wasn't really Henry's fault, but the free kick was there with the accident.
So Viney at left half forward for the D's. They are running hot for Ream. Ream over 80 years manufacturing in Australia. Kick comes inside 50. The target was Fritsch. It was knocked away by Henderson. It's 35 around from the Melbourne goal. They led it by 32 for Repco authorised service.
So the question is, what are Melbourne concerns at the moment? They're winning contested ball. They're winning scores from clearances. And they're winning in that forward line because Cozzy Pickett doesn't want to have a man. No one wants to pick him up.
From the throw, it came down to Brayshaw. A hand pass, and then Sparrow's bundled over the line by Joel Selwood into the artificial turf. You're right, though. They're clearly playing. They're worried about him running through the stoppage.
He's staying goal, yeah, so Guthrie's staying goal side, but I still think if Pickett gets the ball, he's within 30 to 40 metres. That's a shot on goal.
And he can choose his path forward, too. He doesn't have to run where Guthrie is. So it remains a danger for the Cats. Throw in again. Stanley was able to knock it away from McDonald. Duncan edges a kick forward, but it's still in a dangerous position for Melbourne to launch. Neil Bullen a hand pass. Brayshaw straight back to Close, back to Brayshaw or Atkins. Put the head down, try to force the issue on Salem. Wouldn't be denied. The ball squirts out fine. He just lugged it forward again off the ground and well juggled by Henry. Barely a required distance, but the umpire pays the mark.
And because they've been defending Geelong for a period of time, when they get a chance to explode and open up the ground, they're just too fatigued.
Henry kicks back to the wing. Hawkins looked like he judged it well, but he didn't take the mark. Viney onto it again, gave it a lever. He brushed aside Hawkins, eyes up quickly. Where's he headed? Henry came through with authority, then he dropped the ball. Petrarca didn't. He pounced. He gave it to Brayshaw left half forward. He realised the Cats were deep, so he went short. McDonald takes the mark. Pickett's coming up to the footy. Just on the edge.
Give it to Cozzy.
He didn't. He kicked into the pocket for Fritsch, and Blitzarv saw that coming and knocked it out.
He's made some funny decisions tonight, Tom. I mean, he's only had the 2 or 3 disposals, but a couple of times by foot, he just looks like he's a bit flustered and not taking the easy option. I mean, Fritsch was on early, then Cozzy Pickett popped up.
Just beyond the halfway mark of the second term of the Makita Rule the Outdoors clock. Jackson taps it down. Harms tried to get through, got his boot to it. It didn't go far. Holmes knocked it to Duncan, who's taken to ground in the tackle. Hand pass to Dangerfield. The Cats should get it out of half-back, but it's a scrounged kick, and it lands straight with the unmarked May, who misses his target to the side and lever, and it is out of play.
Well, the really positive news for Melbourne is that Stephen May is nearly through the second quarter, and the hamstring has gone away. Whatever the twinge was, it's no longer twinging.
32-point margin in their favour. Thrown in on the near wing. Gawn cleared the way, took it, kicked it high into the air. It floats a little forwards. Blitzarve sees it away from Jackson. Throw it in again.
He's having a big say, Max Gawn. I think he's being more aggressive with his tap work now, getting the ball forward and just interchanging with Luke Jackson.
Jordan Lewis for car sales, everything you ought to know. At the throw-in, Jackson got his hands to it first. Harms had a go. Oliver hand passed over his head to Jackson, who's into the clear. He's got the link-up hand pass going. Bowie pops it inside 50. Brown worked underneath it. Pickett got rid of Zach Guthrie. He's been threatening, and he strikes. Cozzy's on the board. And one fancies that won't be his only look. Melbourne by 38 points, just beyond the halfway mark of the second term. 9-3-57. Geelong 3-1-19 for Repco authorised service.
Well, Melbourne pushed Luke Jackson up to that stoppage, which meant that they had an extra defender. Henderson notionally was the spare man in defence, but it just goes past them. And it's not like there's long bombs coming down and you've got another bloke sitting there. It's on the deck. And they are just walking around, and Cozzy's getting full congratulations from them all.
It was Henry once again, and I mean this is on repeat. So Henry starts with Cozzy Pickett shoulder to shoulder, yet when Cozzy gets the ball, Henry's 15 metres off. So they're just not hungry defensively, and Guthrie gets made to look like it was his fault. But Henry, you've got to be better in that situation.
They've kicked the last 3 goals and just about blown this apart out of the middle. Jackson got the tap, he followed it up, he was met by Selwood, then Langdon latched onto it, handball forward, Petrarca's got the path, he's socketed once, the bull, the demon bull, a hand pass to Jackson, whose kick was too low.
On the left.
And it allowed Blitzarves to save the day for the Cats. It was a little curious. Off to Zach Guthrie, off the instep, oh no! The lunge from Brayshaw, he didn't take the mark. Zach Tui, a hand pass. And Atkins comes wandering out for the Cats. It was a good-looking kick down to Radaglia, who was able to grasp the ball with Petty in close attendance. 9-3-57 Melbourne, 3-1-19 the Cats. They don't have too many answers or options at the moment. Radaglia just kicks it to where the numbers are at centre half forward. Stanley has to fly. He didn't take the mark, and quickly the Demons into it again. Bowie, a rush kick. Henry was able to shred himself of opposition that time. Got to the footy, then Langdon just gave him a dental shove, one possession back, and gave it to Fritsch, and the D's are on their way again.
It landed in front of Neil Bullen. It bunted up to Oliver. Neil Bullen wore the contact. Oliver out to Fritsch. Perfect to half forward for Brown. Harms is going forward. Petrarca's going forward. Brown's going to put it in deeper than that. He spears a pass into the pocket. Well handled by Spargo. Centres it up to Petrarca. And it is all too easy for the D's.
Yeah, and once again, Geelong had a spare defender inside their defensive 50. And even when Fritsch slips over, Henry gets the ball. Langdon just works so hard to get there and help and assist, and then Fritsch continues on with the play. And when Petrarca marks that ball, there's 5 Geelong players that are standing around him trying to blame each other. They are so far off defensively, it's not funny.
Disposal number 17 coming up for Christian Petrarca. He's to the right of the goal front. He makes his way across the Telstra logo and delivers from 48. It's no good. It is out to the right and through for a behind. The margin is 39 points for Repco authorised service. There's 6:35 to go in the second term on the Makita Rule the Outdoors clock.
Really the only blemish of the first half from Melbourne.
Yeah, and from him, it's probably the only thing in his game he just needs to be a little better at, isn't it? Short from the Cats on the way out. Tui to Guthrie. Zach. 9-4-58 plays 3-1-19. Still 6 minutes remaining in this second term.
Great to see a full stadium, isn't it?
It is.
It is awesome.
And to hear it around the country on AFL Nation. The kick goes back to the wing. Dangerfield threatened in the air, couldn't take the mark. Underneath, Menegola was able to win it, fumble it, win it back, and then rush a kick forward. And suddenly Melbourne through Rivers are surging the other way. Fritsch nudged Henry. No whistle, and he got clobbered at the head and the hair.
Oh, look
Not
out.
the hair. Free kick to Fritsch. 40 metres out from goal.
Probably only you can relate to him, Hutto.
Yeah.
But
Pretty sure he modelled it on me.
Jeez, it was a pretty crude tackle.
It was probably a push in the back miss.
Yeah, it was.
No doubt about that. But they're not missed. They see them and they ignore them.
Yeah.
You're allowed to do that now. It's a new rule change.
So Fritsch brushes.
I wonder if Dan Richardson is ever going to answer the phone and come on to Sports Day and answer his critics, because he's got a few at the moment with his push in the back.
So the Storm are dominant and the Demons are dominant, and Fritsch can add to all of that from 40 metres out. And they've just missed a couple of shots as that one drifts left, and Tom Atkins gives him an absolute gobful. I'm not quite sure why you'd be doing that right now, Tom.
I think it was because he had a bit of hair out of place.
40-point margin, 5 minutes to go. Tui pumps it in long. Dangerfield tried the contested mark against Petrarca, who just did enough. And it is out of bounds. So it's Storm 24, Manly 6 as they start the second half around the grounds for Chemist Warehouse. Great savings every day.
So Jackson into the ruck, up against Stanley. Max having a rest.
Right half forward for Melbourne. Stanley got his hand to it, but underneath, Viney wins the footy, tumbles it inside 50. It bounces up to Brown, hooks it around the corner, and he misses to the right, just across the face of goal. He's kicked 1 goal, 2. He's had one into the post, and that was as good as into the base of the post. A 41-point margin for Repco authorised service.
Jack Viney having a big night, getting plenty of ball around the stoppage.
It's not quite at the 44-point margin yet, so the Cats are still a chance. Short on the way out. Guthrie back to Smith and then bang up. He's taken an aggressive line. It's going to fall short of lever. Well done, Dangerfield, to put the spoil. That just brings Petrarca into action. Not once, but twice. He's disrupted a second time. It rebounds back to Viney, who flicks the handball to McDonald, who walks around Atkins and Buse and got a quick kick towards full forward. Ben Brown tried to hustle through. Blitzars was able to cling on for long enough.
Got to keep it simple, I think, Tommy Mack. He's just give the handball. Yep. Don't worry about being too complicated. Just get it forward. Game's in control.
Blitzar's out to Tui. He finds the run of Selwood on the wing. Took the mark, pulled up. Dangerfield presents for him and he takes off. Runs around Lever. Has a bounce. Delivers it inside the 50. He's tried to place it for Cameron, who flew, dropped the mark. Petty tackled and then let go by Radaglia. So Petty found the way out and Melbourne might build. Here comes the near side.
So no one came up to Dangerfield then. He's on the burst. It was 2 long bombs. Not Radaglia long bomb and Jeremy Cameron charging up, making an option.
Brayshaw to Spargo, who kicks it long down the line. Brown presented underneath Brayshaw again. Takes it over the boundary. It'll be thrown in with 3:20 to go in the term. It is Melbourne by 41 points.
9-6-60 plays 3-1-19. Repco authorised service. Car service you can rely on. Visit repcoservice.com. Simon Goodman still barking out the orders at close quarters to where this throw-in takes place. Isaac Smith able to jolt it clear, but Melbourne's persistence was good this time. The bounce of the ball goes back Geelong's way. A dumped handball from Duncan to Selwood. He kicked down the wing, almost an accidental mark for Dangerfield. He had to turn tackler because Melbourne win the ball back. That was in dispute. Viney's having an outstanding quarter. Kicks to the wing. Petrarca was holding on to Kolajasny in a rare minor victory for the Cats. Very minor. And it all, he was dicing with death. He was dicing with Pickett. The Cats able to work their way through, though. A hand pass from Smith. Buse on the full wind-up. Slipped over. Got back up again, and off the left boot, he's able to chip it to Tom Hawkins as a welcoming chest, but it's a tough kick coming up for Tom.
There's been a fair bit of slipping on this ground over the last couple of weeks. I'm not sure why. And it's not as if there's a heavy dew, but a lot of players have gone to ground.
He was a dominant player here for the Cats last week. Kicked 5 goals, 1 after 2 against Port. Has a good record against the Demons. He's kicked 20 goals, 7, in fact, in 7 games at this venue. Cats desperately need it. He's 10 metres in from the line. Normally for a right footer, he's in the perfect place. And Tom Hawkins gives the Cats some faint hope. 4-1-25 Geelong. Melbourne 9-6-60. So a couple of misses at Melbourne's end. And then Geelong kicked truly. It's back to 35 points.
But it was braver with the ball, and yet it didn't nearly come off. Pickett could have got a hand of that. It would have went down the other end. But it's the change of angle further up the field. It's a little bit of risk involved in the play, but you can see the reward. You open up the other side, you get Buse involved, you get your running half-backs, you don't get a Melbourne defence that's set and can come off their man. So it was a kick from Kolodjasny. Risky kick to Duncan, but then the play keeps flowing and then Smith gets involved. That's a hard ball to defend. When you're trying as a defender predict where it's going, then the forwards have got more space to work into. They need more risky type plays like that, Geelong.
Inside 50 count, Melbourne 30-17 for Safety Steel Sheds. They led it by 35 with a couple of minutes to play in the half. Stanley and Gawn back in the middle. Gawn won the tap. Oliver is onto the footy. Selwood onto him. Jarred it free. Cam Guthrie towed it forward. Not gathered by Rowan or Dangerfield. He might have been pushed in the back. So the mark will be set right at the 50. Petrarca walks to attend.
I'd like another look at that.
Take a look for self-wealth trade shares smarter.
A little bit of an exaggeration with the free kicks there, and he's within his distance. So this is an important finish to the half. Oh.
So 3 behinds in a row to Melbourne. The Hawkins goal, and now the Dangerfield long shot. To build on that notion of faint hope. Dangerfield from half forward. Gives it all he's got. It's across the face. It won't score. Almost marked by Stanley. It couldn't quite cling on at the last, and it spills away and out of play.
Gee, you did well, though, Stanley, to get 2 hands to it. We're just seeing a replay of the Dangerfield free kick.
Definitely accentuated, but you can see why it was paid. From the throw-in. Who's on the move? Dangerfield to one side. The tap goes to Guthrie. Hacked it out of the air. The highest of ball. Isaac Smith drifted over the pack. Cleaned up his teammate, Gary Rowan. Got that Gaz and took the mark. Now, what were the Melbourne players saying there?
I think they were trying to say to the umpire that one of their defenders was blocked, and I think it might have been Rowan that...
took out...
It's not a free kick, though.
Because Rowan was going back for the mark.
Yep.
So Smith simply must for the Cats. 40 seconds remaining in the half. It's a pure strike, or pure enough. And the Cats do get 2 late ones, just to make a couple of Melbourne fans around the country a little less comfortable as they get their cup of teas at halftime and settle in for the 2 quarters. It was going to be a parade and a procession.
Well, I reckon I might have just heard a little bit of a squeak about 10 minutes ago. I thought it might have been a floodgate opening, but they've come back pretty well here, the Cats. Melbourne have given that opportunity by their inaccuracy, but they need a big lift around the middle of the ground. Duncan's doing well. Dangerfield's doing well. Not a lot of damage, not enough damage, but a big lift from Cam Guthrie. Menengola, just 5 possessions, needs to find some more footy. You can't go through the middle of the ground and not be getting 12 to 15 possessions in a half of footy.
4 goals each for the term. Melbourne by 29. Thumped into the turf at Optus. It rises high. Stanley wins the tap. Selwood grappling with Oliver. Dangerfield worked off it. Stanley, the same fate. Cam Guthrie, he was able to prod it forward. Myers tried to hack it off the turf. Selwood knocked it on, but Salem stood against the flow. Creative hand pass to Petrarca and off to Viney. Kicks Melbourne up to half forward. Trying to give Fritsch a look. Kolodjasny led him to it. He's tackled to ground. Had to release toward the boundary. Buse is there to gather. He toes it around that boundary line, and it goes over on the stroke of the halftime siren.
Hutto, you see a lot of Geelong. Have you ever seen Graham Myers actually handball? Does he have that in his repertoire?
Only if it's about 100 metres out from goal, Jared. But not very often.
So a 27-point lead becomes a 29-point lead at halftime. Melbourne 9-6-60, lead Geelong 5-1-31. Spargo's kick 2. There are singles to Harms, Petrarca, Gawn, Neil Bullen, Sparrow, Pickett and Brown. While for the Cats, 1 each to Stanley, Cameron, Smith, Hawkins and Myers. For Repco car service you can rely on, visit repcoservice.com. The D's bite 29. Quick thought, Jordan Lewis, and then we'll get you to expand with Jared Healy in a moment.
Oh, I think it was a half dominated by Melbourne. Geelong probably had a 5-minute period at that last little bit of the second quarter where they actually had ground position. They got the ball inside forward 50s and hit the scoreboard, but they need to do a lot more right in the second half, and I think it starts with the contest, and Jared made mention of the players that need to improve.
The first preliminary final in Perth, half-time. Melbourne 9-6-60, lead Geelong 5-1-31. You're on AFL Nation.
That quarter on AFL Nation was for Repco Authorised Service. For expert car service you can rely on, visit repcoservice.com.
At Underworks, we're experts in socks. We test our all-day socks for comfort with cushioned soles that stay comfy all day long. Test Underworks all-day socks for yourself. We're number one down under for socks.
Roll up to the drive-thru in style with the Monopoly game at Macca's. You could win a car for a year with budget car rental, a whole year of Wilson parking, or a brand new Volkswagen T-Cross. Peel and scan to win at Macca's today. End October 19. Full terms at mcdonalds.com.au.
Join the investment platform that's anything but stock standard. Self-Wealth's $9.50 flat fee promise means more profit in your pocket. So whether you're a passive investor looking for ETFs and index funds, or looking for the power to trade in both the ASX and US markets, we've got you covered on one intuitive platform. With no percentage commission fees and the security of CHESS sponsorship, it's your access pass to safe and secure investing. Selfwealth.com.au. You make dollars, we make sense.
With destinations like the Great Ocean Road, your best adventures are right here in Victoria. Switch your electricity and gas to Red Energy on a Qantas Red Saver plan today and you'll get 15,000 bonus Qantas points plus 2 points per dollar on every energy bill you pay on time. Switch on to Red Energy now on 131806 so you can switch off on a Victorian holiday later. Residential customers only. Eligibility criteria and conditions apply. Energy fact sheets available at redenergy.com.au/EFS.
Look, if you want a lush green backyard, there's one easy way to get it. Install Rainbird. Don't believe me? Look at the MCG's outfield. Check out the Sydney Cricket Ground's Jade Field of Envy, Perth's Optus Stadium, spring green year-round, your neighbour Derek's backyard. Now that's emerald turf. All of these places installed Rainbird, so talk to your landscaper about their irrigation and sprinkler systems. Rainbird, the intelligent use of water. Learn more at rainbird.com.
So here's a question. What's behind a pair of glasses? Eyes. And do you know what's behind the glasses at Specsavers? Optometrists. Yes, every Specsavers store is locally owned and operated by a qualified, experienced optometrist whose only focus is improving yours. So as well as a superb range of frames at great prices, you can be confident that your eye health is in great hands too. So book an eye test today. Should have gone to Specsavers.
It's the players you can count on during footy finals, thanks to one classic lager.
For Geelong, the man to count on's got to be Joel Selwood, 3-time premiership winner, a chance at breaking the record for most games as captain. If the Cats take the trophy this year, it'll be because Selwood led from the front.
For the beer you can count on during footy finals, try one classic lager. It's one standard drink in a big 500ml can at BWS and Dan Murphy's.
Sunday, the Survivor winner is revealed. Monday and Tuesday, 2 masked singers will be revealed. Wednesday and Thursday, making its first incredible reveals. The big week of reveals starts 7:30 Sunday on 10.
Better solar, better batteries, better energy. With B Solar, you never have to pay another expensive electricity bill. Only B Solar have trusted guaranteed savings and free yearly checkups. Talk with a B Solar advisor, search for B Solar or visit b.solar to learn more.
Go on, make the call. We all believe in you. There we go. Another Aussie has made the call and switched to Kogan Mobile. Because right now, you can get started with Kogan from just $4.90 for 30 days.
And it comes with unlimited calls and texts and a big 40 gig of data at award-winning prepaid prices.
Make the call. Switch to Kogan Mobile from just $4.90 for the first 30 days at koganmobile.com.au/footy.
You're listening to AFL Nation for the Beaumont Tiles Trade Club. Is back. Game on.
Simply must for Geelong. 25 metres out. Reece Stanley delivers Geelong's second goal.
Henderson had front position. Brown jarred it loose. Underneath Spargo. Burrowed through and snapped the goal. Petrarca has a look deep and then goes shallow and plonks it to corner. It was touched on the way. The big ruckman swings and goes. Slapsy Maxey. That's magnificent. Brown worked underneath it. Pickett got rid of Zach Guthrie. He's been threatening and he strikes because he's on the board. Those highlights for McDonald's. The Monopoly game at Macca's is back. Game on. 29-point lead Melbourne at half-time. 9-6-60 to Geelong. 5-1-31. It's the half-time floor show for the Choices Flooring Ultimate Bedroom Style Guide, out now.
The Choices Flooring Halftime Floor Show. Check out Choices Flooring's Room View program.
Tell us about it, Jared Healy and Jordan Lewis.
Well, initially, Melbourne's pressure was just so superb and was so strong in that first quarter. It rated 223, and it basically obliterated Geelong's game style. Then when they went into the forward line, they were so much cleaner under Geelong's pressure. Geelong just couldn't get the ball on the outside. The game fell apart, and Melbourne could well and truly have this game wrapped up right now. I think the 29-point lead probably should be something like about 45, 46, and the game dead and buried. That's the only positive for the Cats right now. But Melbourne at the ground level look absolutely in control of this ground. Around the contest, Viney's been superb. Their defence has been solid in the forward line. They've got so many options to goal. It's hard to see Geelong putting up a genuine, legitimate challenge with Max Gawn going round the corner to kick one of his greatest goals. It's just so inspiring.
Yeah, and I think Geelong were at some point in that second quarter trying to clog holes because, I mean, Melbourne score 7 goals, 3 from stoppages. So then you've got to bring up someone and give away what might be a strength to hold your forwards and not let May and Lever impact in the air. So I think if you're coming out in the second half and you're Geelong and you want to work back into this game, yes, you need to get the stuff around the ball right, but you need to take more risks. I think Isaac Smith was probably the one player that took on the game in that second quarter, and it had some sort of result in the last 5 minutes.
So straight to the unmissable moment for Drinkwise. You won't miss a moment if you Drinkwise. We're going Maxie's goal.
Yeah, double Max.
It's double Max. I like that. For Drinkwise, choose to Drinkwise. Who have you got running hot for Ream? Ask your plumber to install a Ream steady, hot and strong.
Yeah, I think Jack Viney's that player. Yep. I just think he's been huge around the contest. He's had 22 disposals, 11 of those are contested, 5 clearances, but he has been that. Jared speaks about their ability to get outside the contest and run. He's the player that's setting up that play and allowing them to clear with some ease.
The stat that matters for safety steel sheds designed to save, built to last. So there's scores from stoppage for Melbourne, 7 goals, 3.
Yeah, 7 goals, 3. So that's a huge score source, clearly. And, I mean, the inside 50s, it's 30-18 in the inside 50s. So they're clearly getting their chances. Melbourne was just inaccuracy in the first part of that second quarter.
Australian-made smart play. It's important to buy Australian right now.
I had Pickett wrote down here. I think when he set up the stoppage and it was the Harms goal. So Pickett starts in the dangerous spot, takes his defender away to realise that Harms was that player that didn't have anyone on him. So he was allowed to come into that space and then convert the goal. I just thought you don't get a possession for that, but it's a really smart play to take your defender out of that hole.
Support Aussie-made products. Big moments of the first half for Bendix Brakes. Put your foot down with confidence, Bendix Brakes.
I reckon the biggest moment of the game right now has been Stephen May going off, and the second biggest moment was him coming back on. So I'm not 100% sure that he's 100%, but
no, you got it around the wrong way.
Yes, I think you're right.
The biggest moment was him coming
back on. Yes. Well, let's see if that is the biggest moment. But at this stage, he's getting through and he's going to come back out. So obviously, it was some sort of little twinge of some sort. Probably they were working on the pressure point. in the glutes, so maybe there was just a little bit of an impact there, but a little bit of a concern. He'll have it scanned and he'll be a relief boy when it comes back negative.
If Viney's running hot for Ream, then Christian Petrarca is hot property in the first half for stockerpreston.com.au.
Yeah, I mean, he's been everywhere. I think, the movement at stoppages is allowing them to get out and get out and access the next contest, and they've been quite dynamic with the dominance of Gawn in the ruck. They've got someone that's playing that defensive mid-role, but certainly the other mids are being more aggressive in their running patterns.
What about his goal when he just snatched it out of the hands and went on and kicked an unbelievable goal? Very impressive.
Just brute strength.
Thanks to Stocker Preston. My place, your place, our place. Player power ratings for Red Energy. Red Energy 100% Australian owned. So Gawn leads the way here in terms of fantasy points, 73. Selwood 67. Then Petrarca, Viney, Dangerfield, Duncan and Oliver. The medical sub, so for a little while James Jordan was warming up, but he went and sat back down for Illuminate Garden Lighting in a league of their own. Sean Higgins is the medi sub for the Cats. The MEGT Rookie of the Day, MEGT, your local apprenticeship experts, called 13 MEGT today. It was an eye-catching start from Jake Bowie.
Yeah, it was. He hasn't been overawed by the situation one bit. He's got really good poise. He finds that kick from half-back that relieves all the pressure. So he knows when he gets the ball where his outs are, and that usually takes years of experience and time in the system, but he's got that footy chip, and I think that's why they liked him when they looked for him and a couple of other young kids that they drafted in this year. That was the number one thing. We need someone that uses the ball and is composed under pressure.
MEGT, your local apprenticeship experts. Around the grounds for Chemist Warehouse, great savings every day. Melbourne 30, Manly 12. That has 23 minutes to play in the qualifying final. Melbourne built a big lead, then made a bad error and conceded a try to Manly. And the fifth test at Old Trafford was cancelled on the morning that it was to begin. And there's much debate happening whether it was forfeited by India or was merely cancelled, because the fate of the series hinges on those negotiations in the boardroom. Melbourne 9-6-60 lead Geelong 5-1-31 in the preliminary final at a sold-out Optus Stadium. That was the halftime floor show, thanks to Choices Flooring.
You're listening to AFL Nation for the Beaumont Tiles Trade Club.
Imagine the convenience of buying your new car from the comfort of your own home. With Hyundai's Click to Buy, you can shop online. We've made it easy to compare models, configure your Hyundai, and make a deposit online through our secure Click to Buy process. So, whether you're after the remarkable i30, the impressive 8-seat Palisade, or the seriously fun Kona, you can shop online with Hyundai. Search Hyundai Click to Buy for details. T's and C's apply, subject to stock availability. Speak to your Hyundai dealer for details.
Jono, do you know how you were telling me about how Crown does it all when it comes to materials handling?
Yes.
Well, I gave them a call about renting a forklift, and guess what?
What?
It was the best thing I've ever done. I got the forklift I needed, and with their rental guarantee, if I found a competitor's model cheaper, they'd beat it by 10%.
Oh, I told you, Mick, with Crown you'll never go wrong.
Crown Rentals, best price guaranteed. Check them out at crown.com or call 131 604.
There is nothing like a Crown for picking it up and putting it down.
T's and C's apply.
Australians travel far and wide through our country's tough conditions. So, whether you're crossing the Nullarbor, rounding up cattle, reversing your boat, or getting bogged, rest easy. Amplify Premium Fuels are engineered to handle Australia's tough conditions, so you have peace of mind wherever our fuels take you. Ampol, Australia's own.
Hard Yakka is known for making tough look good, and their new men's and women's winter range is no exception. Check out the new winter staple, the Zooty, your all-in-one hoodie and jacket, available in checked grey, red and watermelon, or the new Ripstop cargo pant, available at hardyakka.com.au and available stockists. Hard Yakka, for a new breed of Aussie legends.
G'day, it's Gerard Healy and Kane Corns. We're all creatures of habit, and if you've made it a habit to sleep on worn-out pillows, time to sleep on a Spinal Ease.
It aligns the head, neck and spine for comfort and support.
Since I got a Spinal Ease pillow, no more annoying headaches. I absolutely love it.
The Spinal Ease pillow will change the way you sleep and wake forever.
Order your Spinal Ease pillow now and get free delivery. Visit spinaleze.com.au. That's spinaleze.com.au. It'll change the way you sleep forever.
It's the players you can count on during footy finals, thanks to one classic lager.
The Demons will be counting on superstar Christian Petrarca. Fresh off a contract extension for the Demons, Petrarca's proven unstoppable in all conditions. At home games, the ball can't get away from him. Christian Petrarca, the player Melbourne can count on.
For the beer you can count on during footy finals, try one classic lager. It's one standard drink in a big 500ml can at BWS and Dan Murphy's.
For almost 40 years, the legendary Spitwater pressure cleaner has been hard at work every single day across Australia. In mines, on farms, in workshops, in floods, droughts and fires. It's been as tough and as ready and as ruggedly reliable as you've been all those years. But we were ready for a makeover, so we've got a new look. We're still the same brand and the same people you've relied on for decades. Want to see the new Spitwater? Call 1-800-SPITWATER now or go to spitwater.com.au.
7:30 Monday, it's back.
Welcome to the Masked Singer! That's not my name.
In an epic three-week event, can you guess who's behind the mask? The Masked Singer is back, 7:30 Monday on 10.
Tennis fans, you have to check out Yonex, celebrating 75 years performance product crafted in Japan, from rackets to strings, balls, apparel, bags and accessories. They're launching their new V4 Pro September 14, just after the US Open. Head to yonex.com.
You're listening to AFL Nation for the Beaumont Tiles Trade Club.
Melbourne enjoy at half-time as we get ready for the third term to come your way on AFL Nation. So what would Chris Scott have been? I mean, they go in with the what-ifs. They know that if this is happening and we'll do this. But do they take from what happened in that last 5-10 minutes and think we can just keep doing that?
I think they need to. And what we saw in that 5 minutes is there was a little bit of risk-taking, which is great. The forward pressure was better. They defended a little bit better, but they got dirty around the ball. You know, Dangerfield started to get involved. Selwood started to get involved. So they started to take the ball forward. Yes, they were let off with the early misses from Melbourne, but they had momentum. They started to get the game played on their terms, and they looked more dangerous. They were more stable forward of the ball. So that, try and harness that energy. What did it feel like going at half-time, talk about the last 5 minutes and then come out and hopefully try and predict. They just didn't deal with the pressure. I think the overarching thing in the first quarter, in the first half, they didn't deal with Melbourne's pressure. It was so great.
Yeah, I think their skill level is not elite, and it gets totally exposed when the pressure is elite. If you look at some of the gross numbers, or we look at clearances, Geelong's in front of clearances. They're double Melbourne in centre clearances, and yet the clearances that matter are the ones that end up kicking your goals.
Yeah, it's all pressure, isn't it?
And Melbourne are absolutely dominant there. So if you get the ball, you just hack it out and you kick it forward, or you handball it to a teammate and he handballs it to a Melbourne player, you've really achieved nothing from winning that clearance.
Yeah.
They're being preyed upon.
And that's what didn't happen in that 10-minute period in the last time they played it round. The Cats were able to get it clean out of the middle. They had beautiful entries into the 50 and kicked 8 goals in a row.
Yeah, and they're able to take marks. I mean, they've taken 26 marks for the game.
Yeah.
So it's not a game where it's going to be controlled through kick mark. It's messy. That's suiting Melbourne because their pressure's up. They're cleaner around the contest and they're running in numbers. They're using the advantage that they've got around the ball. So if Geelong want to get back into the game, they've got to slow it down, which plays into their hands. They know how to play like that. They've got to try and ball Melbourne. They can't let that game go messy.
Nick Riewoldt introduced an interesting concept, this notion of playing perfect football. He doesn't think perfect football wins you premierships. He thinks you've got to embrace imperfection.
Well, that's what Richmond did.
And that's his model.
Yeah.
And Geelong are trying to play perfect football. Melbourne have embraced imperfection. They've got blokes on the deck. They're bringing the heat. They're bringing the pressure. And yet they're able to deal with it much better because their skill level is just so much higher across the board as an average than the Cats at this stage. So it's hard to see Geelong finding a way. I mean, I think the real threat is that the floodgates open, but let's hope for the game's sake it doesn't turn into a one-sided shootout.
Tony Shebeki of Optus Stadium is just showing off with a bit of a halftime light show, but right now we're just about set to go. The start of the third term. It's all for Tyre Power, kicking goals with 25% off on Toyo tyres. 9-6-60 Melbourne, 5-1-31 Geelong. Reece Stanley and Max Gawn ready to go at it again. Try and energise Atkins into the middle for the Cats, perhaps on Petrarca. Selwood still watching Oliver as the ball is bounced. And up goes Gawn, got the tap. Dangerfield still there. Sneaked out a little hand pass. Petrarca flicked it in no time to Oliver. And Melbourne on the attack. Ben Brown is coming and marking. It couldn't have been more emphatic. Gawn, Petrarca, Oliver, and Ben Brown as the celebrations begin back in the middle.
Yeah, it's an interesting ploy when you're a tagger, that as soon as you see the ball, you go after the ball. It doesn't bounce your way, and then your man is involved. And Ben Brown, he's outreaching Smith, and you can just see, Blitzarves, and you can see the value of not being able to push out. Blokes in the forward line actually take marks.
A few deep breaths from Ben Brown. He has 1 goal, 2 so far. This a pretty elementary shot for goal by his standards. It begins the approach, and then 20 seconds later, with everything pointing forward, he kicks the goal. And Melbourne go to 10-6-66. A deflating moment for the Cats at the start of the third, who remain on 5-1-31. It's all for McDonald's on the scoreboard. The Monopoly game at Macca's.
Yeah, so Geelong have thrown the magnets around. Close has gone to the wingmen, and Goal has gone back out to the wing, and they've sent Atkins into, you would think, do a roll on either Petrarca or Oliver. But just the sharpness of the hands again, it's on show. Petrarca's handball to Oliver, which means they exit through the front of the stoppage. That's what you don't want as a midfield. You don't want the opposition to get out the front of the stoppage. You could see the pressure, the tackle from Viney. The handball from Petrarca was just elite. And then they're away. Then you put your defence under serious pressure. Blitzarves was closer to Ben Brown on that occasion. But as you said, Jared, the reach of Ben Brown was far too high.
He's actually taking more contested marks for Melbourne than he ever did for the Kangaroos.
Yeah.
He was a player on the lead only.
A crucial moment for New Farm Australian through and through. Dangerfield wins the ball in the middle, but he wastes it as he kicks it out particularly wide near half forward, and it runs away from the long-sleeved pair of Close and Langdon out of play.
That's why numbers can be confusing, because you do look at the centre bounce clearances. That is a clearance for Geelong, yet they end up on the wing with another stoppage.
Melbourne by 35, thrown into play. Gawn tapped it down. Shark by Duncan, released it under pressure. Atkins pulls it clear. The Cats will go inside 50. Cameron has front position. Radaglia plays as rover, but his hand pass is knocked down by Salem. Radaglia dispossessed him in a firm tackle. Oliver to Bowie, couldn't clear the area as Rowan later smothered. Duncan has the footy. They set upon him, ball it up.
Well, he is a player that needs to get into the game. Gary Rowan hasn't touched the ball. Do you throw him in the midfield? Get him up around the ball, use his pace.
0 on the stat sheet for safety steel sheds. Oliver comes through the stoppage. Hand passes to Bowie. A simple enough clearance out to half-back. McDonald knocked it to the advantage of Harms, who fumbled and left it behind. Henderson to Atkins. The Cats throw it back inside the 50. It bounced over the top of Radaglia. Patted down by Lever for Gawn. Towed away by Hawkins. The Cats have got it near the goal line. Isaac Smith's kick is smothered. Desperate stuff from Hibbert and Bowie as they came across his boot. And it is a rushed behind. Margin 34 for McDonald's. The Monopoly game at Macca's is back. Game on.
Brilliant handball before from Oliver. He was tackled, but he knew that he had a player 4 or 5 feet away, and he just waited till he was swung around and delivered it to him.
Salem sends it right up, deposits on the wing. Gawn had a piece of it. Petrarca was the one that took it off him. And then Oliver was running and had momentum up as it received, and quickly saw on the horizon Ben Brown. who takes the mark, and then Langdon run past to receive the handball. It was a little bit disrupted. It really set Viney up for the tackle, which Buse executed well. Close pounce to handball to Dangerfield, forced back, shuffling Blitzarves. It's just a kick in hope. It went straight to Langdon, and Petrarca is off. He's got Joel Selwood covered, and he delivered beautifully inside 50. And that time, Fritz did not have a hair out of place. And Selwood's drawn attention on the wing after his clash with Langdon.
Another 50-metre penalty. Yep, so that makes it a guaranteed goal to Melbourne, and Bailey Fritsch on the line.
So we'll wait for the replay. Selwood thought he was hardly done by it. He obviously retaliated, cost them 50, made the goal a certainty, and just about made the match a certainty. It's a 40-point margin. I can hear the fat lady in the distance, Jared. 11-6-72 to 5-2-32.
Yeah, she's gargling. I think she was gargling 25 minutes into the game. But she was polite, has sat down until after half-time and given Geelong every opportunity to make a statement. Well, unfortunately, the only statement being made right now is that by Melbourne, who are pushing themselves up as the short price favourites for the flag in 2 weeks' time. Petrarca and Oliver, they're some of the most amazing contested and contest players I've ever seen. The way they can get out of these contests is unique. They've got such quick feet and they've got quick hands. They've had a replay of the Selwood one. Not a huge amount in it, but...
I think he's hard done by.
Yeah, you give the umpire an opportunity, they're going to take it.
Self-Wealth trades that. Matter, Viney out of the middle to Petrarca on the burst. Steps back inside, gives it to Gord. Will he from 55? He will! He can! He does! Oh, Max has got an eye toward being the first premiership captain since Barras. And he is doing it in style. That's devastating from the Demons as they bump it out to 46 with the clean break. Another goal from a stoppage, Jordan Lewis.
And something that I've never seen Gordon do.
That's an unbelievable goal, isn't it? That is, he's hit that from about 55 metres on the run, set up brilliantly by Petrarca. But, by goodness, that was just a pure kick.
But you look at the centre bounce clearance. Petrarca, Viney to then Petrarca, but then for Gawn to then continue on and run forward, and then at full stretch hit his boot in the right spot, which Max sometimes has some trouble with. That's an amazing goal. He's kicked two of the best. Yeah. He has kicked the two best goals of his career.
That's right.
In a prelim final.
So he's got gold and silver for instant windscreens. 1-3-2-4-4.
He's back in the middle, tapping it down, and Oliver goes to work again. Appetite for destruction, the D's. It's in quickly. McDonald to his own advantage. Get the party started! There's no going back from here. Melbourne are going to be in the grand final. 57 years, everyone. Well,
that was a brilliant goal also. They are feasting now. The players know it's over. They are just going and putting on a show. When Geelong's pressure is now non-existent, the centre clearance work is just going all one way. And if there was a fat lady here, she'd be singing. And if we had a squeaky gate, they'd be squeaking. The floodgates are open, the fat lady's singing. It's all happening here for Melbourne. Oh, there's the squeaky gate.
So it's 4 goals in 4 minutes at the start of the third term, and an unbelievable burst for Furphy. Unbelievable moment.
McDonald for McDonald's. The Monopoly game at Macca's is back.
Well, the vegetarians were dominating. They needed one from the meat lovers, and Macca has come through.
Melbourne by 52 points. Gawn took it out. Was tackled by Duncan. Hand passed it away. Dangerfield gathers. Gives it to Cam Guthrie. Searching for the way forward. It is a wide kick again to half forward. So the 2 clearances the Cats have won. They've sped out of bounds. One on the right and this one on the left. Throw it in for Spitwater. That's what it does. This has got a monstrous number written on it, Jared. It did early.
It did early, yeah.
It does happen in preliminary finals, doesn't it?
Well, they're either 1 or 2 points or they're 100, and this could well be triple figures.
Gawn's just having his way with Stanley, got rid of him, took it out of the ruck, kick to the wing. McDonald brought it to ground, trying to work it back to Spargo. It was smothered by Henry. Gathered up by Collar Jasny to Menegola and Tui. The Cats are at the defensive 50 as Tui touches it down and is wretchedly unsure where to go. So he lags the kick back to Menegola. It wasn't 15. It's touched under pressure. Henry flies in. He hasn't taken the mark, though. Off to Cam Guthrie through Myers and Duncan. So heavy lifting for the Cats, but they do find the way near half forward. Kick to Rowan, who gets the Bronx cheers. Inside 50, a stumble from Hawkins. Spoil made by May, and Brayshaw's onto it at the defensive 50.
No synchronicity at all for the Cats forward. Corners everywhere. Now he's clearing out of defence. McDonald versus Henry, call it a draw. Zach Tui had some impact there. His gather was good. He fooled a few going one way, then flicked the hand pass to Menegola. More of the same to Holmes. He's done pretty well to wear that and keep on going, but Salem tracks it down. Good turn from Dangerfield. Equally good tackle from Salem. Met the moment, and now Holmes has got a handball, and they can kickstart it again. Brayshaw, in fact, decides to leg it out of defence. He's had 2 bounces. He's had time to ponder and deliver in front of Ben Brown, who is killing Blitzarves at the moment. He marks forward to the wing. Next in line is Petrarca, who's going to take the mark at the intersection of the 50 and the boundary.
And it all started with Harms getting the ball from inside to a fair way outside. And when the history is written about Melbourne, if they go on to win the flag, it will be this change where they were all bees to a honey pot, and every coach was coaching numbers into the contest. And it was explained many times why it wasn't working, and no one was listening, it seemed, from the inside. And then all of a sudden the penny dropped, and it's been a huge change.
Oh, Petrarca blew a tyre as he kicked that. Grabbed by McDonald, almost dacked. He doesn't have it. Well, if he had a shot, he hit the wrong part of the ball. It sits at the top of the square. Isaac Smith in dire pressure. There's only so much they can take. He handballed to Henderson, who absorbed it all. It's a ball up.
So, Jordan, take us inside this development, because I suspect you've had a fair bit to do with it.
Yeah, and I think we'll let this particular play unfold.
Deep forward, Radagalier against Gawn. Free kick to Max. He's going to kick his third.
He's going to get 6.
Yeah, it has been good, and I think the bones of it were there, and I think from the moment Paul Roos got there, really drummed into them contest. Benny Matthews was a part of that, so the contest was always there.
That's the first layer.
That's the first layer. Then they needed a coach to come in and educate them about what happens outside, about balance, about getting to the next contest, about patterns, and for me that's been Adam Uze.
Yep.
Here's one of footy's great characters, Max Gawn. It's a simple shot for his 3rd goal.
Replay from Geelong.
Strolls in and slots it. The Cats are gone. It's a 58-point lead. 14-6-90 to Geelong. 5-2-32 for McDonald's, the Monopoly game at Macca's. There's 13 minutes and 11 seconds to play in the 3rd term on the Makita Rule, the outdoors clock.
And I think it's an important process, because when you're a new coach taking over a side, what do you focus on first? And I think it's a really good look into where you start. Get the contest right, then you can build your game out from there. And then once the games unfold, the season unfolds, then you can add in players. So they've added in Lever and May clearly, as we see Stephen May having
subbed out, I reckon.
Yeah, I think that's a smart decision, and you can see James Jordan warming up, but I don't think Stephen May is no longer needed. You take the conservative approach with that one, but then the other factor, I suppose, is players understanding that they need to give more to the team and expect not much in return.
A lot of time to play out. Blitzarves the tap, gathered by Dangerfield, who gave it to Selwood. Left foot kick in the direction of Radagalier and Cameron. They flew from opposite angles, gathered at his feet by Hawkins. Penny in the end, though, emerged with a footy. Gave it to Salem, who tossed up the kick to Petrarca, who tracked it down in the air.
They have defended really well, and this hasn't been the 6 defenders that have defended. Everyone has bought into the defence. Max Gawn's even been back there at times. It's been relentless.
Yep, Petrarca has, Oliver has at various stages. Kick lobs onto the wing. Good fight from Jackson against Blitzarves, and the ball is over and out.
It's been an amazing evolution. They've brought talent in. They've always had talent. This was why 2019 was such a frustrating season, watching them go from preliminary final to really almost imploding, because not a lot was going right. But it's taken a little bit of time, but gee, they've got a pretty good machine right now.
Good serves into the ruck now for the Cats as they continue to throw the magnets around. A rush kick is marked by Langdon.
And Langdon's been a great addition as well. They desperately were looking for one. They thought Adam Tomlinson was going to be it. He wasn't firing, and you feel for Adam right now because he's one that's going to miss out.
Gave it to Rivers, who gave it to Saylor. Mac Devine, he posted up well. Good fight from Atkins, but great strength and sheer arrogance from Salem. He just dismissed the threat of Atkins, kicked it into the pocket. I don't think their coaches will like that too much. The ball's locked up by Collar Jazz, and then we'll have a ball up.
I don't think composure. Yeah. I didn't. He understood that he had some space. He just wanted to stop. He knew he couldn't go forward. And
grabbed by Gord. He's done it again. Oh, he's kicked his fourth. He has taken it to the absolute max.
He's wasting them.
He is. It's like kicking him in the warm-up. Making a putt on the practice green. Yeah. It is extraordinary. He's grabbed it out of the ruck and from the pocket he's put it through.
And everybody's celebrating right around the country except Geelong supporters, but it's an incredible display from Max. A bloke who had his own trials and tribulations initially with his many reconstructions. I remember going to a Melbourne function. The thing he was famous for was actually hosting functions. And he found himself finally able to put a couple of seasons together, and he's built himself up into one of the great players of the competition.
He's got all the Bendix breaks, big moments, confidence stopping Bendix breaks.
It has been, I suppose, when I first got there, that was perception, and then reality was he's a super competitive person and works extremely hard. He's probably one of the best trainers there, but you're right, it was a big decision to make him captain, but I think it was the right one.
16 disposals, 27 hit-outs, 4 goals. Here's readout for safety. Steel Sheds, free kick in the middle going to Jackson in the ruck. So the rising star gives the hand pass to Rivers, flowing by, and he dumps it deep in the Gawn direction. He couldn't again, could he? He does! He's never played a quarter like it. Contested mark in a pack of 5. And Viney's into the ball, telling them about it.
Well, Henderson's his direct opponent, and Lockie's having a horrible finals campaign, and it's continuing. He sort of got shoved out by Max, but it still seems to be in the flow of things, and he goes back, takes a mark, and everyone celebrates.
Yeah, he might end the night as the Mayor of Perth, Max Gawn, the way this is going. He's put through his 5th. And this utter blitz from Melbourne. It's a 7-goal third term, and we haven't even reached the halfway mark of it. 16-6-102 to Geelong 5-2-32. There was an American who had a quarter like this somewhere in the dim past in a prelim. Yeah. This is homegrown, and it's wholesome, it should be said.
And I like that they're not showboating, so they're still... Their game is still around the contest. They're getting the ball forward. The forwards are working well together, and they're just doing the simple things really well. And that might sound a little bit ridiculous, but they are just performing at a very, very high level at the moment.
Good to see Gaz on the cutaway sticking. He still put the goal down in his footy record despite celebrating. 16-6-102 to 5-2-32. There's so much time to go. Max could kick 10 the way he's going.
Blitzarves into the ruck.
Yep. And here's after it. Dangerfield again is going to get the clearance for the Cats. This is a little more direct, but still out to the left half forward and still just gobbled up by Jake Lever. Outpointing Gary Rowan. So he takes the mark. That's up at the scoreboard. This packed stadium. 16-6-102 to 5-2-32. Lever kicks for Jackson, and again, he might have hurt himself there in the flight. Dangerfield is in pain, and so are Geelong fans everywhere as Melbourne surge forward again. Henry comes out, one of the few shining lights for the Cats in this final series. Not so much tonight. The ball wobbled out. Dangerfield's back on his feet, and so is Gary Rowan. He's able to shake clear of Lever. Gawn just buries him in a tackle. And the umpire doesn't pay holding the ball. Danger's sore ribs, I think.
I think Jackson slipped and there's the cork in,
cork, is it?
In the
buttocks. The gluteus maximus.
So Max is literally doing it all. Harms has kicked it up and down the mine shaft at the stoppage. Bowie knocked it away. Duncan dispossessed by Neil Bullen and spinning through with Sparrow off to Rivers and out to Langdon. Melbourne will break from centre half back and they've got runners down the field. Hand pass to Rivers, tipped over by Tui. Langdon on the follow-up in full flow. Gives the hand pass to Petrarca. Not to be outdone. Yes, he is to be outdone. He misses to the left.
And what we're seeing now is what I think is the difference between Melbourne and every other side in the competition, and that is their running power. Halfway through the third quarter, they are running as hard now as they were, and yet there's no resistance. So we're seeing it actually run into space a lot. Langdon's starting to get hold of this game of footy, and Port Adelaide, if they're playing them or the Bulldogs, they're going to have to run as hard as them to compete.
Broke a run of 6 Melbourne goals, that, with a behind to Melbourne.
Yeah, I think usually when you have the week off, you do feel a little bit rusty in the first half, and you get that second wind in the second half. And Melbourne looked like right from the start they were running on top of the ground, but certainly they're a lot fresher having that week off.
103 plays 32. Yes, so that's for McDonald's as Jackson knocks it down, picked up by Bowie. High ball deep. Henderson under pressure again from the side. At the back, Ben Brown's got a path to goal. He just couldn't get a boot to it. He stumbled over in the end under serious heat. Guthrie almost cleaned up the umpire on his short pass on the way out. And he found Blitzards, who pokes it over the top to Cam Guthrie.
But I think it is something that Chris Scott will have to address if he's going to rebuild the team. And that is, if the game is built on slow ball movement, you don't sort of engender this willingness to run hard and run through pain, etc. It all becomes a little bit too precise.
Hands from Myers was good and creative to Tui as the Cats, they work their way, then they come completely unstuck. Poor entry kick. Oliver anticipated it beautifully, but his kick wasn't too flash itself, and it's gone back over the line and out of bounds.
And then ultimately you've got to have the players that can run and want to run.
McDonald's, the Monopoly game at Macca's is back. Game on.
19 disposals for Clayton Oliver. It's not his biggest night, but he's, as always, been absolutely dominant round stoppage.
Langdon got it at this stoppage, and then Viney was barreled into front on by Atkins. And those are the sorts of free kicks that come in these dispiriting moments. And they've got another 38 minutes or thereabouts footy to have to endure, the Cats. Viney sends Melbourne up toward the 50. McDonald led up. Underfoots. Is it Jordan into the fray? His first touch right to the centre goal. Cozzy's got it! And he kicks the goal. He flew high, pinched it from Zach Guthrie, who'll need hypnosis therapy over the summer, and blasted through his second. And the margin is 77 points and growing rapidly for McDonald's, the Monopoly game at Macca's.
Yeah, if you get on Melbourne for the points spread, I think you'd be backing it's going to increase significantly between now and the end of the game. That was just another brilliant goal by Cozzy. Saw it in the air, just too quick. Everything's too quick for Geelong at the present time. And it's just impossible to see how they get their next goal at the moment. Geelong, they can't win the football.
10th different goal scorer as well, so there's been a good spread. And the funny thing is, I suppose, is for the majority of the night, Geelong have had a spare defender, yet that spare defender isn't Tom Stewart, so they don't know how to read the ball, they don't know how to position themselves. Quite often they're in a situation where they're out of position and they just don't have that knack.
Out of the middle it comes to Atkins, who drives Geelong deep. Myers stayed down. Rivers played the ball on its merits, knocked it forward, and then Bowie able to pick it up and look up ahead, and he has Viney in enough space to let the ball sit to his advantage. Left foot kick. Melbourne to half forward. High ball. McDonald. One arm up. Henry was able to spoil, and then Neil Bullen missed the mark on the hand pass. He was able to run back, collect. Kick to half forward. Blitzards batted it away. Picked up by Salem. Started to surge, then stopped. Propped. His kick wasn't perfect to Fritsch, who's still going to fight for it despite the odds being against. And the Cats made a bit of a meal of a handball. Menegola tries to rectify that. Everyone down, fell over, except for Collar Jasny, who was able to kick it to Holmes, who marks it left half back.
77-point lead Melbourne's way. Holmes has footy in hand near the defensive 50. He's kicked it inboard. Gawn closes, smashes it away down to Oliver. He's going to look for Cozzy up at the 50 and he'll take the mark.
Is anybody going to pick up Cozzy at any stage tonight?
He's had the free leave pass. It would be the most difficult shot on the field, really. He's outside the boundary and outside 50.
You can nearly guarantee this will be a pass, Stuart.
Is Maxi gone to the square?
Yep.
Pickett's going to pull it right there. Gawn brushes his way to the front.
Free
Up
kick to
goes
Max.
Henry and knocks
Gee,
it through
what?
for a behind.
Where's the umpires?
78-point margin for McDonald's, the Monopoly game at Macca's.
Now, Zach Tui was one of the stars a couple of weeks ago. In particular, last week he was, and yet really had not much impact, and his kicking's let him down that time.
Yes, a bit of luck on his side allows the ball to get to Selwood. He flicked the hand pass to Blitzars off the left boot, if you don't mind. It's a pretty crafty kick in the end, although Salem has first play at it. Myers stuck to his guns, and they got it out. Salem actually apologised to Myers for...
He pulled his
hair. But,
not deliberately, but...
Free kick not paid. So the sub has been confirmed. And James Jordan has replaced Stephen May. Jackson got the tap. Selwood was able to shark it, gave it to Stanley to smash it on the boot. Here's Salem again. Whacked away by Duncan, and the ball goes over the boundary line and out of bounds at half forward.
This felt like a really long quarter.
Well, they just kick so many goals so quickly, and the contest is just about, well, it is over, isn't it, in terms of the scoreboard? You need the mercy rule in preliminary finals. You would have invoked it a couple of years ago, wouldn't you, Jordy?
Yeah, you start.
It is ironic, though, they're getting retribution on the very ground that they had such a bad day.
Not against the same team, unfortunately, as the ball goes back over the line and out of bounds. And Hibbert will be hoping that the coaching staff keep the faith with him, even if Smith's available in a couple of weeks' time.
So there's some decisions to be made.
Even Hunt you would imagine...
Might depend on the opponent, mightn't it, if it's Port Adelaide and those dangerous smalls.
Cats inside 50. Close got hold of it. The stoppage through Atkins, then to Hawkins. Kick goes to the top of the square. Up went Brayshaw to make the spoil. Holmes stayed down for the Cats. He was overwhelmed by the pressure. Brayshaw gathers, hand pass to Lever, and he got pushed in the back as well.
Which brings me to a point that's really starting to aggravate me, that we don't give squads medals. I mean, just imagine Joel Smith does come in and Hibbert does go out. I mean, Hibbert has had a major contribution to the premiership, and yet our definition of a premiership player is someone who plays on the ground.
So you have to have played during the year?
Yes. I mean, you have to have contributed to the result.
What if you're an unused sub?
Well, that was my question. I think that actually gives you even greater reason why you give it as a squad.
Hibbert on the way out had his kick picked off by Kolajasny, but he delivered it to the hot spot that Clayton Oliver had covered. Atkins still got hold of it, though, through Stanley close, and now Dangerfield back into the fray. He sets it up to full forward, and Hawkins took the mark against three. Not paid. He hand passes to Myers.
Look at the pressure.
Charged down by Petty. There will give them nothing, the D's. Out they come. Hibbert got it from Brayshaw and on to Neil Bullen. And out to Pickett, would you believe? He's alone and unattended. Hand pass to Langdon, breaking the lines. Has a bounce, pulls up, gives it back to Pickett, and got met in the aftermath. Downfield will be the free kick. They probably squandered it all. It's out of play at left half forward.
Well, that last passage of play in the goal square, we're seeing a replay. Tom Hawkins a bit stiff here. This is why Melbourne are where they're at right now. They are 100 goals in front. They're in the grand final, and yet they're busting their guts defensively as well as they did in the opening minute. Brilliant stuff.
They are so hungry. Kick forward from Oliver. He's marked by Buse at right half back for Geelong. His eyes into the middle of the ground. He wanted to give it to Tui, but that was a bridge too far. He goes short to Dangerfield. And from right half back, he looks ahead, and it's a well-weighted ball for Mitch Duncan. Bit of the pressure going out here. He missed the pass to Hawkins, who had no real awareness of the danger that was so close. And lucky to not be penalised, Tom Hawkins, in the end, in the Langdon tackle.
Yeah, I think in the end, Langdon just didn't hold him long enough. Got out there.
Yeah, right.
But it was another great chase down tackle.
The replay for Self-Wealth Trade shares smarter.
110 to 32. The ball comes pinging back to Oliver, who Fennicum threw it to Jordan, who gets stripped of it immediately by Selwood. and then Oliver kept on coming, and the ball ended up over the line and out of bounds. And he points to the scoreboard. I think Tom Atkins is mouthing again. And fair enough, Oliver. I reckon that's absolutely fair enough. Have a look at the scoreboard, Tom.
It's a 78-point margin for McDonald's, the Monopoly game at Macca's.
I think he actually said that. Have a look at the McDonald's scoreboard.
Down to Petrarca from the ruck work. He released the hand pass while lying on his back, but only as far as Close, who's tied up.
But at least Atkins, I mean, I was never a great fan of people who used to mouth off all the time, but he is having a fair dinkum crack right now, and he hasn't got a lot of teammates.
Gawn took it out of the ruck. It floated forward. Close dropped it. Pickett hunts it. Dangerfield, though, wins out to Stanley, to Zach Guthrie, and on to Buse, who guides the Cats to half forward. Lever stands against the flow. Myers did just enough and paddled it out of play. Jake Lever's unhappy that he dropped that mark.
It's just the desperation, isn't it? You spoke about Hibbert and Petty on the goal line. They want every single bit out of this game.
Around the grounds for Chemist Warehouse, great savings every day. Melbourne beat Manly in the qualifying final in the NRL, 40 points to 12.
Brandon Smith came up with an injury, though, Gerard, which is a bit of a dampener.
Okay. Bowie off to Brayshaw. Melbourne fiddle with it at half-back, and Salem kicks it out of bounds on the full.
2 minutes 16 remaining on the Makita clock. Makita rules the outdoors. Plenty of time over the weekend to get the Makitas out in between the finals. Unfortunately, Henry kicks towards the forward pocket. Gawn taking a juggling mark, not paid at the other end. He said, "Don't you know who I am?" It comes back to Salem, who launches off the left. Butterfingers that time from Duncan. Had recovery off to Atkins. Chip up to the top of the square. Menegola. Stanley flew, got crunched play on the call. Hibbert hacked it out of there. It turned into a torpedo mid-flight. And it's well handled by Henderson, who has a look. He ignored a couple of leads. He changed his mind, and then he doesn't take it on in the end. He makes it Tui's decision. He ponders not quite as long and then tucks it towards Hawkins. Cameron's had no say in this game whatsoever. And the hand pass comes to Sparrow and back to Petty. Wiped out in the smother from Myers, and then Hawkins. Eye contact on Sparrow. It's going to be a free kick to the number 9.
Just on the Makitas, Hutto, are you a petrol-driven Makita, or are you into the lithium battery Makitas?
No, into the batteries,
yeah, okay.
Jared, yep.
Thought you would be.
Now,
modern-day guy.
Rowan is...
right hamstring out of the game.
Oh, do you reckon that's one of those ones?
Form-related?
Up to Brayshaw and out to Oliver, who wore the contact late from Selwood. Well, actually, late's unfair. He wore the contact as he was taking the mark.
He certainly wore the contact. Yeah. That's not up for debate.
He's toughest player for hard yakka for a new breed of legends. Oliver kicks to half forward. Henry dropped an uncontested mark. Zach Guthrie tried to paddle it away. Menegola's got a couple hanging off him. Hand pass to Higgins, who gave it straight up to McDonald. Kicks inside 50. Now Pickett's got 2 against him this time, and Close reaches up over the top and alleviates that pressure.
He's had a really good year, Close. He just hasn't been near it today.
Tui received the hand pass, difficult ahead for Dangerfield. He knew what was coming. It was his old teammate Jake Lever. Knocked it to Holmes' advantage, and now there's a chase on. Petty's going to get there first, and he's caught by Blitzers. He did do well, though, to get a hand pass to it just at the last moment. Jordan picks it up for Melbourne. He'll be hoping to play well and
they've just had
claim the sub place for the grand final.
Yeah, Melbourne have had defensive recovery so well tonight, so when Lever comes up he gets bypassed. There's so many other layers behind him.
Siren sounds to end a quarter that was dominated by Melbourne and by Max Gawn. Melbourne are going to make the preliminary final. It's only by a matter of how much. 17-8, 110 the Demons. Geelong 5-2-32 at 3-quarter time. In that quarter, Melbourne kicked 8 goals to Geelong, just 1 behind.
And Max Gawn's best in a game prior to tonight was 3, and he kicked 4 for the quarter. He has 5 for the match.
Could be his highest rated game ever, I reckon, this one.
Four of the most unbelievable goals from any individual.
He was already on top of all the points charts at half-time before he did that. 3-quarter time in Perth. Melbourne by 78 on AFL Nation.
That quarter on AFL Nation was for McDonald's. The Monopoly game at Macca's is back. Game on.
Get the power.
It's Tyre Power's Big Footy Final Sale. And the team from Tyre Power is giving you the power to buy 3 and get 1 free on selected Toyo passenger car tyres. Buy 3 and get 1 free on selected Toyo tyres. Tyre Power's Big Footy Final Sale can't last. Visit tyrepower.com.au during Tyre Power's Big Footy Final Sale.
Your next home makeover could be on the house with the Monopoly game at Macca's. Peel and scan your way to a Philips audio and visual package, a Makita 18-volt LXT cooler warmer, or an ultimate barcode toolkit. Peel and scan to win at Macca's today. End October 19. Full terms at mcdonalds.com.au.
Serious outdoor work requires serious outdoor tools. And this season, Makita is helping you rule the outdoors. Right now, you can score yourself a free Makita brushless blower when you buy any selected Makita LXT 18-volt ×2 brushless multifunction powerhead kit. Hurry, limited time only. Offer via online redemption. Visit makita.com.au for details. Makita, rule the outdoors.
Go on, make the call. We all believe in you. There we go. Another Aussie has made the call and switched to Kogan Mobile. Because right now, you can get started with Kogan from just $4.90 for 30 days.
And it comes with unlimited calls and texts and a big 40 gig of data at award-winning prepaid prices.
Make the call. Switch to Kogan Mobile from just $4.90 for the first 30 days at koganmobile.com.au/footy.
Sexyland stores are still open for click and collect and 2-hour delivery. Head to sexyland.com.au to browse Australia's largest range of adult toys, from new season vibes to fun games for grown-ups. Sexyland always open for you online 24/7 at sexyland.com.au and taking phone orders on 1800 885 239.
Take me now, I'm coming. Take me now, Sexyland. One beer, more beer. One beer, more beer. Maximum refreshment in one standard drink. One beer, more beer. One beer, more beer.
These finals, try one classic lager. It's one standard drink in a big 500ml can. Now that's a beer you can count on during footy finals at BWS and Dan Murphy's.
Steve, are you still looking for a new forklift?
Yes, why?
Crown have a great range of quality second-hand forklifts.
Like what?
Oh, like their Encore range of reconditioned forklifts that are as good as new, with the same warranty as a new one for a lot less money. Or their range of certified used forklifts, which offer unbelievable value. And you get guaranteed reliability and superior quality.
I'll call Crown today.
Crown's second-hand forklifts, the right forklift for any budget.
There is nothing like a Crown.
Check them out at crown.com or call 131 604.
For almost 40 years, the legendary Spitwater pressure cleaner has been hard at work every single day across Australia. In mines, on farms, in workshops, in floods, droughts and fires. It's been as tough and as ready and as ruggedly reliable as you've been all those years. But we were ready for a makeover. So we've got a new look. We're still the same brand and the same people you've relied on for decades. Want to see the new Spitwater? Call 1-800-SPITWATER now or go to spitwater.com.au.
Sunday, the Survivor winner is revealed. Monday and Tuesday, 2 masked singers will be revealed. Wednesday and Thursday, making its first incredible reveals. The big week of reveals starts 7:30 Sunday on 10.
You're listening to AFL Nation for the Beaumont Tiles Trade Club. Is back. Game on.
Back inside, gives it to Gord. Willie from 55. He will. He can. He does.
Appetite for destruction, the D's. It's in quickly. McDonald to his own advantage. Get the party started. Grabbed by Gord. He's done it again. Oh, he's kicked his fourth. He has taken it to the absolute max.
Flowing by, and he dumps it deep in the Gorn direction. He couldn't again, could he? He does. He's never played a quarter like it. He might end the night as the Mayor of Perth, Max Gorn, the way this is going. He's put through his fence. Remarkable highlights for McDonald's. The Monopoly game at Macca's is back. Game on. Melbourne by 78 points, Jared Healy.
Well, ironically, Jared, as you were replaying the highlight of you saying he may well be the Mayor of Perth, the Mayor of Perth was on the screen talking about Max. Basil Zemplis was just talking up Max Gawn. And look, we'll get the numbers from Champion Data during the week. But this may well be the greatest quarter a ruckman has played for a long time. I won't say ever because I don't know, but I doubt whether anybody's ever played a better quarter as a ruckman. 4 goals, lots of hit-outs to advantage. He defended. He was down the other end of the ground. It was absolutely brilliant. And all they have to do now, Melbourne, is get off the track uninjured.
Opening bounce of the final term for Tyre Power, your premiership favourite for Toyo tyres. Gawn is in the ruck, he rises high, but he made high contact with Radaglia. I reckon he had 73 points at half-time. He's now got 143, so I think he put up 70 of those fantasy points in that term.
It was some quarter.
Long kick forward from Radaglia is picked off by Salem, who set a tone early.
Yeah, I think this last quarter for Melbourne would just be about trying to take time out of the clock. 50-metre penalty we see here given to Melbourne, but you've done what you needed to do, and it is about conserving energy. I understand there's a break next week.
Don't conserve too much energy.
No, you can't develop bad habits, but they've done everything that they needed to do.
So Christian Salem forward of the middle as he sets it up a bit too deep for Gawn and a bit shallow for Fritsch. Sparrow works underneath in the pocket, towed it on and then got a kick up toward the teeth of goal. Henry gathered in defence to Cam Guthrie. Radaglia is driven out over the boundary by Sparrow. He dropped the ball. McDonald had a fresh airy close on the tidy up, put it in front of Higgins, who runs into Gawn but released it to Myers, to Cam Guthrie, to Dangerfield. There's no space though. Taken to ground by Viney and it turns over. Langdon got it away. The hurried kick from Rivers inside is cut off by Henry, who slipped over. He slipped over as he went to go. The ump hadn't called play on McDonald, came from the stand position, has been knocked off 50.
Yeah, that's the old school reaction to the play with the ball.
Common sense wouldn't go astray, though, would it? The kick goes forward. He took the 50 before he needed to. He found Isaac Smith, who found Jeremy Cameron, who brushed away Jordan. Birdie's teammate, kick long to Hawkins, and Lever from the side did what he always does, cut in at the choice of flying for the mark or spoiling. He chose to spoil.
Yeah, they've been so safe behind the ball, whether it be midfielders, ruckman, coming back to assist, or whether it be the defenders that are by themselves and have to look after each other. I just think it's been a masterful performance by the Demons on an offensive point of view, but also defensively.
So it's scored. It's a 77-point margin. Long kick in from Salem. McDonald brought it to ground. He's working down in defence now. Gives it to Oliver. Kicked it forward to the plate of Petrarca unmarked, and he's got Spargo gliding by. Kick on the 45 is a good one. Up to half forward. Fritsch takes the mark. He's got 2 deep targets. He's going to play it up to Harms, who flew over the top of Henderson. He presented himself as a marking bag, and Harms got higher than you've ever seen him fly before.
Well, this was an average kick, made a brilliant kick by an unbelievable mark.
Or just rack up the Furphy unbelievable moments.
Oh, yeah.
Furphy refreshing Dale, unbelievable. If James Harms is flying like that.
He saw the potential, his eyes lit up, and
his right knee got high. I'm not sure much else did, but there'll be a certain angle and a certain photo that'll make it look like mark of the season.
Harms from 45 out, that's no good. There'll be no dressing that up.
No.
There'll be no angle that makes that okay as it goes out on the full.
He was thinking about the mark when he took the kick.
I once got off the ground, I think it was 08 grand final on Steve Johnson, and I saw the photo. I thought that must have been a really good mark. Then I saw the footage. I didn't want to see the footage again.
Well, what's happening right now is it's almost moving into witch's hattery.
Yeah.
They can't get off the ground quick enough for Geelong, so...
Salem takes it to goal.
Oh, look at this. It is dead set embarrassing at the moment, just the lack of pressure, and we understand the reasons why. Their season's done and dusted, and sadly for them, they're looking up at the scoreboard. There's no inspiration there. And Max Gawn, he's done a Jason Dunstall. He's ducked back.
He's kicked 5 goals straight from 18 disposals. He's trying desperately just to stay in the moment. A couple of steps to get balanced. And from 50 metres out, he was never going to kick it, probably, was he? He's missed everything, Max Gawn.
Well, he actually went away from his normal routine. He's been running straight at the goal and kept having a nice low ball drop. And
he didn't want to make it 5 goals 1. So
okay.
He's kicked it
Just
out
leave
on
one in the
foot.
tank, you reckon?
Yeah.
Smith kicks it in. Duncan takes the mark. Smith was rushing by. Duncan didn't give it. Instead, it's a kick into the centre square for Selwood, who links it up with Smith, who got it this time. Delivers long inside the 50. Cameron coming from the angle. Hibbert presented himself, and Petty just stood against the flow. And it was easy pickings as he gives it off to Petrarca. Kick long down the wing, smashed away by Zach Guthrie. Throw it in.
We'd have to give a big tick to Hibbert in his role today. I mean, it's just on the one-on-ones with Jeremy Cameron. Hasn't let him have any real input at all. Impact, I should say.
Well, I think every player for Melbourne, you could make a case that they speak about playing their role and contributing. I think every player has had their moment.
Gorn the tap, Holmes the footy, Viney the tackle. That's all there was to tell from it. It'll be a ball up. Mates, scoreboard, Australia's most satisfied internet customers, Melbourne by 77 points.
Petty hasn't done a lot wrong either, has he?
No.
From the throw, Higgins got the decisive hand pass to Guthrie, to Smith, who keeps toiling away. To Higgins, who had a little moment and time to sum it up and kick towards Hawkins. Petty again got an important fist in. Close, almost a hip and shoulder into the back of Langdon, which just cleared the path for Petty to swoop and kick it to Sparrow. He goes further short along the wing to Jordan. He takes the mark just behind the right wing. Waits for a few more troops to mosey on past, and he goes short to Langdon.
There's a lot of Melbourne jumpers in the crowd. There have been a hell of a lot of people go via Howard Springs, or there's been a lot of people in Perth jump on. Or
He got over the wall somehow, Jared. Kick goes to half forward and sliding in to take the mark, although maybe it pitched in front of him. Henderson, and Petrarca was onto it. He tried to rip it away but met some resistance. It'll be a ball up.
I think a lot of people have adopted Melbourne coming into the final series, but they've dressed it up with scarves and...
Maybe there's some Eagles gear that's just sort of the red's taken over from the yellow. But no, it looks like genuine Melbourne gear. The handball on the way out from Smith to get something started. Across to Tui. Now there's a chase on. Buse has the inside running. Knocks it to his own advantage, or tries to, but Jordan's not giving in. He wants to claim his place in the 23. And the race continued all the way to the boundary. It didn't go over. It's going to be a ball up.
So right against the boundary for Spitwater, that's what it does.
James Jordan, one of the 4 first years, or 4 rising star players.
It's a free kick to Blitzarves against Gorn, who points his eyes and said, "What are you looking at?
50?
No, just everyone's not where they should be. So correct angles out at right half forwards. Nathan Jones looks on. There's no way into the side. I wonder if it's a flight back to be with his wife for the birth of the twins, with a slightly heavy heart, knowing that all the years of toil are about to come to fruition. He's not going to be part of it.
Yeah, it's a tough position, isn't it? I mean, when you've got a game, they've performed really well. There's a clean bill of health. The only question mark would be Stephen May, but you'd think he would come up.
You get into training and make the contested session as tough as possible.
Puts arms to Menegola, into the middle for Smith. The Cats are pretty untidy. Sweeping hand pass backward to relieve the pressure for Henry. He hangs the kick up, but it does arrive where it was intended before the pressure did. Atkins works it forward to Holmes, who breaks it in the Radaglia direction, but from the side comes Lever. And this time he's got it clean after being a bit disappointed previously. A crucial moment in his game for New Farm Australian through and through.
Understanding there's a week off, so they do try and get a competitive session in. I'd be making some business decisions. I don't just be picking my opponent wisely.
Petty drives back towards the wing, and a big lift from Jackson. He took the mark. He had the ups there. Didn't need to reach too high, but took another impressive mark. What a specimen he is. Disrupted kick from Salem. Somehow found its way back to Viney. He just wobbled one forward, and Zach Guthrie was able to get his arms underneath that and take the mark. His kick was too short, but it found Smith with some space. Cats almost got in each other's way, but Selwood was the method by which they could get it through the middle to Higgins, back to Smith. Brayshaw wasn't giving up, got a hand in, and now Rivers flings it back to Jordan, and they kick it out wide. From half forward, he can delay the next pass and just keep it super short, and the mark taken by Fritsch.
And that was almost symbolic. You had Higgins and Isaac Smith getting the ball turned over by Rivers and Jordan.
Kick goes forward, and it comes off the hands and goes through for behind the River Jordan, Jared.
Well, it's just the old versus the new.
78-point margin makes Australia's most satisfied internet customers. Long kick in, right to the centre of the ground. Radagalia has a fly, but he dropped the mark, and Jackson does the crumbing. Hand pass to Bowie, lost it to Holmes. Tackled by Jackson. Bowie does enough. Jackson has an extra touch to keep it out of the Cats' clutches. Bowie and Jackson do a sterling job as if the game was on the line. Rivers to Brayshaw and now to Langdon. They will play the outer wing as the immaculate Bailey Fritsch presents and marks, and he delivers up the line. Mark is taken and delivered further on to Neil Bullen.
He's still running. He was on the open wing when the ball started to transition, just worked really hard forward there. So they've still got some run in their legs.
Spargo was the middle link. Kick comes to Gawn. He flies. He dropped it. I wouldn't like Basil's chances in a snap election, Jared, the way the crowd is with Max here. He could get toppled tonight. Spargo tried to cut his way back through, but Zach Guthrie laid the smother. And he brings the Cats to safety or thereabouts at half-back for Menegola.
Well, we had Pav and Jacko, Glenn Jakovic, on the show during the week, and they both said that Basil has stuffed up the funding of the Wacker pool. So all Max has to do is say, I'll fund the pool he's in.
Good nose for it, though, as they work the ball across the wing. Little short pass came aground from Duncan. Swooping on it is Pickett. Off to Jordan, or Rivers it was, up to half forward. And the mark is taken by Fritsch. The Cats have flooded the defensive 50, so there's a lot of space to work in at the top. And Sparrow flies in to take the mark.
Well, Sparrow nailed one from about this distance out 2 weeks ago. And so I reckon he was in trouble about 6 weeks ago as to whether he's going to hold his spot. And Goody liked the young leads.
Did it, Jared?
Say again?
Little birdie tell you that?
He did, tweeting in my ear. But he's actually lifted his work rate and thoroughly deserves his spot.
He's got time here to contemplate. He's directly in front, or near enough to. He ignores a lead from Pickett. Just tests out whether he can kick it 50 metres straight. And you know what? He can't quite. Just tugged it a little to the left. He'll put that in the bank for next time. 17-10, 112 to 5-3, 33. There's still 10.5 minutes to go on the Makita clock. The big moments tonight, they're probably all gone. They were for Bendix breaks, confidence stopping.
Tui comes bouncing into the field of play and delivers it short to Higgins.
I wonder if Peter Larkins is going to tweet about the Stephen May injury.
Higgins looks to centre field. Stanley was well matched. He knocked it to ground. Holmes, Menegola met by a tackle. He's thrown it up in the air and got it back and bumped the ball through half forward. Slapped on well by Duncan. Tried to open it up for Cameron. Cameron knocked it over the top to Hawkins, who had a little stumble. He should be able to work it out, though. He grubs a kick across the face of goal for close. And now to Cameron, who fumbled. The gasps of the crowd will tell you everything. That's just embarrassing for the Cats as they squander a certain goal from one forward pocket to the other. And they're still goalless since half-time, and there's 79 points the wrong side of it.
Yes, they're hard minutes to endure, aren't they?
It was actually brilliant defence by Melbourne, coming down, closing off those options, but it was butchered by good players.
Hawkins taps it to the front where Oliver was situated. He gave it to Bowie, kept it close to the boundary line, and it's gone out. Despite the protests of Close and Holmes.
What's 13 mean, Geordie, or is it just 13 minutes to go? No, there's only 9 minutes.
Maybe Oliver's the next one off,
right.
But they wouldn't have a number for every single player. I knew the finger sign that Goody was holding up late in the second quarter.
Right.
I don't know what 13 means.
Quick kick away, back to the wing.
Any idea about 13, Hutto?
He wants Max to kick 13.
No, Max is getting worked on at the moment, so...
Maybe it's 13 rotations left, I don't know.
You wouldn't let Max back on the field, would you? Now?
I wouldn't. I think I'd just let him have a spell. He's done enough. Harry Taylor got his timing right.
Yeah.
Got him on air.
From the tap in. It goes back from Blitzars to Duncan. He just hacked it forward, and the ball is over and out. What Geelong do is, it's not for now, but post-match is going to be fascinating over the next month, really, for
I'm
Geelong.
interested in your views because you know Geelong intimately. You know the personnel down
Unfortunately, play's going on at the moment.
Right. You don't want to go there?
Oh, I will post-game.
Okay.
79-point margin. Sorry.
You've gone flat, though. Have you noticed a couple have gone flat over there?
It's like calling training at the moment, isn't it?
Duncan Oliver had a little go against the boundary, but he did cough it up. Holmes to Higgins, nurses the kick up towards Hawkins. He's got plenty of company. He might have been dragged as well. Just a little tug from Petty to give up the free kick. And Tom Hawkins can go back and line up at his second.
It was probably a little bit obvious in that situation by Petty. He just wanted Angus Brayshaw to come back and not have any impact from Hawkins. So just protecting his teammate. You don't mind giving away a free kick in that instance.
The replay for Self-Wealth. Trade shares smarter. Left of centre, 45-degree angle. Tom Hawkins makes his approach across the logo. Thumps it with the right foot. It misses to the near side. He has got 1-1-1. A goal behind and one out on the full. 78-point margin, mate. Internet and mobile award-winning Aussie service. Mobile plans from $20.
It's a good position to be in. You win the Friday night game. You sit back and just assess the opponent on the Saturday night footy. They've been outstanding tonight, Melbourne. Just a complete game.
Short on the way out, and then slight change of angle back to Lever from Neil Bullen. Little pop kick over the top to Bowie. More of the same method. Short to Rivers. Still at right half back. 112 plays, 34 on the Mate Internet scoreboard. His kick a little wayward out of bounds on the full. Mate, Australia's most satisfied Internet customers.
So on the bench, you got Clary Oliver. You got Hibbert. You got Stephen May sitting up the back in the back blocks. I think he looks, just body language tells you he's okay, I reckon.
Yeah. I think that 13 was probably just for Oliver, to get Oliver off, wasn't it?
Yep.
Get the boy off.
Yep.
Flick it across half back the catch this time. Henry was going to go ahead with the kick. Decided at the last moment to revise that decision by hand. To Atkins, who kicks to the leading Dangerfield. Didn't mark it, was able to regather himself and then win the footy, but just kicked blindly around the corner. It could have gone anywhere. It went to Jack Viney.
Who's had his problems with injury over the last couple of years, but he's got his timing right. He's back and he's playing good footy right now.
Yeah, big part of the second term, particularly tonight. Sends it back to the wing. It comes off hands and goes over and out.
I feel really pleased for Jack. I think he handled the demotion from the captaincy extremely well. It was a painful experience, I think, for him. But he has gathered himself. He's come back and he's put his head down, and he's now one win away from delivering a flag to Melbourne.
The mayor's coming back, I think. He's standing there ready to re-enter. Got the crowd pumped up as ball kick forward. Hawkins kicks it off the ground, and now the chase is on. He's got to compete with three demons who get protection. That's a little unfair for Tom. There was no chance there. Langdon did well. And now to Rivers.
Here's the running power.
Yeah, he can stretch out. His kick lets him down. He kicked it straight to Isaac Smith, who's on the full wind-up. That requires a 55-metre bomb, and guess who's on the line? Getting to the right places. It's Jake Lever. We've got the wave. We're going to get a review.
Is this our first review tonight?
It is. Yep. This Sleep better with Spinelli's pillows.
This would be the least reviews we've had this year, I reckon.
And it probably didn't need to be reviewed.
No, I wouldn't have thought so. It was well short, wasn't it? I'm still looking for that Spinelli's pillow. I'm sure it's arriving soon, Joel. Spinelli's pillows on sale now at spineleze.com.au.
Touched. Yep. Was it behind the line, though? Going to need the side angle, otherwise there's going to be some recriminations.
They've just gone on the front angle, Jared. They've decided, there's nothing at stake here. Hurry up.
They've gone on the front angle only.
It certainly touched his fist, but that's only half the equation in theory.
Yeah. Well, we've got the wave going over at the Perth Stadium.
77-point margin in Melbourne's favour. The crowd, 58,599. Salem leaves the defensive goal square on the kick-in. He places it wide. Dangerfield flies, knocks it away and out of play. Throw it in for Spitwater. That's what it does.
How many we got in Adelaide tomorrow? What's the
26?
26, yeah.
Only half. Only half.
All you can do is shake your head, Jordan. Yeah, you're shaking it.
Yep. Thrown in at half forward for the Cats. Harms got hold of it though to Neil Bullen. Kicks Melbourne toward the 50. It's a race for the footy. Fritsch is after it. Kolodjasny ran past it. Fritsch paddled it to his own advantage. He's a chance. He fumbled as he bent down to Pickett, but that's okay because Pickett's got it. And Pickett never wastes it. Cozzie's kicked his third. And Melbourne bumpered beyond the 80-point thresholds. 18-10, 118 to Geelong, 5-5-35. Mate Internet and Mobile award-winning Aussie service mobile plans from $20.
Well, there's some chance they're still going to get to triple figures, but Cozzy Pickett has just dined out. No one within Kiwi again, and the ball has come in. He was the deepest forward, and he nailed it.
So this is where you learn your place in things now, Jordan. Gorn off, Lever off, Petrarca off. May's already subbed out, and everybody else. Just so you know, this is the pecking order.
Yeah, absolutely. And all those boys have been instrumental, all part of the leadership group. And you see,
Oliver
as the camera
well.
pans out, Oliver.
Now, Petrarca's there. They might do a Damien Hardwick and take more players off than you're allowed to.
So, Jordan, take us inside the coaching box if this is a normal game. You had Guthrie going back to cover the goal, but his man was 20 metres away from him. The ball doesn't go to the goal, it goes to your man, he kicks it over your head for a goal.
Yeah, I think we've seen it from Geelong all night. They've been retreating when Melbourne have been coming forward, and they've given them too much time and space on the lead or when the ball hits the deck.
Selwood fights on out of the middle, gets the handball to Menegola, who comes off the wing, but it's all rushed. The space closed quickly, and Harms was able to fill it, win the ball, gave it to Langdon, and they're going again.
They're still running hard.
And, yeah, Langdon runs to receive it back from Spargo and kicks it forward, and Fritsch comes out, and it almost came bouncing off his chest, but he was able to lock it in before it got away.
Well, it was a great kick inside forward 50 by Langdon, but he had two pieces of the play initially, and then he ran on. Then he had to kick it across his body to the advantage of Bailey Fritsch. A little bit of work done off the ball by Ben Brown to keep Kolodjasny out of it. But
so he hit his chin.
Yeah, his hair looks good, so that means the goal.
Yeah, he's fixed the hair from the first half. Not a hair out of place. And he comes in, and that's done the trick. He's put it through for his second. Hasn't been a dominant player tonight, but they've all played their part for the D's. 19-10, 124 to 5-5-35. We are still on target for a 100-point win here, us Demons.
It's been a staggering performance. I think it was built off the pressure, it was built off the contest. And then everyone just jumped on the back. Their pressure in the forward line has been immense. They've been able to get marks inside the forward 50 through lack of pressure and lack of defensive accountability from Geelong. And then Melbourne have just defended with a mindset they don't want to give up any points, whether it be in the first quarter or 5 minutes to go in the fourth term. They are just relentless.
Percentage.
Must be.
Who's the balding guy on the bench with the headphones?
Daniel McPherson.
Okay.
Ex-Sydney player.
Yep.
89-point margin, 5 minutes to play on the Makita Rule the Outdoors clock. Stanley the tap, Viney though, snatched the footy, bounces it inside 50. Buse led Pickett up to it this time, and he gathers and he bustles his hand pass up to Cam Guthrie, and on there to Atkins, then to Dangerfield, who puts the Cats in the Hawkins direction. Radigalia folding back as well. Isaac Smith went without it underneath. Myers to Hawkins, outside of the boot. Can he bounce it home? He can't. It misses out to the left. 88 points on the Mate Internet and Mobile Scoreboard Award-winning Aussie service mobile plans from $20.
Jordan has the ball at left half back. And he kicks Melbourne up along the wing. Plenty of tall timber there. Jackson couldn't mark. Kolodjasny thrusting forward. The footy went to Pickett again. Hustles a kick to half forward. Neil Bullen dislodged by Henry. Handball to Blitzarves, just passing the pressure around. Henry goes for a trot and then realises it's not quite as much clean air as he would have liked. A hand pass to Atkins, and up and under kick to the wing. Stanley jumps up and takes the mark. Flicks the hand pass to Cam Guthrie, who wobbles 1-4. The umpire got in the road of Petty. Petty was still able to take the mark. And then Petty can take his choice. He chooses Videy and gives the hand pass off to Jordan again, and they're on their way out. A misplaced ball, though, slides over the line and out of bounds.
Well, for Geelong supporters listening, you've just got 3 minutes and 30 seconds to endure.
I think most of them turned off about an hour ago, in fairness, Jared. We've got the neutrals and the demons with us.
Yeah, fair point.
Jared Healy for car sales, everything you auto know. Bit of volleyball played from the ruck contest. Viney, though, settles it with a hand pass out in front of Harms. Knocks it to his own advantage, pushes away from Selwood, sidesteps, open the goal front, and then missed. Oh, gee, would have had a contender to Max.
That would have been a hell of a goal.
It would have been a podium finish, but Max still has gold, silver and bronze in the goal of the night. It's an 89-point margin again.
I don't think I've ever seen a more pained look on a coach's face than Simon Goodwin's when you're nearly 100 points in front.
The kick came in, and in the end, Higgins is able to get the hand pass away to Zach Guthrie, who propels the kick to Stanley on the wing. Rivers still has the level of energy to at least attend to him as he took the mark. Stanley bangs it up forward, not to the advantage really of Jeremy Cameron, and Tom McDonald's gone back because Lever's off the ground, May's off the ground, so someone had to, and Tom has taken the mark and sends a high kick back to the wing. Stanley might get some more marking practice here against Rivers. No, he couldn't take that. Rivers wants to come off, and they politely said, no, you're not as important as these guys.
What an extraordinary story Tom McDonald has been this year.
Yeah.
Cooked last year, got himself super fit. No one wanted him.
Christian Petrarca clearly just asked Simon Goodwin whether he could go back on, and Simon said, no, mate, go back, sit down.
You're too valuable, mate.
He said, no, mate, go back and sit down. It was hilarious. Blitz halves, Higgins and Dangerfield conspire from the boundary throw in. Paddy's kicked it up to right half forward, but it bounces out of play. Throw it in.
And therein lies, one of the most obvious differences. Paddy, Dangerfield, Selwood, etc., go and sit down. They haven't got the wherewithal to actually have a second wave of midfielders that Melbourne have, and Melbourne's got young midfielders, hungry midfielders, got blokes out of the side that would get a game for the Cats.
Cats goalless in the second half. Viney couldn't quite create the play that he was thinking of, and the ball went out of play. Jordan had a hand in that as well. So it's 10 goals, 5 to 5 behinds since half-time. At the throw-in, Blitzavs puts it down underfoot and then follows up and gathers himself. He flopped the kick badly, though, and kicked it out of bounds on the full. So 125 to 36 on the Mate scoreboard. Mate Internet Mobile, award-winning Aussie service. Mobile plans from $20.
I don't think I've ever seen a side as dominant as Geelong have been that have got so many guys who just hack the ball forward.
Hibbert kicks it out. The Cats able to win it back. Higgins had a couple of involvements, and he gets the kick forward to the square from the side. Finally, Jeremy Cameron gets access, takes the mark, saunters around to his left, and hooks a goal for Geelong. 6-6-42. Melbourne at 19-11-125.
And they know that, of course. That's why they recruited Higgins. They wanted somebody with better kicking skills. Isaac Smith also came into the side with better kicking skills going into the forward line. They wanted someone to be able to serve it up to the two talls, but unfortunately for Higgins, he hasn't been able to find enough of it. And Isaac Smith hasn't been able to do it by himself. But tonight they've really just exposed some of the issues that they've got.
This is no masking a result like this. And so they become a really interesting watch over the next little bit. The Toro tackler of the game for home ground advantage. Oliver's laid 7, Harms 6, Gawn's laid 6 tackles in the body of work he's put together. Selwood has laid 8 tackles.
Angus Brayshaw getting some on-ball time, Jared.
Bring him into the middle.
Yeah.
He's actually done well, Angus, on the wing. He didn't have a lot of possessions, but he was important early.
6-6-6 breach against the Cats. A minute 34 to play. The margin is 83 points. Stanley wins the tap. Selwood's in and after it. Hand passes to Dangerfield and back to Selwood. Forward to the play to Cam Guthrie. He just wanted somebody going by. Menegola out on the wing, had to receive and sends them in the Radaglia direction. 2 against. Hawkins stayed down. Petty kept it away from him and then got tied up deep in the pockets.
How long do you think Tom Hawkins will play for? Another 3?
That'd be optimistic, I reckon. 3. At least, I think
definitely
2, though.
2.
Yeah.
Had the ball up. Jackson won the tap. They're fighting for it underneath. Radaglia threatened. Just had a fumble at the last. Stanley off to Higgins. Kick was smothered by Brayshaw, who paddles it in the pocket. Dribbles the kick out to Langdon. Hand pass back to Brayshaw. Step past Selwood, or step backwards, so Selwood went flying by and then kicked out to half back to a contest.
Menegola picks it up for Geelong, turns off the left, sends it deep into the pocket. Radaglia, Selwood gave a bit of a shove. Brayshaw happy to give up ground because Salem had control behind. And he can send Melbourne forward via Jordan. There's no particular need to make it express, though. It's short, it's possession, it's owning the football as Melbourne has tonight. Right from the start, what a night it's been. Slight concern, the injury to Stephen May, but other than that, it's all smiles from those that didn't quite make the team. And these are seconds to enjoy as Melbourne fans have really had this opportunity. 10 seconds left. They have dominated a preliminary final. The ghosts of the past seem to have disappeared. This really feels different. This feels like Melbourne's time. A hell of a win for the Demons. They're into the grand final for the first time in 21 years. Oh, what glorious times lie ahead for the D supporters.
It's the emblem of the team we love, the team of the red and the blue. Every heart beats true for the red and the blue, and we sing this song to you. Through all acquaintance people love, keep your eye on the red and the blue.
Oh, there's tears from Adam Tomlinson. He's one of the hard luck stories. Nathan Jones will be the other obvious one, but what a performance tonight, Jared.
Beaming smiles, aren't they?
Well, they'd all be beaming smiles. A lot of people on the text machine enjoying it. Some still in disbelief, even though it's been believable for about an hour and a half. But you do feel sorry, I've got to say, for guys like Tomlinson and Jones. An incredibly different story, Jones, given his heritage at the club. And the likes of Melksham, who was brought across by Goody. They're not absolutely out of it at the moment, but they're a long, long, long way back, as we all know.
So they led by 27 at quarter time, 29 at half time, 78 at three-quarter time and 83 at the close. 19-11, 125 Melbourne over Geelong, 6-6-42. There was 58,599 in to see Max Gawn kick 5 goals, 4 in the third quarter. It was really something. Pickett kicked 3. He lurked all night. Fritsch and Brown kicked 2 each, and there were singles to Harms, Petrarca, McDonald, Neil Bullen and Sparrow. Throw in 2 for Spargo as well. 2 for Jeremy Cameron and 1 each to Stanley, Smith, Hawkins and Myers.
The only other bittersweet part about it, Jared, is it's going to be in Perth and not at the MCG, but that's just the situation that the Melbourne fans are in. There's not much they can do about it.
No, they can't, but there seems to be a hell of a lot of Melbourne fans there, but clearly a bitter blow for them who'd like to see it. But as I've said to a few of my mates and brothers, this is not a one-year window for Melbourne, and hopefully we're all back to normal next year. But I can't remember seeing a better game from Max Gawn. It was an incredibly tense moment, particularly early. They've been at this ground before in a prelim final and got absolutely embarrassed, and tonight they did the embarrassing, and we look forward to 2 weeks' time, and we look forward to tomorrow night. It's hard to see the Dogs beating Melbourne, given that they're injured. I mean, they can still win tomorrow and muster an amazing performance, but Port Adelaide will look at that and they'll know that they will have to play an incredible brand of football. If Melbourne brings their best, they're going to have to bring an incredible brand of football to take away the premiership, and that's why it's such an exciting potential grand final. Melbourne are at their very best, maybe able to create history since 1964. And Port Adelaide and the Western Bulldogs have got their own history to write as well.
So all the additional players have raced out onto the ground and embraced with their teammates. Geelong, they leave the scene, and you wonder how long they leave the scene for. There's no hiding from an obliteration like that, and they've got a few questions to face up to about what they choose to do next, let alone what they're capable of doing next.
Yeah, I was of the view before tonight that you have another throw at the stumps, and I reckon Chris Scott's absolute competitive nature will be that, but maybe Stephen Hawkins won't be. Maybe he sees it and says, no, if that's the best we can do, and it's hard to see them breaching the gap with what they've got, then it's time to go back to the draft, and it's time to let a few blokes go and rebuild this club. And whether they do it with Chris Scott or with somebody fresh, they're all the decisions that they need to make. But there'll be a lot of analysing, a lot of introspection. The microscope will be out, and Steve Hocking's going to have to make some big calls along with Chris Scott.
It's probably a good time to have the fresh set of eyes come in.
Yep.
Someone who hasn't been part of all the decisions that have been made to just coldly analyse. You're 83 points short of the standard in a preliminary final.
And part of what you're identifying about their lack of foot skills, Jared, is they haven't been able to they have chosen not to, largely, not to access top-end talent but in the traditional manner. Now, history says, they've done an awesome job to be able to stay up there, as you've said, but most premierships are built on at least 3 or 4 top high-end draft picks.
Yeah, they've got the high-end draft picks. The trouble is that they're all sort of 30, 31,
right.
32. And as you said, they had a choice last year when they got Jeremy Cameron to go back to the draft with 3 first-rounders. They elected not to. They've still got some second-rounders out of that trade. But, it was all built on we're going to win the flag this year or next year. Sorry, last year, this year with Jeremy Cameron, and possibly next year they would have seen as their window. But their window would appear now to be well and truly closed, and it's hard to see them. They're going to have to make some tough calls right now.
They're limited, though, in what they can do to some degree, aren't they?
Well, of course they are. I mean, they can't rebuild overnight, but as...
They've just re-signed Cam Guthrie for 4 years.
Yeah, but you still got to be competitive. You just can't throw everybody out. So, look, they're going to still be... they may even play finals next year. They probably will play finals, but how hard you cut is going to be a really interesting challenge for them there. I just think, and I've said this a number of times, I've always been of the view that they lack absolute polish to win a flag. Now, they could argue they were 21 points up last year, and that's fair enough. They could have pinched that one, and they've been cruel twice by Dusty, really. Prelim final one year, grand final the next. So they've done an amazing job to put themselves into a position to winning grand finals, but they haven't done it, so it's time to start again. But right now, all the story is about the Demons, and they've gone through the pain, they've gone through the rebuilding, but they've got everything right over the last incarnation with Paul Roos. From that minute he walked into the place, it's been a stepwise process. They've taken a couple of steps back, but they've eventually got it all right, and now they are 4 quarters away from ultimately killing off that hoodoo.
83-point winners, Melbourne, in this preliminary final. What in their game most appeals to you? I think everything is finely tuned. Yeah. That part is clear.
Well, what I love about their game is they don't lack for contest, but they haven't lacked for contest for 5 years. That's been ingrained in their psyche and their DNA. But I love their skill level under pressure. I mean, this is what Geelong lacks. Geelong, you bring the pressure to them, their balls go to ground. They're not instinctive handballers. They're not instinctive kickers under pressure. The other thing I love is that they're just the hardest running side in the competition right now. So there's only one side that's capable of beating them, I think, of the 2 that are remaining, and that's Port Adelaide. But if you're going to beat them, you're going to have to, A, bring super pressure, and B, run, and run. And I'm not sure either of the sides left have got the running power to do it.
So the Demons have been to all portions of the crowds, and now Max Gawn leads them off and leads them to a 2-week wait for the 2021 grand final. To win a prelim like that, for all the pain that's been endured, that sets a whole lot of things right.
And the footy gods were there, and we all thought that there was a real problem with Stephen May, and yet it appears to be no problem at all. I mean, he's smiling, he's happy. He's got no ice on. That's a great indicator.
So we'll be with the Demons for this song in a few moments' time. The embraces are long, and they should be in such a euphoric moment. It's the staff, all of staff, huddled in around the players, and those who have played and those who haven't, all to be part of this. Melbourne victorious in the preliminary final by 83 points. We'll wrap it up. We'll hear from the Ds. We'll run you through all the categories shortly. This is the post-game show for Rainbird. Rainbird's smarter irrigation, the intelligent use of water, and for Dan Murphy's. Kick off the footy finals at Dan Murphy's.
That quarter on AFL Nation was for Mate Communications. Award-winning Aussie service mobile plans from $20.
At Underworks, we're experts in socks. We test our all-day socks so they stay up all day. Test Underworks all-day socks for yourself. We're number one down under for socks.
No forklift is as tough as a cat. While regular forklifts are playing with their dollies, the cat forklift is getting the job done. While regular forklifts are combing each other's hair, the cat forklift is doing both their work. The regular forklift says, I'll split it into 3 or 4 loads. The cat forklift says, load some more on. Have a cry to mummy, regular forklift. The cat has got work to do. Cat forklifts, only from United Forklifts. Call 131 607.
Oh, a good mark to Wilson. He plays on at full pace and kicks a beauty to Thomas. Thomas gives off to Harris. Harris closes in on 50, but wait, he's tackled by Smith. Or is it Williams? Williams scrabbles for the ball, kicks it to a guy in blue, who kicks it to some other guy in blue. Now some tall bloke has the ball. He kicks it to an even taller bloke. Kick, handball, kick.
Don't miss the best bits. You won't miss a moment if you drink Wise. Proudly brought to you by Drinkwise.
G'day, it's Jared Healy and Cane Corns. If you wake with a sore neck or snort too much, it could be your pillow. Problem solved, the Aussie-made Spinal Ease pillow.
Yep, we've made the switch to Spinal Ease and we love it. You will too.
You won't know how good these pillows are until you sleep on one. But avoid any imitations. There is only one Spinal Ease pillow.
Order your Spinal Ease pillow now and get free delivery. Visit spinaleze.com.au. It'll change the way you sleep forever.
At Specsavers, we're all about seeing. In fact, we often like to see into the future. Seriously. Our experienced optometrists use advanced OCT 3D eye scanners that can help detect future eye problems, often before they get too serious. Yep, our modern tech is a sight for sore eyes, especially for more than 3 million Australians we care for each year. At Specsavers, our only focus is yours, so book an eye test with a free OCT scan today. Should have gone to Specsavers.
Sexyland stores are still open for click and collect and 2-hour delivery. Head to sexyland.com.au to browse Australia's largest range of adult toys, from new season vibes to fun games for grown-ups. Sexyland always open for you online 24/7 at sexyland.com.au and taking phone orders on 1800 885 239. Take me now, I'm coming. Take me now, Sexyland.
This year, AFL Victoria celebrates 20 years of partnership with WorkSafe Victoria. Country footy is the lifeblood of regional communities, and WorkSafe has been there every step of the way. We thank WorkSafe for their ongoing support and keeping our participants safe at work, so they can play the sport they love. For all the latest WorkSafe AFL Victoria country news, head to aflvic.com.au.
It's Tyre Power's Big Footy Final Sale. To kick things off, you can get the power to buy 3 and get 1 free on selected Toyo passenger car tyres. Tyre Power's Big Footy Final Sale can't last. Visit tyrepower.com.au now.
Go on, make the call. We all believe in you. There we go. Another Aussie has made the call and switched to Kogan Mobile. Because right now, you can get started with Kogan from just $4.90 for 30 days.
And it comes with unlimited calls and texts and a big 40 gig of data at award-winning prepaid prices.
Make the call. Switch to Kogan Mobile from just $4.90 for the first 30 days at koganmobile.com.au/footy.
You're listening to AFL Nation for the Beaumont Tiles Trade Club.
6:42 in the first preliminary final in front of 59,000 over in the West. The post-game show for Rainbird's smarter irrigation, the intelligent use of water, and for Dan Murphy's kick off the footy finals at Dan Murphy's. Before we launch into the categories, which will tell a good story of the game, here's Max Gawn on Channel 7 at the final siren.
Well, congratulations, Maxie. I can see the emotion in your eyes that you've just booked your spot in the 2021 AFL Grand Final in 2 weeks' time. How do you sum up the feeling?
Yeah, that was a pretty long wait. 2 weeks in quarantine in a little cage, little facility in Joondalup up there. And we just really wanted to come out here and play. It was a very, very nerve-wracking 2 weeks. The rivalry that we have with Geelong, the last 5 games have been genuinely crazy. And I'm ecstatic for this group. It means so much to the supporters, means so much to everyone back in Melbourne that are doing it tough. We got staff members back at home, we got family back at home, and this is for them,
Let's delve into that a little bit more, though. As you said, your supporters, your members, your family at home, your past players and coaches. 57 years is a very long time, and next week you'll have the opportunity to break that drought. So,
yeah, we did. We're 1 from 2. This Perth hub, we want to be 2 from 2. We want to be able to win the grand final, which is next week. That's what the target is. Obviously, this is nice. We got 50,000 Melbourne people here, and this is really nice. But we haven't broken the drought until we do something in 2 weeks, and that's really what we're looking forward to.
For you personally, Run-Turn Rover, 5 goals, Maxie. It's not a bad night to put out one of your career best performances, is it?
I haven't done that before. I'm not normally a goal kicker, and got on the end of some of them. Like that stoppage goal, I probably won't be able to do ever again in my life. So, some outstanding performances. James Harnes was super today, Angus Brayshaw. Like, this is why I play footy now, watching these boys that didn't get a gig out. Nathan Jones is running out. It's just, that's why we play footy, and only 22 of us get to play in 2 weeks' time, but we represent that whole group.
Congratulations, Max. I'll let you go and soak this all in, but we'll see you in 2 weeks' time.
Thanks, Ab.
Max Gawn there on Channel 7 in the aftermath. 83-point winners over the Cats. And he's such a popular figure within the game. And he'll be one of the 2 captains.
Yes, and he's he'd be just walking on cloud 9 right at the present time. But having never been there, I can't give you a personal insight. But he'd be walking on cloud 9, but knowing that you can fall off the cloud if you don't get the job done in the grand final. So they'll enjoy the moment. It's so weird having this week off.
I was going to say, it could decide who wins the premiership as to how well either team
one side handles it and one side doesn't handle it. But to be fair to Melbourne have handled everything that's been thrown at them this year. I mean, people jumped off them in round 16 or 17 because they had a couple of close losses. And yet they have been able to, just steady themselves, get back to business, and they're now playing as good a football as this club's played for a long, long time.
All right, so let's work through some of our categories. The Furphy unbelievable moment for Furphy Refreshing Ale, born in Geelong, unbelievable. Which one of Maxie's moments?
Well, he's had a few. I think it was probably, I'm tossing up between the goal and the run from outside 50 and the one round the corner from the stoppage. I think I'll go for the one round the corner from the stoppage.
Furphy Refreshing Ale, born in Geelong, unbelievable. Okay, so the other one can be the goal of the game for instant windscreens. Yep. Broken windscreen, call instant windscreens 132-444. It's very rare a player has first, second and third in the goal of the game, but he has every bit of that.
Everyone covered, Max. Well played.
MEGT Rookie of the Day, your local apprenticeship experts. Right from the start, Jake Bowie looked like he belonged in this prelim.
He did. He probably trailed off a little bit in the second half, but Jordan's talked about what you look for in a recruit, and ultimately I would look for a decision maker first up. If you're not a good decision maker, you can have the best skills in the world, and you can be horrible. And if you are a good decision maker and you only got average skills. Well, you can work on your skills. It's hard to work on being a smarter footballer. Most really smart footballers are smart at 8 and prove it and just get slightly better as they mature.
MEGT supporting employers and apprentices for over 40 years. So some moments to sort of delineate here. The crucial moment for New Farm Australian through and through. The first quarter in the 5 goals that was scored in a row. So Geelong kicked the first, and then Melbourne just progressively put a stamp on it through Harms and Petrarca and Spargo, and Neil Bullen and Ben Brown were their goal kickers in that first term.
So you're looking for the...
So in there somewhere, it was over at quarter time.
It was.
We all felt it. If you were watching it, you would have felt it as well.
I think what that shows, that collective of goal kickers showed where the difference was, and where Geelong are miles off the top 2 sides, which are going to be Port Adelaide and Melbourne, I suspect. And that is ground ball in the forward line. They just have not got the polish, the class of the ground ball. Now, forget about all the rest. Even average sides can get the ball inside forward 50, about the same amount as the top sides. But if you haven't got the skill of the Cozzy Pickett's of the world, the Rosies of the world, and the Robbie Gray, etc., I mean, that's the great strength of Port Adelaide. Not Charlie Dixon in the air, not Marshall, and not Georgiades if he's lucky enough to get there, or Adams. It's those super talents on the ground level. And Melbourne's got it in spades, and they can put their midfielders there as well.
The tackler of the game for Toro, count on Toro to get the job done. Selwood laid 8 tackles, Oliver laid 7, so they led the way on that front. The Bendix breaks, big moments, confidence stopping Bendix breaks. Cozzy Pickett threatened all night, he kicked 3. His first couple were amazing. Probably the middle one where he flew, pinched a mark that he had no right to and kicked a goal.
He's an extraordinary talent. He's the new Cyril. He's only a baby. But he's exciting, and heaven help you if you're lining up on him in 2 weeks' time. Jeez, I hate that, in 2 weeks' time.
Yes. Put your foot down with confidence, Bendix breaks. The toughest player for hard yakka, legendary gear.
I'm going with Jack Viney tonight. I thought he was
good call.
He was brilliant from start to finish. He's he's eaten footballs for breakfast since he was a baby. In fact, he probably did it in the womb, and he's continued to be just a great player for them.
Hard yakka for a new breed of legends. The power player ratings for Red Energy, awarded CanStar's most trusted energy retailer nationally for 2021. That's Red Energy. Gawn 145, Viney 119, Salem 111, Oliver 108, Petrarca 106. They all led the way ahead of Selwood and Dangerfield. Unmissable moments for Drinkwise. Choose to Drinkwise. You won't miss a moment if you Drinkwise. 8 third quarter goals will do that. And the first 5 or 6 just came in no time. Amazing burst. The votes, their stats will be for safety steel sheds designed to save, built to last.
I'm going to give 1 vote to Petrarca. I'm going to give 2 votes to Jack Viney, and I'm going to give 3 votes to Max Gawn for one of the best ruckman's games I've ever seen.
Yep, there's no one will argue with that. Viney 34, Petrarca 32, Salem 29. Max Gawn had 19 disposals. He sat out most of the last quarter.
Yep.
It was quite phenomenal what he was able to do.
Disposals are an interesting analogy, an interesting piece of evidence as to whether you play well. Now, you can't play well most of the time if you're a midfielder without the ball. But if you look at the damage that Petrarca does with his 32 versus the damage that Smith's done with his 26, or Guthrie with his 26, or even Dangerfield for that matter, who won the ball well but didn't use it all that well, you get a sense that there's more to footy than just winning the football. You've got to do something with it.
From ladder positions, it was first beating third, second place fifth in the second of the prelims tomorrow for United Forklift and Access Solutions. No forklift is as tough as a cat forklift from United. A shout out to Flight Centre. Win big with Flight Centre. 5 years of holidays big. It's been Melbourne by 83 points over Geelong in the first preliminary final to book their place in the granny in a couple of weeks' time. This has been the post-game show for Rainbird. Rainbird, smarter irrigation, the intelligent use of water. And for Dan Murphy's delivery in under 2 hours to selected metro areas. Conditions apply. Up next, Damien Watson taking you through to midnight on AFL Nation.